May I have your attention, please, for 1 minute? Hello? May I have your attention for a minute, please? People? The police have asked me for everybody to go back into the lobby so they can check bags and everything. So you're going to pick up, go back, and come right back in. Would you please do that for us? That's what I was told. Yes, ma'am. What would you like?
I'll let you get back.
Hi.
I'm gonna need to charge it today.
inviting all legislators to come to the chambers, and we'll start.
I know a few kids that do that at my daughter's school. They went mid-year, but they went to Holy Trinity from Lehigh because apparently Lehigh's not that good at baseball, and Holy Trinity out here is good at baseball. So.
Whatever. I mean, he didn't go there just for sports, although that does play a part in it, because we're drastic. Where we used to be contenders, where, we're very different community, a very diverse community, very, very, very North Indian population. They just
All right. Okay, I got it. We are going to start the meeting. Ladies and gentlemen, if I could have your attention. Ladies and gentlemen, if you could all rise, we're going to have Legislator James Kennedy lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Thank you, Legislator Kennedy. Thank you all for joining us today. This is a meeting of the Nassau County Rules Committee. 7 members on this committee. However, given the topic of what we're going to be discussing, all legislators are invited to be here and to participate. So that's pleasant. So what we are going to have in a moment is we're going to ask the administration to make a presentation in terms of the terms of the lease, as well as Sands will be giving us some details in what the proposal is, and then we'll be hearing from the members of the public. So that's the procedure that we're going to follow. I want to recognize former New York State Governor David Paterson. Welcome to our chambers, Governor. Now, before we get started and call the roll, a couple of weeks ago, our minority leader, Kavan Abrahams, who has served 20 years in this legislative body, who's been a very strong leader for his caucus, a very strong advocate for his communities, and an especially strong advocate for the role of this legislature and the powers of this legislature. He's been a terrific leader, as I said. We've had our moments and butted heads on a somewhat regular basis, but we have been friends throughout, and his service has truly been extraordinary. I want to congratulate him and thank him for his 20 years of service, because he will not be running for re-election this year. Michael, could you call the roll, please?
Presiding officer, you want the full ledger, just the rules?
Just the Rules Committee.
Okay.
Yeah.
Rules Committee roll call. Legislator Sheila Bino. Legislator Delia Dirigi Witten. Ranking Member Kavan Abrahams. Thank you. Legislator Laura Schaefer. Legislator James Kennedy. Vice Chairwoman Rosemary Walker. Chairwoman Denise Ford.
Yeah, I think you have the wrong committee. Rules Committee, Rules Committee.
I do have Rules Committee. Sorry.
I'm not on the lady. But thank you, Mike.
Okay, we'll start again. Sorry about that. I was not given the proper. Okay. Legislator Sheila Bino. Legislator Delia Dirigi Witten. Ranking Member Kavan Abrahams. Laura Schaefer. Vice Chairman Howard Copel. And Chairman Richard Nicolello.
Here.
We have a quorum.
Thank you very much. So I will turn things over. Oh, actually, before we do that, I'd like to turn the floor over for a moment to Minority Leader Abrahams.
James Kennedy is also present.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. I know it's not a customary practice, but generally the way the legislative body works under its protocols and procedures, usually when a member has a conflict of interest, that they generally fill out a recusal form and then they do not participate in debate and discussion during that particular item. It has come to my attention Thursday of last week that I do have that conflict as it pertains to the item, 156-23, which is the item I'm envisioning most of you are here for today. I take that particular conflict of interest very seriously. I was looking forward to participating and hearing from you, the public, in regards to that particular item as it pertains to the casino. However, because the conflict is real and it does pertain to family member, I've been advised by counsel to not participate in debate or discussion or a final vote on this particular matter. As I said before, it pains me because I looked forward to being a part of the debate and discussion for the future use of the hub. I think it's important, and I'm glad to see so many people here today to be a part of that discussion and that debate and eventually be able to observe what the final vote is. But that being said, I put my trust in my 18 colleagues, and I truly believe that your interest will be heard by them as well. And as I said before, it's unfortunate, but I do look forward to, at some point, speaking to those of you after the particular vote. That being said, Presiding Officer, thank you for extending me the courtesy to explain my recusal on this particular matter.
Okay, I'm going to call Clerk, item number 156, 2023. It is an ordinance making certain determinations pursuant to the State Environmental Quality Review Act and authorizing the county executive of the County of Nassau to execute an agreement of lease by and between the county and LVS NY Holdco 2 LLC in connection with the leasing of certain premises located in Uniondale, Town of Hempstead, County of Nassau. Motion by Deputy Presiding Officer Coppell, seconded by Legislator Kennedy. So that item is now before us. We're going to have a presentation seated at the table. To your right, to our left, we have the Deputy County Executive Arthur Walsh, Josh Meyer, who's counsel to the county, Michael Leboff from Sands, and the gentleman to your left, I don't know, maybe you can introduce yourself.
Hi, Chairman. Ron Reese with Sands as well.
Okay, nice to see you, Mr. Reese. So I'll now turn over the floor to the administration to make a presentation.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. My name is Arthur Walsh. I'm the Chief Deputy County Executive. Presiding Officer Nicolello, members of the legislature, on behalf of the administration, thank you for allowing us to make this presentation this afternoon. We would like to begin by respectfully acknowledging those who were here both in support and non-support of this transaction, be it from labor, business, education, as well as the residents of Nassau County, a place that we all call home. Before we have council present the salient terms of the transaction and representatives of Las Vegas Sands present their vision of the project, please allow us to review some background and overview. By way of background, the citizens of New York State overwhelmingly voted 57% statewide, 67% Nassau County-wide in an affirmative to amend Section 9 of Article 1 of the Constitution to allow the authorization of up to 7 Class 3 casinos in New York State. Thereafter, the state cited 4 destination resort casinos in upstate New York. In 2022, the enacted New York State budget established a new citing process and criteria for the remaining 3 licenses for the downstate region. As you will hear during the presentation today, on January 3rd of 2023, the New York State Gaming Facilities Location Board issued a request for application to solicit proposals for up to 3 casinos in the downstate area. We are proud to announce that Las Vegas Sands will create a world-class entertainment resort center in our county that will delight residents and tourists alike should this body so approve the lease transaction that we are presenting to you today. After years of proposals and false starts, the Nassau Veterans Memorial Coliseum site now has the potential of paving the way for a transformative new funding source for the county's infrastructure, as well as helping shore up the county's own financial status, in addition to serving as an impetus for the dynamic new integrated resort site in our boundaries. This agreement today was the product of months of extensive negotiations where our primary concern was to achieve a result that best served the residents of the county. The administration is cognizant that some residents are angry, frustrated, and fearful of what the project will bring to our area. This is understood. Many others are excited as the potential having a major business coming to the county will provide entertainment options, hospitality, restaurants, and shops. However, the fact is that New York State and Nassau County voters approved this type of gaming outlet. It is legal. It is responsibility of public officials to do all they can do to continue to provide services and act in a financially sound manner. We all love Nassau County. We look at the activities going around us every day in the schools, field days, schools, honors, graduations, proms, concerts, the Long Island Marathon that we had yesterday, Memorial Day parades, honoring the veterans, the concerts that are coming to Lakeside very shortly. All these activities are what makes our community a wonderful place, as we know. All these events are going to continue whether or not we have an integrated resort at the Nassau Veterans Memorial Coliseum or not. We are a growing and thriving community and have many challenges ahead. It has been difficult to attract any business to the subject site over the past decade. Our tax is significant, which prevents many small businesses to make a profit. We have an opportunity to give Nassau County a boost it needs for economic growth. we will have an opportunity to collect substantial rental revenue, gaming and sales tax revenue, and public safety fees. There will be opportunity to hold the line on taxes. It will be the responsibility of this and future bodies to act responsible with the income. We have a community benefits plan which outlines many of the opportunities we will be able to afford. There is a quote from Charles Kettering that seems appropriate. The world hates change. It is the only way that it has brought progress. We respectfully submit that the construction of the gaming integrated resort will promote significant job growth, school aid, permit local government to manage their property taxes, and in addition to the property tax, the revenue will be generated from the host community by virtue of statutory and guaranteed payment streams from rent, gaming tax, and pilot payments, which will accordingly inure to the benefit of Nassau County, the town of Hempstead, together with the surrounding neighborhoods in the event that the Nassau Veterans Memorial Coliseum site is selected. In addition to the sizable revenue source for the county, the new gaming integrated resort facility will create new jobs in the region, both in construction of the facility and in operation of the facility. Construction would not begin at the facility until the commission had selected it, SEQA review was done, and Town of Hempstead, as a lead agency, would also have extensive land use examination and approvals. Furthermore, the development and operation of this project at the site by Las Vegas Sands will substantially expand the tourism base by providing services, meeting and conference centers, coupled with an arena space, overnight accommodations for visitors as part of a balanced economy, and will expand the tax base of the town and the county. Moreover, we submit that the development and operation of the project at the site will have a positive impact on Nassau County and surrounding communities through the increase of revenue and expansion of employment opportunities for the citizens of Nassau County. In an effort to quell community concerns over the potential of increased crime around the county's first gaming site, Las Vegas Sands has agreed to fund an enhanced neighborhood public safety fee in the amount starting at $900,000 per year, increasing to $1.8 million, subject to annual increases. As you will see, each increase is subject to a 2% increase on rental payments. In addition, there will be community benefits payments that will start at $2 million and increase to $4 million. Lastly, and a very important point, unlike many of our potential suitors for the space, if there had been any, if the gaming license is obtained, Las Vegas Sands construction, opening, and operation of the integrated resort facility will be under the direct supervision and control of its regulator, New York State Gaming Commission. In addition to many controls and conditions negotiated in the lease, pursuant to New York State law and the governing rules and regs that govern people that are licensed by the Gaming Commission, there are significant conditions for Las Vegas Sands that must comply with to open and continue to operate. If they fail to operate or open on these conditions, their license will be revoked. These include a substantial license fee of not less than $500 million. Bonding, they must bond 10% of the capital investment. They must make their investment in development in accordance with their design plan. They will submit to the Gaming Commission construction plans, and they must abide by those to the very letter of what they submitted, number of gaming floors, the hotel count, restaurants, any ancillary use. They also must comply with their submitted construction plan. They will have to operate and open within 24 months of the license effective date. They must comply with the executive law and any MWBE regulations. They must comply with all agreements, namely a PLA, labor peace agreement, or they won't be able to open. They must also employ a minimum of a full-time workforce area. They must employ a minimum of full-time equivalent employees as indicated in their application. They must also undertake to establish a workforce development and affirmative action plan. They must set up a resource center for problem gaming. They must comply with debt to equity ratio requirements. They have to give the county and they will have to give the state notice of any defaults. They have to get notice of any refinance. They have to submit on an annual basis audited financial statements. They must institute in 90 days of opening an anti-laundering regulations and compliance procedure to follow the Bank Secrecy Act. And they must also apply for any New York State liquor license. These safeguards are not only will lead to a successful enterprise, but will serve as a check and balance that Nassau County gets what they bargained for. In closing, I'd like to thank the legislative members and their staff for devoting your time in considering this proposal. We have had the opportunity to brief both caucuses prior to today's appearance and hope during this process leading up to now we provide you with more insight into the project and answer questions you have. We again express appreciation to the countless labor and business groups, community groups whose collaboration and partnership has been and will be instrumental in turning a financially viable gaming integrated resort facility into a reality and strengthening the financial path of Nassau County. We hope we can move forward together in this fashion and continue to make Nassau County a wonderful place to live, work, play, and raise a family. Thank you.
Okay. Whoever's slated to go next.
Works. Presiding Officer Nicolello, legislators, members of the public, thank you for having us here today. As most of you know, I'm Michael Levoff, SANS's Senior Vice President of Strategy and Public Affairs. We look forward to discussing the project and the lease agreement before you here today. I'd like to ask former New York Governor David Paterson, a member of our SANS senior management, to say a few words at the start. Governor?
Can you hear me now? Members of the legislature and Chair Nicolello, to the best wishes to the minority leader for his endeavors after his 20 years service to this legislature, and to all of the members of the public who care about this consideration, 156-2023. Thank you for having me. I'm David Paterson. I am a recovering governor. But my reverence for Long Island is probably as unique as anybody else in this room. I was originally born in Brooklyn, and when I became school age, my parents were informed that the New York City school system would not put a disabled child in the class with the other students. They had some kind of ancillary education for people in that situation. And my mother, who was a third grade teacher at PS 116 in Jamaica, Queens, wasn't having it. She went around the state looking for a place that her son could go to school along with the other students, and that place turned out to be Hempstead, New York. So without that intervention on her part, I doubt I'd be standing here talking to all of you today. I doubt that I could have gotten to where I was. It was the great education, the great culture, and just the exciting living conditions that Long Island provided for me growing up that I've never forgotten and I come back to every summer. And it is in that regard that I come before you today just to preview the other speakers who are going to lay out most of the program. But this opportunity, I think, is transformative. And as you learn in government, they come around very often. Not very often. And there are not many opportunities to do what would happen in this particular situation. SANS does not build casinos. SANS builds integrated resorts. And they include health clubs and fine dining and entertainment centers and also community space. Now, I was talking with John Durso of Local 338 just a couple of months ago, and he was saying every time they wanted to have a convention for the union, they wound up in New York City. And all that does is allow the dollar to go from Nassau to New York City over and over again. And there's no reason that that should happen. That's why just this idea of this project and all of the opportunities it may bring, the employment to people in Long Island. And one of the things I noticed when I lived here is when I came back from college and went to Hofstra Law School, all these friends of mine told me that they were going to read to me. By the time I came back, they were gone because job opportunities in California and even in South Dakota and in Connecticut wooed some of our best and our brightest students out of the area. The brain drain in Long Island that was going on 50 years ago when we were going to school has not changed. And this is an opportunity to keep people home. What we're going to do is establish an affiliation, which we already have with Nassau Community College and also with Long Island University, to train people in the hospitality fields. These aren't jobs, these are careers. People can do that for the next 40 years of their lives if they want to. For those who didn't attend college, there are still training programs that would allow them the opportunity to come in at entry-level salaries, and those salaries will be $60,000 to $70,000 a year. So this is an opportunity for people who are living in this community to benefit from that, and it is true. And so the reality is that this opportunity is one that I think you legislators and members of the public should take a strong look at and not let shrill cries of overstated antisocial activity or crime that belies the records that law enforcement agencies and departments have right at this moment. So thank you for the opportunity to advocate for this plan, and thank you for taking the time to consider these remarks.
Thank you, Governor.
Thank you, Governor Patterson. Now, a colleague of mine, many of you have had the opportunity to meet at community events across the county, Ron Reese, SANS's Senior Vice President of Global Communications and Corporate Affairs, who will discuss our company's background and the collaboration we have had with the community over the last many months.
Thank you, Michael. Presiding officer, members of the committee, and the full legislature, thank you for your time today. I'm here today representing the Las Vegas part, where our corporate headquarters are, of Las Vegas Sands, a company I'm extremely proud to be a part of in what is now my 20th year with the organization. I'd like to take a few brief moments to tell you about the company that has negotiated the lease transfer that sits before you. The roots of Las Vegas Sands date back to the 1980s and the purchase of the famed Sands Hotel and Casino in Las Vegas. Ironically, the company wasn't founded as a quote-unquote casino company. Our founder purchased the Sands because it came with the most available land for his primary business, owning and operating trade shows. After constructing the country's largest privately funded convention and exhibition center, the company turned its focus to executing a unique business strategy in which, through the development of multifaceted offerings like we are proposing here, we could attract business people and convention attendees during the week and leisure visitors during the weekend. The Venetian Las Vegas opened in 1999 and redefined future eras of development in Las Vegas with its collection of hotel, meeting space, entertainment, shopping, dining, spa, nightlife, and gaming amenities. The opening of the Venetian was followed by multi-billion-dollar investments in our integrated resort properties in Macau and the $6.6 billion Marina Bay Sands in Singapore, as well as additional developments in Las Vegas and a very unique project in Bethlehem, Pennsylvania, you'll hear a bit more about shortly. In all, our company has invested more than $30 billion globally, created hundreds of thousands of direct and indirect jobs, and spurred massive economic benefits for our host communities. Starting with a single property in Las Vegas, Sands today is a global company, traded on the New York Stock Exchange, and based on market cap, is the most valuable company in our industry. I don't share those facts for any purpose other than to demonstrate that our company has a real track record, not a fake one where we pretended we worked on Wall Street for a few years, of delivering what we say we'll deliver. We also have a decades-long track record of being a strong and supportive community partner. Through good times, and certainly through the most turbulent and challenging times, we stand side by side with our local communities. And why wouldn't we? The people working in our properties are from the local community. They are your friends, neighbors, and relatives. As the Sands executive responsible for overseeing our Sands Cares programs, I could give you countless examples of the programs and causes and organizations we've supported that are so vital to our communities. just like they are here on Long Island. Our company has frequently been recognized as a model employer and a leader in our industry when it comes to how we approach sustainable development. With all that said, perhaps most important of all is our ability to conform our properties to reflect the customs, culture, and priorities of the communities in which they're built. And that's how we've approached our plans here in Nassau County. From the outset of this process, we've worked hard to engage with the local community. Let me talk about the results in 5 different ways. Our Sands Youth Empowerment Initiative, which earlier this year brought global superstar David Beckham and international women's soccer star Carly Lloyd to the area, attracted hundreds and hundreds of children for an opportunity to participate in a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. We've also had events in Uniondale with former Jet DeBrickashaw Ferguson and also in Uniondale with former New York Met Art Chomsky. Our procurement academies. 640 local small businesses and owners participated in 3 different procurement academy opportunities recently, and we've already started purchasing locally, including signs printed by TriStar, our proud union partner in Garden City, and Mama's Custom Cookies in Wantagh, which I'll try and get for everybody. They're delicious. The goal is to ensure that our supply chain is fulfilled from small businesses, minority-owned, women-owned, as well as veterans and disabled entrepreneurs based locally, so that the surrounding communities are all central and fully participating in the success of this project. Community meetings. To date, we have held more than 300 community meetings with community members. We've learned, I've certainly learned, that anything meaningful on Long Island happens in a diner. We're grateful so many community members have taken their personal time to meet with our team, to hear our vision, and to tell us theirs. We'll continue these as every meeting with community members, they share new insights and ideas that continue to strengthen the project. Working groups. More than 120 local community members and regional stakeholders are participating in 6 different working groups, sharing their ideas and concerns to co-create the vision for this integrated resort. The groups consist of business development, workforce development, community partnerships, infrastructure and transportation, environment and sustainability, and public safety. And let me close by talking about our community partnerships. We have forged a small business alliance with the Nassau Council of Chambers, as well as the Suffolk County Council of Chambers, and we're thankful to Frank Camarano and his leadership team. We forged relationships, importantly, with the Uniondale Chamber of Commerce and Mariano Ugaldi, Phil Andrews at the African American Chamber of Commerce, Louis Vasquez at the Hispanic Chamber of Commerce, and so many more. NAACP New York State Conference, Gary Johnson is here with us today. They're partnering with us on recruitment so that job opportunities not only stay local, but they include all communities. Neela Lockle from EAC is here with us today. We're working with them on job opportunity and workforce employment because of their grassroots connections to the local community and their outstanding reputation and track record for connecting candidates to jobs and skill development. We're honored to have feedback and input from environmental leaders like Adrian Esposito and Sammy Chu, who have helped guide us through our working groups on environment and sustainability. The Family and Children Association. The great Jeff Reynolds is here with us today and has been a resource to our team in thinking through local mitigation strategies to address addiction issues. We've partnered with the YMCA, who will provide our on-site child care if we are able to build an integrated resort here. Dan Lloyd and the great organization Minority Millennials. We're grateful for their work in helping us meet young entrepreneurs and professionals where they are, like most of our kids, on social media. We're pleased to have support from the Nassau Community College as our training hub partner, as well as their willingness to explore numerous innovative educational opportunities. We greatly thank President Maria Canzati and Jerry Kornbluth for their continued support of our efforts. Long Island University, visionary partner for recognizing the professional opportunities that an integrated resort will bring to the region in hospitality and beyond, and we're thankful to President Kim Klein for her leadership. The building trades and the Long Island Fed have been true partners in this project from the outset. Their membership will not only build this project, but they will operate it. Our thanks goes to the tireless Matty Arasich, the passionate Ryan Stanton, and the thoughtful John Durso for all of their guidance throughout this process. As we will state many times today, we're still in the formative stages of our proposal, and we look forward to the continued input of this body and this wonderful community. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ron. SANS continues to take in the community input that we have solicited through the open dialogues of our working groups that Ron just mentioned, and outputted that into what we believe is a best-in-class plan for an integrated resort at the site of the Nassau Coliseum. A site designed for entertainment with infrastructure in place to support large-scale entertainment and hospitality uses. An integrated resort is not just a hotel with a casino and a nice restaurant or two. It is a multifaceted entertainment and hospitality destination that is designed to have offerings of every segment of the market, from business travelers to local residents to families to international, domestic, and regional tourists. On the site of the Nassau Coliseum, we are lucky enough to have the acreage necessary to develop what will be the leading integrated resort product in the United States. This includes hotel offerings, both 4- and 5-star, meeting and conference facilities designed to complement the smaller venues already in the market, right-sized upscale retail, a cutting-edge entertainment venue designed for live music and shows, along with numerous restaurants. And just last week, we announced agreements with Rayo's, John George, Milos, as well as local favorites, Frank Borelli of East Meadows Borelli's Pizzeria, and the Pohl Brothers, who operate Hendricks and Bryant and Cooper in Roslyn. All of this is supported by breathtaking technical difficulty. Can you hear me now? Is that better? Okay, great. All of this is supported by breathtaking quality architecture, designed by world-renowned architects and consultants. The architectural language of the result offers dynamic and fluid roof lines that unify a series of programmatic volumes, each serving a distinct yet complementary components of the overall design. A design that was formulated to be in fitting with the surrounding area, while also being able to stand the test of time through sustainable building practices and a timeless quality. A design that also ensures that the site density is concentrated internally to be as unobtrusive as possible while creating new, publicly accessible open spaces that far exceed the Town of Hampstead code requirements, including a new plaza, which will contain a reimagined Veterans Memorial and a place for community events and year-round enjoyment. Hotel accommodations will range from generously sized standard rooms with large floor-to-ceiling windows to exquisitely appointed suites of varying sizes that will truly be the finest accommodations in New York. There will be a luxurious spa with many treatment rooms and pools operated by a top-tier brand which we'll be announcing in the weeks ahead. And of course, a gaming floor, which will be equally impressive. Site context is important to us from day one. We have designed Sands New York to be appropriately integrated into the surrounding community, not a walled-off island unto itself. The facility will be thoughtfully woven together through a series of articulated landscape strategies and united by a common theme of environmentally sustainable design. This next-gen integrated resort will transform perceptions, foster a sense of community and connectivity with its surroundings, and draw people together in extraordinary ways. To create a best-in-class experience, both the design and the offerings must be equally invested in. And the investment on part of Sands to achieve this is substantial. Sands is prepared to invest between $4 and $5 billion to make this project become reality. The economic development impact for Nassau is quite honestly staggering. Over 8,500 jobs in construction alone will be created. And let me be perfectly clear, this project will be completely union built. Over 6,000 careers will be launched in operations. The vast majority of these jobs will likely also be union. Sands has already signed a neutrality agreement with the New York Gaming and Hotel Trades Council, which alone covers approximately 80% of the job titles in the facility. We estimate that the average entry-level employee will earn a base wage of at least $70,000 a year, in addition to a generous benefits package. This investment will reap immediate results for Nassau County and the town of Hempstead. Over $120 million a year will be generated in taxes for both the county and the town, with the majority, $70 million, being guaranteed by Sands through the lease before you here today. In addition to the payments directly to local government, our Sands Cares charitable arm, which Ron oversees, will invest millions of dollars a year in our surrounding communities to fund worthy causes like homeless services, area beautification, and public safety. All of this investment will in turn generate tens of billions of dollars of direct, indirect, and induced economic activity for the area, turning Sands New York into an engine of broader economic development region-wide. Large-scale development requires extensive studying and analysis to ensure there are no unforeseen community impacts. As part of New York's State Environmental Quality Review Act, or SEQRA, a thorough analysis of our proposal will be undertaken. We believe the town of Hempstead will likely serve as lead agency in this review, with Nassau County and state agencies having an involved role in providing oversight of the development of the project. This process will ensure that all potential impacts are analyzed and appropriately mitigated at Sands' expense. From concerns about traffic to public safety to light and noise pollution, the SEQRA process will provide an in-depth checks and balances on the development. This process will likely take through some point next year. To execute this plan, we must work with our community partners to create a talent pipeline and a clear pathway to the middle class, with a special emphasis on unemployed and underemployed individuals. To discuss this, I'd like to introduce Angelina Ramirez, co-founder of Strategic Pathways, who will describe Sands' workforce development strategy and our commitment to diversity.
Good afternoon, presiding officers and members of the legislature. Thank you for the opportunity to present today. When it comes to our workforce development programs, Sands New York is committed to creating a pathway to prosperity with stable job opportunities and a roadmap for advancement. The Workforce Development Plan includes programming that targets local employment for those that are college students, unemployed, and underemployed, with preliminary estimates of employing at least 6,000 individuals in 150 job categories across a broad range of career paths, including hotel, food and beverage, operations, general and administrative, as well as casino. Sands New York has already started to implement their workforce development plan, as well as their diversity, equity, and inclusion initiatives. They have collaborated with Nassau Community College and Long Island University to develop hospitality degree programs. They have partnered with minority millennials to source local talent. And they have partnered with EAC to support local community recruitment plans. The next slide actually provides more details about the workforce development plan, which is based on their philosophy of lifelong learning for employees. Their strategy includes the following. First, identify local stakeholders to share information about job opportunities. And we're doing that with EAC and will continue to do so to ensure that everyone is made well aware of all opportunities when it comes to employment. Number two, establish strategic relationships to focus on recruitment. Third, utilize employment forecasts as well as job descriptions to determine required skills. And this part will be extremely important because we are going to not only assess candidates based on those required skills and their education and experience, but also the assessment will determine if they are ready to interview or if they need trainings. SANS will invest in training programs to meet any skill set gaps that they have. Of course, we're going to ensure that candidates not only get a job, but also have a career, and that's where personal preference comes in when it comes to these job opportunities. SANS will also provide mentorship and leadership development programs for advancement and retention. And finally, they offer a very comprehensive benefits package, including health care, child care, on-site meals, and even wellness programs. To give you some data points, 55% of their employees have worked for SANS for at least 5 years, 33% for 10 years. They also didn't lay any employees off during the pandemic. They truly believe that their greatest asset is their people. Thank you for the opportunity to present today.
Thank you, Angelina. We also understand the need to trust but verify and believe our development record speaks for itself. I'd like to invite former Bethlehem, Pennsylvania Mayor John Callahan to make some brief remarks about his experience with the development and operations of SANS Bethlehem.
Good afternoon. Appreciate the opportunity to appear before you. I sat in the same seats you sat in back in, I guess it would be 08, 07, when I had to determine if introducing gaming to the Christmas City, USA, Bethlehem, Pennsylvania, was good or bad, and what were going to be the long-term impacts. Having grown up there, I knew I was going to deal with those impacts as mayor one way or the other. Now, if you know Bethlehem at all, you might know them as the Bethlehem of Bethlehem Steel. We produced much of the steel that built the skyscrapers in Manhattan. We're very proud of that, a big part of our legacy as a community. You might know us for Lehigh University. A lot of folks on Long Island seem to find their way to go to school there for 4 years. So for us as a former steel town, we had a large brownfield site, the former Bethlehem Steel site. And when Pennsylvania approved gaming as a use in the state, they set up a little bit different process than New York in terms of there were two that were going to go to Philly, one was going to go to Pittsburgh, and there were sort of 2 statewide licenses that were available. So they set up a bit of a competitive process, and there were multiple operators interested in doing a project either in Bethlehem or in our region. Bethlehem's a city of about 75,000 people. We're in an MSA, Allentown, Bethlehem Easton, of about 80,000 or 800,000 people. We're about an hour from New York and an hour from Philadelphia. So, and again, I'm not here to suggest that what we did in Bethlehem or the issues that we dealt with in Bethlehem are exactly the same, obviously, of what you're going to deal with here in Nassau County. What I am here to do is to talk about the relationship that SANS built with our community and the commitment that they made and the promises that they kept. And that's kind of both in the planning process, the development process, and ultimately in the operations. I was mayor from 04 to 2014. The casino opened up in 2009, so I was there for sort of the good, bad, and the ugly. And as I say, I have all the scars to prove it, bringing a casino to Bethlehem. But the results have been very positive. I can tell you that we were the safest city in Pennsylvania with a population over 30,000 before the casino came to town. We continue to be the safest city in Pennsylvania with a population over 30,000, and we are safer today than we were before the casino came to Bethlehem. And that's assuming, and that's not on a sort of visitation or population basis. And I want to give everybody a sense that the casino in Bethlehem is a very large casino. I believe it's one of the largest casino floors in the Northeast, and it attracts upwards of 9 million people, 23,000 people a day to our city. So to say that we're safer today than we were when the casino opened in 2009, I think is quite a statement. And not only do they run a great property, and we have very little issues on the property, but the interaction between our police department, and we have paid police, fire, and EMS, we work really hand in glove with the Sands Casino and their operations. So you're going to be in for a lot of long meetings, a lot of long hours. I sat through planning board meetings and zoning commission meetings and city council meetings. And what I can say about the Sands, and it seems like they're doing exactly the same things here, is they took the time to listen. They took the time to meet with community groups and not-for-profit organizations to figure out what was unique about our community and what we wanted to see in our project. They invested $1 billion in Bethlehem. They took the most difficult portion of the steel site to develop, and that's what they took on. They invested $70 million in road improvements to make sure that it didn't overwhelm our community. And I'm going to be available as much as I can today for questions. I mostly came just to be available as a resource, because it's a tough situation to be in when you're introducing gaming. I can tell you that when I did it back in 2009, I didn't have very many good examples. I had Las Vegas, I had Atlantic City, I had some mining towns in Colorado, and some riverboat towns in the Mississippi. So it wasn't nearly as ubiquitous gambling as it is today. And you've got it in Massachusetts, you got it throughout a lot of the communities in the Northeast. But I set about then to do a couple of things, was to try to learn from the communities that did it well, the communities that did it poorly, and my goal was to be the community that other communities would visit at some point and say, you know, Bethlehem, they got it right. And I think we can say that today, and I hope that, for the same thing for all of you here in Nassau County. Las Vegas Sands were a great partner. They built a world-class casino, and they operated it to very high standards. And while there were many people in our community that were worried about, that kind of investment and a company coming to a town of 75,000 kind of overwhelming our community, what I said to the folks that were for or against, and we had a very open process, it was important to me as the mayor, was that we needed to have a lot more faith in ourselves as a community, that we had been around for 275 years. We had colonial history, we had industrial history, we've got great academic institutions in our community, and the casino is going to become a part of who we are. It's not going to become what we are. And I can tell you today that's the case. So we continue to be a great community. We're the safest community in Pennsylvania, and we've got enormous investment, enormous jobs, and our quality of life has never been better. So I appreciate the opportunity to present to you today, and I'm certainly going to be available if you have any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Callahan. Presiding Officer Nicolello, legislators, again, thank you for your time here to present to you. On behalf of Las Vegas Sands, we look forward to continuing to work with you in the years ahead to deliver significant benefits for you and your constituents. And we request your recommendation of the lease agreement before you here today. Thank you.
Good afternoon, legislators. My name is Josh Meyer from West Group Law. We're outside counsel to the county. on the lease negotiation, and I'm happy to be here today to present a brief summary. It's not easy for me to give the brief summary of this, but it'll be a brief summary of the terms of the lease. So by way of background, in 2013, the New York State Constitution was amended by voters statewide to authorize up to 7 casinos in New York State. In 2015, the state cited the first of 4 destination resort casinos in upstate, and they were given a 7-year head start on the downstate casinos, which was intentional. So in 2022, the New York State budget established a new citing process and criteria for the remaining 3 licenses for the downstate region. On January 3rd of 2023, New York State Gaming Commission issued a request for application to solicit proposals for up to 3 downstate area casinos. Las Vegas Sands approached the tenant under the existing lease with Nassau County for the Coliseum site to assume that lease. Just to be clear, the Coliseum site is owned by Nassau County, and the proposed lease is for the site currently occupied by the Coliseum and includes the 11-acre plaza parcels. As you recall, the 11 acres for the plaza parcels were taken back by the county as the prior tenant did not develop them within the time period that they were required to. So the county terminated that lease, and the county had the rights to develop that property. And that's now included in this existing lease, those 11 acres. And this does not include the Marriott Hotel site, which is immediately adjacent to the Coliseum site. If selected under the above process, the lease between Nassau County and LVS requires LVS to pursue the development of an integrated resort in Uniondale on this approximately 71.6 acre site. So just some of the basic terms. The term of this lease will be 99 years. The effective date will be the date the county executive executes the lease. The term commencement date will occur within 60 days of the effective date, within which LVS must close on the assignment and assumption of the existing lease with Nassau Live Center, LLC, who is the existing tenant. And by entering into this lease, the prior lease will terminate, and the 99-year lease term will run from the term commencement date. So just a brief summary of the economic terms. LVS will be required to make substantial payments to Nassau County. Initially, there will be an upfront, non-refundable, one-time advance rent payment of $54 million. That will occur within 2 business days following the term commencement date. LVS will be required to provide a security deposit in the amount of $5 million to the county, and it's projected that there will be $8,750,000 in 239F fees. Those fees will be charged by the Department of Public Works for the review of the potential project and for any curb cuts or the access of the parcel onto the county highways. So that would be for a total of $67,750,000. There'll also be recurring annual payments provided by LVS. The first is $5 million as the base rent for the non-casino aspect of the project. That will occur immediately on the term commencement date. Once the casino is open, the base rent will increase to $10 million. There'll also be a public safety payment payable on the term commencement date in the amount of $900,000 to cover police and security on the exterior of the site, of the Coliseum site. Once the casino is open, that amount increases to $1.8 million for the same policing. There's also a host county gaming revenue guarantee. That will be an amount of $25 million that LVS will guarantee to Nassau County upon the opening of the casino. The way that works is pursuant to New York State statute. There's a 5% share of the casino gaming revenue tax that is paid by the state quarterly to the county. In the event that it's less than the $25 million, when the first phase of the casino opens up, LVS will be required to increase that amount to the $25 million. Once the casino opens, fully opens for the second and final phase of the casino, that amount increases to $50 million. And again, if that amount, based on 5% of the tax on the gross gaming revenue that's generated at the facility, if it's less than that, LVS will be required to make up that amount to the county. In the event that it's in excess of $50 million, LVS will not have to come out of pocket. And again, those are minimum amounts, $25 and $50 million. The town will also be entitled to a guarantee of $10 million upon the opening of per year upon the opening of the casino, the first phase of the casino, and $20 million once the second and final phase of the casino is open to the public. There's a footnote there that relates to the most recent budget that was passed last week. The town of Hempstead, the Nassau County receives a 5% share of the gaming tax revenue. The town of Hempstead, in the most recent budget passed last week, their percentage was 5%, and that has now been increased to 10%. As a result, as you can see there, for the gross gaming revenue, if the facility generates $2 billion annually, the town of Hempstead will be receiving not the 10 and the 20 million, but more like $65 to $70 million based on their share. There'll also be a There'll also be a community benefits payment once the casino is open to the public. The first phase of $4 million annually. 40% of that will go to Uniondale. There will also be a community benefits payment in the event that the LVS is not granted a license in the amount of $2 million annually. 40% of that also to go to Uniondale. This is in addition to the projected the county hotel occupancy tax, sales tax, and entertainment tax, as well as the pilot payments that will be made in conjunction with their application to the Nassau County Industrial Development Agency. Those payments are undetermined at this time. So just to summarize, the total amount to be paid to the county over the first 10 years of the lease upon the opening of the casino will be in excess of $550 million. This does not include that $54 million. This does not include the $54 million upfront payment to the county, any pilot payments, the community benefit payments, and any entertainment tax, sales tax, or the hotel occupancy tax. By way of comparison, based on the current lease, the total amount of revenue to be received by the county under that lease over the entire 49-year term of that lease would only be $310 million. And this payment would be in excess of $500 million just over the first 10 years once the casino is open. There are also various non-economic commitments provided under the agreement, which will provide significant opportunities to redevelop the county's hub area, which strengthen and enhance the surrounding neighborhoods. With the casino, under the casino scenario, LVS will construct the integrated resort of over 3 million square feet. The casino will include certain minimum required elements in the lease, including a world-class casino, a luxury hotel with at least 500 rooms and amenities, an entertainment venue containing a minimum of 3,600 seats, sufficient parking, retail spaces, and restaurants. Under the non-casino scenario, which is in the event LVS does not obtain a license, then LVS will be required to develop a mixed-use complex, including a Ritz-Carlton or St. Regis or equivalently branded hotel, up to 500 residences, an entertainment venue containing a minimum of 3,600 seats, and other lawful use subject to the county's prior written consent. So anything else, if in the event that Las Vegas Sands is not awarded a license, the county and LVS will need to agree as to what else will need to be built in addition to the hotel, the residences, and the performance venue. The use of the premises by LVS will be required to conform at all times to applicable legal requirements, meaning all applicable laws, rules, and regulations. There are prohibited uses. There's permitted uses and prohibited uses in the lease as to what can be built on site. The prohibited uses include the sale of cannabis or any paraphernalia for or related to the use of cannabis or any illegal or illicit drugs or other substances. No big box retail establishments or any logistics or warehouse uses are allowed on site. So there's no Walmart, Sam's, anything along Home Depot, anything along those lines. Any use or activity is morally offensive and the reasonable determination of the county will also not be permitted. LVS shall also not allow anyone, they can't do that, or they will not be permitted to allow anyone else to utilize the premises with any of the prohibited uses. As with standard commercial real estate leases for projects of this size, there are provisions relating to assignment, subleases, and severance leases. We obviously had to build in significant protection to the county in relation to each of those. So the restrictions on the assignment is if the LVS is awarded a license, LVS is not permitted to assign or transfer the lease or the premises prior to substantial completion of construction of the full gaming space as authorized by the license. LVS is thereafter allowed to assign the lease without the consent of the county to a major assignee who must have a net worth of at least $500 million and agrees to be expressly liable to the county for all liabilities and obligations of LVS under the lease, or whose parent has a net worth of at least $500 million. On the sublease, in order to have a subtenant under this project, a qualifying subtenant must use and occupy at least 5,000 square feet of the premises for retail or other non-office commercial purposes, or at least 10,000 square feet for the premises for office purposes. And for either of one or two, the use permitted under the sublease or other occupancy agreement cannot be a prohibited use, and the sublease has to be on market terms and conditions and for an initial term of at least 10 years. And the county must accept the qualifying subtenant in the event that the the lease terminates for any reason. With regard to severance leases, LVS may sever the agreement into 5 additional smaller standalone ground leases. The counties shall not be obligated to enter into the severance leases unless all the following are met. The premises demised under the proposed severance leases is no less than 5 contiguous acres, and for a specified permitted use, all the financial obligations and other obligations of LVS under the lease are apportioned between LVS and each of those severance leases, and LVS provides to the county an audited financial statement demonstrating that the proposed tenant or proposed guarantor has a net worth of at least $200 million and agrees to maintain that net worth for the duration of the term of that lease. A very important provision in the lease is the environmental conditions. This is a very strict and this is a very difficult provision to negotiate, and this puts all of the onus on LVS in connection with the environmental conditions. You won't see this in very many leases, that LVS is responsible for any investigation, remediation, management, handling, abatement, or disposal of the environmental conditions at the premises, including the excavation and disposal of hazardous substances, including asbestos in the Coliseum. So they're required at their own cost and expense for anything that they incur for any subsurface conditions at the site. The county will have no obligation with regard to any costs unless it was caused by them during the term of the agreement. But any pre-existing environmental conditions on the site, LVS will be required to provide any costs and expenses related to that. Regarding the use of union labor, there will be a union neutrality agreement where LVS agrees to remain neutral with respect to any organizing activities on the site. Existing improvements, by that we mean the Coliseum, will continue to be operated utilizing union labor, and there will be a project labor agreement that LVS will be required to enter into with the Building and Construction Trades Council of Nassau and Suffolk Counties, AFL-CIO, and its constituent local unions. With regard to the Coliseum, LVS has the right throughout the term to use and operate the Coliseum consistent with its existing uses. It can cease the ongoing operation of the Coliseum during the term. It can perform renovations or repairs for new uses. It can demolish the Coliseum in its entirety, or it can use and operate for any other lawful purpose. However, the county wanted to protect against the Coliseum sitting on the site in the event that LVS did not want to utilize it. So at any time after the 5th anniversary of the term commencement date, where LVS is not operating the Coliseum on a consistent or continuous basis, the county may, in its sole discretion, require LVS to demolish the existing improvements at the tenant's sole cost and expense. Not operating is defined as failing to host at least 30 events that are open to the general public within any 12-month period, and failing to generate gross revenue of at least $30 million as escalated annually by the CPI index. So the county didn't, since this is a 99-year lease, the county didn't want to be in a position where the Coliseum sat there, they weren't operating it, they weren't maintaining it or repairing or replacing it, and it was sitting there, and all of a sudden they wanted to give it back to the county at some point in the future. The county didn't want it to sit there and wanted to have the right to require them to demolish the Coliseum as necessary. For a Veterans Memorial, LVS is required to construct at its sole cost and expense an appropriate monument, memorial, or other tribute to veterans of the Armed Forces of the United States at a total cost of not less than $1 million. LVS is required to construct at its expense the core and shell of a freestanding police substation on the site of approximately 1,500 square feet with parking area for 8 vehicles. Such design needs to be consistent with the 3rd Precinct substation currently located at the Source Mall. In addition, LVS is required to reimburse the county of up to $500,000 towards the cost and expense of outfitting the interior. Community Benefits Program. LVS is required to undertake a community benefits program designed to ensure that LVS helps address the needs of the surrounding areas. Particular focus is on communities in need and communities that are traditionally underrepresented in the workforce. The plan will support, enhance, and/or promote the following: fire departments and districts and ambulance service providers, school districts, libraries and library districts, athletic fields, ball fields and parks, and more. Not less than 40% of the total value of the benefits conferred under the Community Benefits Program shall be used for initiatives directly benefiting the residents of Uniondale. There will be an advisory committee composed of an equal number of representatives of LVS and the county executive, and 1 representative appointed by each of the following: the Majority Caucus of the Nassau County Legislature, the Majority Caucus of the Nassau County Legislature, the Town of Hempstead Supervisor, and the Hempstead Town Board. In addition to the $5 million security deposit being provided by LVS, LVS will provide a $100 million letter of credit expiring on the 5th anniversary of the license determination date. The license determination date is the date that that the New York State Gaming Commission determines either that a license is being awarded to LVS or is not being awarded to LVS, or later once certain substantial assets have been developed on the site. That's for the county's protection for the obligations of LVS pursuant to the terms of the lease. For infrastructure improvements, LVS will be responsible for the cost of certain water and sewer work connected with the project as required by law and anything that arises through the secret process. LVS is required for utilities at its sole cost and expense to install, provide, and pay for any and all utilities and services needed or to be utilized by LVS. For repairs, LVS is required at sole cost and expense to install, provide, and pay for all repairs and maintenance needed for the proper operation and functioning of any portion of the premises. And for traffic, LVS must fully implement and fund all traffic improvements described in its traffic study as required by law through the secret process, and such improvements must be completed on a schedule agreed to by the county. Just some other obligations. The LVS is not the LVS cannot compete with this existing. Thank you. Cannot compete against this existing casino during the term by constructing a separate casino within Nassau County. And a significant protection is that LVS will indemnify the county against any liabilities, losses, damages, costs, expenses, and claims that relate in any way to this project, to the development, construction, or operation of the project, unless the loss was caused by the county's gross negligence or willful misconduct. So with that, I've exceeded the definition of brief, and I'm be happy to take any of your questions.
That was within the definition of brief for an attorney.
All right, thank you very much.
All right, so what we'll have now is questions from legislators. We'll start with the Rules Committee members, and then we'll expand out to all the members of the full legislature. First, I want to give you an opportunity, both Mr. Levoff yourself, to knock down something that's been floating out there that Eisenhower Park is going to be used in any way, shape, or form in connection with either the construction and or the operation of a resort.
That is completely patently false, and certainly never came from anyone associated with Sands. I can make a commitment here now today to the legislators that is certainly not in our plans.
Okay. Josh, the upfront, yeah, Mr. Levoff, you want to just pull the mic a little bit closer and just
Sure.
repeat that?
There is no intention on part of Sands, and I can commit to the legislators here today, that Eisenhower Park will be utilized in any way for the development of this project or operations, period.
Right. Okay, Josh, in terms of the upfront advance rent, it comes due, assuming that the lease the lease transfer is signed, it comes due in July. Once that's paid, why is it that you in the middle can't hear me, but all the people in the back are not complaining? Can we get a chair down there for her? Seriously, put a chair up near the front so she can hear. All right. In the back, can you hear us? Okay, thank you. All right. All right. Obviously, they heard me say no. All right. In terms of the in terms of the upfront advance rent, once it's paid, it's paid. It's not given back, regardless of what happens with this property, with the proposal, et cetera.
That's correct. That's absolutely correct. It's a non-refundable upfront payment of $54 million from LVS.
Okay. The minimum gaming revenue, assuming that the transfer is signed, the license is given, they operate a casino, there's a guarantee of $50 million, correct?
For the first phase, it's $25 million, and for the second and final phase, it's $50 million.
So there's been a concern raised that with casinos, their take goes up and down. So that are actually the amount of money that we're getting is not going to be tied to that. So whether they're not doing poorly in a particular year or doing well, $50 million in the second phase and thereafter is guaranteed.
That's correct. And as far as, to our knowledge, that's unprecedented for a guarantee such as this to be provided. So as I indicated previously, to the extent that it's less than the $25 million, that's a minimum. So it's based on the 5% of the gaming tax revenue. And to the extent that it could very well exceed the 25 and 50 million, depending on what the gross gaming revenue is, and then the tax that is generated from that, and the county gets a 5% share of that. The LVS will guarantee at $25 million for the first phase of the casino and $50 million thereafter.
And you covered this, but with respect to a potential assignment, there's a concern that Sands would move on at some point, as they have in Bethlehem. It's now Wind Creek. The assignment is subject to provisions in the lease, correct?
That's correct.
And is it also subject, or will it be throughout, to the state's oversight?
Yes. And that is the benefit to the county on this, and it can't be overstated, that the state's procurement and licensing process for a casino license overlays this entire lease that we have between the county and LVS. That's to the county's benefit, that they'll be required to, the 5% share will be in there, as well as this guarantee.
You had a slide about this, but could you compare, Mr. Leboff, the regional casinos versus an integrated resort? What is the difference there?
Sure. A regional casino is loosely defined as essentially the casino is the primary element of the entertainment experience. What we intend to build here in Nassau, an integrated resort, is really a multifaceted entertainment destination. It includes live entertainment spaces, retail, extensive hotel accommodations, hospitality uses, and meeting and conference spaces. Regional casino, you might be familiar certainly with the VLT facilities in New York at Jake's 58 or Aqueduct Casino or Yonkers Racetrack. Those facilities largely don't contain many of the non-gaming amenities that you would find in what we would call an integrated resort.
Okay. What is the target population? Obviously, we have casinos all over the Northeast, as I said before. We have, obviously, Las Vegas, Atlantic City, Pennsylvania. You have Connecticut. So what is it that Sands envisions in terms of who he is trying to attract to this location?
Well, first and foremost, we think that the facility that we've shown here today will be a draw for tourists, both domestic, regionally, and internationally. We think we can import gaming dollars into New York. Secondly, one of the largest feeder markets of gaming to Las Vegas, certainly Pennsylvania, Connecticut, and Atlantic City, is the New York City metro area. A high-quality facility like we've described here today, the $4 or $5 billion facility, would allow us to retain those gaming dollars that are presently leaving the market. And in our modeling, that's the vast majority of the revenue we think we're going to generate.
Okay. In terms of the convention space, how much there's a dearth of convention space? What are we talking about here?
Well, in Nassau presently, there's a plethora of venues that could support events of, let's say, 300 to 500 people. What we're looking at here, a meeting and conference space, carpeted space, suitable for community events, small meeting, corporate retreats, etc., somewhere in the neighborhood of 200,000 square feet.
And approximately, what would you be looking for in terms of, on an annual basis, in terms of events there?
Well, I don't think the occupancy of the event center would be probably more than 50% or so. Just to explain how that fits into our business model, the entertainment center itself during weekends and peak visitation, certainly the entertainment offerings fill the hotel. During the weekday, things like meeting and conference space allow us to have an even occupancy rate. We attract business travelers, companies that are looking to do presentations or utilize a space for marketing purposes. So we utilize it to even out the demand across the week.
What's the minimum age to enter a casino?
21.
And what type of measures will you have in place to prevent somebody who's under 21 from entering?
Well, New York actually has a variety of safeguards to prevent underage gaming. Unlike certain markets like Atlantic City or Las Vegas, where a gaming floor is permeable to the non-gaming amenities around it, New York's gaming floors are partitioned. Customers to the gaming floor are required to walk through manned security checkpoints. They will have to look one of our security officers will be looking at people as they go through these checkpoints, and they certainly will challenge anyone who is appears underage and ask them to produce ID.
You mentioned security. Can you describe, in general terms, what type of security there is?
Well, Las Vegas Sands probably has an industry-leading security apparatus. We anticipate in this market specifically to have over 200 security officers on site at all times. We use industry-leading technology, surveillance. We'll probably have 5,000 security cameras in the facility. We'll utilize license plate readers and other tools to ensure that we know who's in our facility and that it is as secure as possible.
Now, I mean, residents have raised the issue of concerns about crime being generated by a casino and in the communities, et cetera. Do you have a response to that, either yourself, the administration, or what can you do to allay those concerns?
Well, I can speak to the safety of the people within our facility. So Sands is responsible for anything that goes on within our facility. We will have, like I mentioned, a robust security apparatus. We will have perimeter patrols, et cetera. In this lease, we've provided a $1.8 million public safety offset that is designed to cover the costs associated with the Nassau County Police Department servicing of the exterior of the facility.
Unfortunately, we don't have the police department here with us, but we will bring them down on the 22nd. We'll have some questions for them.
Correct.
I mean, the other major issue that's been raised, what? Arthur, you going to answer?
Yes, in connection with the number of 1.8 and 9.
Let Mike Colosi.
We had consulted with the police commissioner and his team to figure out what the appropriate number was, and this number far exceeds what they believe the manpower is, basing on starting salaries, the current contract, the fact that there's a 2% increase every year. This will be enough to have at least 6 officers so 12 in a day for the 2 shifts, and it will cover them being on site when necessary, and we believe it's a sufficient amount. And when we're here again, we'll elaborate on that before the full ledge.
And that's in addition to the police substation, which Sands will construct at our expense and fit out. So there will be a visible presence physically at the facility.
Transportation, people are concerned about traffic. Obviously, the traffic is the subject of the environmental quality review at the town. I understand you're undertaking a traffic review at present.
That's correct. So as part of the secret process, traffic is one of the paramount concerns and analyzed extensively. Terry Elkowitz from VHB is actually here present today. They are conducting the traffic study on behalf of Las Vegas Sands. We're presently analyzing 35 impacted potential intersections, and we will continue to review traffic mitigations, and we've provided a commitment that we will fund necessary mitigations to ensure that there is capacity for the project. I will mention that the Nassau Coliseum was designed to have 15,000 people come during a short period of time. The roadway network around the Coliseum, the length of the off-ramps from the Meadowbrook, for example, were designed for a large surge of traffic during a short period of time. We will be having certainly a large surge of traffic, but it will be spread across the balance of a day, as opposed to during a peak period, a short peak period.
Do you have a commitment to MWBE, Minority Women Business Owned Enterprises? Do you want to speak to that? Go ahead.
They have to.
Yeah, we certainly do. The New York State Gaming Commission, in their request for application, has asked applicants to provide a commitment on MWBE participation. Sands will be making a commitment of 30% MWBE participation, both in construction and in operations.
All right, so I think you covered most of the points that I had. The legislator Schaefer.
Good afternoon. I just, at the moment, have one question. I know we'll be here a while, so others may come up. But I was just wondering, what strategies do you have are you going to be implementing to draw the people that you expect to see here, and the businesses, honestly, because that's a big input to the economy.
Certainly, we will be undertaking a pre-opening extensive marketing campaign. You know, you've probably seen television ads for say as Bethlehem, for example, we will spend in probably the tens of millions of dollars on a pre-opening marketing campaign to ensure that there is awareness in the market, and that's inclusive of television, broadcast radio, mail, digital ads, etc. But quite honestly, because of the structure at which New York has issued license, the fact that they are limited to only 3 in the New York metro area, people who are interested in becoming our customers will find us. We're going to have a top-tier gaming product. They will certainly know about it, and they will certainly find us, and we'll be within an hour's drive of the vast majority of our market.
I assume you did a lot of marketing, not marketing, excuse me, a lot of investigating into why you think so many people will come here. Because obviously, you're coming here because you believe that you're going to get a good share of the people that are going other places. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct. We're engaged in a market study presently. We've done market studies over the years, looking at the New York metro market. But for us, it's pretty clear. We operated in Bethlehem and we operated in Las Vegas. We know where our players were coming from. In Bethlehem, over 30% of our players were coming from the New York City metro area. In Las Vegas, it's probably the second or third largest feeder market for Las Vegas, and it's crystal clear how many gaming dollars are presently leaving the state, and our ability to recapture that. We think we, in conjunction with the other 2 licensees, will likely recapture over 90% of that gaming dollars that are leaving the market.
Okay, that's all I have for now.
Legislator Dirigi Whitney.
Good afternoon. I want to just start out by saying that I have some reservations about having a casino come to our area. But I am going to agree to listen today. That's what I'm here to do as a legislator. All right, I'm sorry. Our microphones have to be upgraded. But I want to just, at this point, I'm going to remain neutral in the sense that I want to just get our answers given to us. When you mentioned that we were getting the $50 million guaranteed, Josh, is that for the full 99-year term of the lease?
So is that the
$50 million a year for 99 years?
it's $50 million a year for the term of the license. So the initial term of the license for Las Vegas Sands, pursuant to the request for application process of the State Gaming Commission, is anywhere between 10 and 30 years. So it's just during the time that they have a license and the full casino is built and operating.
So you're putting on the record that for 10 years, Nassau County will be receiving $50 million a year from Sands?
So it's a minimum $50 million a year. It's based on the New York State statute that says that Nassau County will receive a 5% share of the casino revenue gaming tax,
Right.
resulting from the revenue that's generated at the casino. And so the county will be paid directly by the state quarterly for those amounts. Any shortfall will be made up by Las Vegas Sands. So the majority of it will be paid from the state.
Just for clarification. So for 10 years to maybe 30 years, you're guaranteeing that you're going to come up with the $50 million?
That's correct,
Per
because
year.
the state is paying Nassau County those quarterly payments based on the 5% share of the casino revenue tax. And as I indicated, if it's in excess of $50 million, which it very well could be, Las Vegas Sands doesn't come out of pocket whatsoever. If there's a shortfall between what the state pays the county as their 5% share and the $50 million, Las Vegas Sands will have to come out of pocket for that amount.
And what if the lease what if the license is transferred? Does that guarantee transfer as well?
Yes, absolutely. Under pursuant to an assignment, all the terms of the lease will go along with that assignment. And that $50 million actually increases by 2% annually. So each year, year 2 it'll be $51 million. Year 3 it'll be over $52 million. So it's escalated and compounded annually. So by the time that you get to the 10th year, it'll be over $60 million is what the actual minimum annual revenue guarantee will be that Las Vegas Sands will be required to meet.
Do you have any progression or any studies as to what you think a yearly income for the Sands group would be from this casino, like a rough idea?
I would ask the same.
Right,
if they wanted to-
we do not.
You have no projection whatsoever?
From the county standpoint?
No, from Sands themselves. Do you have any, Sands, you must have some kind of market studies, correct?
Is the question, when you say income, are you referring to what an individual will make who works in our facility, or
No,
you're
I'm
asking about
wondering
revenue?
what you anticipate a casino to bring into your company, a casino in Nassau County to bring into your company yearly, what your rough estimate is?
Sure. We think that gross gaming revenue for this facility is probably in excess of $2 billion a year.
$2 billion a year.
Well,
Right, so if
Aqueduct
you
is
did-
doing $1 billion right now with slots.
Do you have any
Correct.
idea, first of all, what are your hours of operation?
24 hours.
That's what I thought. Do you have any
That's a
idea
state requirement, by the way.
how many people you anticipate to visit per day?
Our market study and our traffic study is presently ongoing, but it will be north of 20,000 a day.
Okay. I just want to mention, when you say that, I know the police, all right, I'm an unofficial marketer in this. I've spoken to a number of police departments, not even in our area, that are very concerned about different ancillary, issues. I even just Googled Bethlehem. There are a few issues, let's say. One is, it seems that there's an issue with children being left in cars sometimes when the parents go into gambling. So, you're saying we're just going to have to look at the parking lot in that area. I'm just hoping, when the police come, again, I was approached by a police, chief of police last night, who's from the North Shore, and there are a lot of additional concerns other than just the parking lot. We're going to have to really look into this. If you just Google what's some of the crime statistics.
I'd like to ask Mayor Callahan to approach the podium again and just make some comments about his experience in Bethlehem.
I heard him, but it's just, do you want him to talk again? If he wants to, but I did listen to you. I understand I'm not mitigating what you're saying, but if you Google it, you do see, especially the kids being left in the car seems to be an issue. So the other thing I just wanted to mention, even if, again, I stated that I'm concerned about the idea of a casino, but even if this was something that I was so in favor of, like an IT company coming in to offer our kids jobs like that, or a medical research company coming in, if I knew that if for some reason they didn't get it, let's just say they needed approval of some type, that this would automatically, the lease would automatically only come back to the county executive and bypass the Nassau County Legislature for a $500 million piece of property. Even if I thought it was a great idea with jobs that I thought my kids would be interested in, or, most of us would want our kids to go into, I would really be very hesitant, because anytime you bypass, I really believe in checks and balances, and anytime you bypass an arm of government, in my opinion, it's a very slippery slope. It's not a good practice. And so that is, and I'm not even saying that's necessarily your concern, but I don't know why we can't change that in the agreement and saying, instead of it coming back to the county executive, why don't we have the plans come back to as they do here, back to the legislature, which goes through committees, which goes through full ledge, which goes through hearings such as today. to have this left up to one person is just completely against the way our government is set up, in my opinion. I come from a long line of government. My father was on the Board of Supervisors. You know, I've been around for 16 years, and I would never agree. I really can't see us being in a position where we would agree to bypass our branch of government for any project. So that is my number one concern. That was more of a statement, other than if you want to come back to us and have it come back to Ledge, I think it would be a good idea. But I will now yield the floor.
Legislator Cialabino.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Good afternoon. So I'm going to dive into the Community Benefits Agreement. I'm going to pose a couple of questions to start. First question in particular is if you could also provide me with the terms of the Community Benefit Agreement, in so much that you state that the license can run anywhere from 10 to 30 years. So understanding that that might be the case for the casino in the event that there's an integrated resort that goes there, what happens in the event that we go to Plan B? What does that community benefit term look like?
So that community benefit plan would be the $2 million a year annually to be provided once the alternate site plan is developed, and once that is substantially developed and constructed by Las Vegas Sands, then the Las Vegas Sands would fund the $2 million community benefits plan.
And running what length of time? Because when it's tied to the integrated resort, it's tied to the license, right? To the duration of the license. But separate and apart from an integrated resort going there and some other development actually being constructed and developed and operated from that site, how long would that community benefits agreement run for?
Right, and that's a fair question. So instead of as you said, the term of the license for the $4 million, this would be for the remainder of the term, $2 million annually. Yeah, for the 99-year term of the lease.
So then it's for the 99
That's
years
correct.
of the lease. So if Plan B happens, it's for 99 years at $2 million.
Absolutely.
If Plan A, which is the integrated resort, is the plan, then it's for the duration of the license, and it's $4 million per year, with 40% going to Uniondale.
That's correct.
Okay. So thank you for that. So the actual community benefits agreement, let's talk about when the community actually receives the benefit. Please, it's my understanding that it only happens once the integrated resort, in particular, specifically the casino portion, is actually opened. Is that correct?
That's correct. If Las Vegas Sands receives the license, it's when the casino is first open. It'll be open in two phases. Upon the opening of the first phase, the community benefits plan will be funded with $4 million by Las Vegas Sands.
Okay, so can you describe to me a timeline to which the actual first phase of a community benefit payment can be paid to the community? Let's say that the license, it's my understanding, the potential for the determination for the license could happen as early as March of 2025. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So with that being the date, when would you, in terms of your timeline or LVS's timeline, would we actually see phase one?
So pursuant to the terms of the New York State budget, where it was modified to actually Las Vegas Sands will pay their license fee upon the selection and not upon the award. So based on your timeline, it would probably be 2024 when the license would be, the selection would be made for the entity that receives a license. And then it would be within approximately 18 months to 2 years that the first phase of the casino would be built out and open to the public.
So a community would have, the impacted communities would have to wait a significant period of time enduring construction impacts and the like before they would be able to receive any benefits. And that, to me, is very concerning. There are some immediate needs, and I'd like to make Sands aware of them if they're not. And I'd like to make the administration aware of them.
Yes.
There's some immediate needs right now in the Uniondale community. And to have the plan be that they wouldn't get any funding as a host community for almost 2 years, I think is not really in the spirit of moving together and not dragging this community along with you. And so if we're going to be in partnership with the community, I think that they should be able to receive benefits at the onset of receiving the impacts, right? And so the Uniondale Library, their community space is in a basement. It's in a basement, and they take on water. For whatever, there was probably a creek there some time ago, and now the water level is rising, the table rises, and when we take on these 10-year storms that seem to happen once a year now, water rises in their community space, and they can't use it. They take on extensive damage to the flooring and all the other conditions there, and so their infrastructure is really, in need of some level of attention. But what they've also noticed is that because Uniondale is a growing community, okay, for many people who think Uniondale, they think of just south of Hempstead Turnpike. But Uniondale is growing significantly even on the north side of it, to the extent that we have the Selby and the Meadowbrook Point and the Vanderbilt and the like. All those people are zoned for the Uniondale Library. And so they have realized pre and post-pandemic that they're in need of 25% more space. And then you take into account the flooding that happens. They need to relocate, is what they have come to. I've met with the board. And so that's a benefit to the community as we look to have this transformational development occur there, that we want to stabilize them. We want to make sure that they have meeting spaces and have an opportunity to, meet their challenges. Uniondale is home to, I think, 36,000+ individuals. It's mostly a homeowner community. And what we've seen, it's a vibrant community, it's a wonderful community, and it's a community that unfortunately was hit terribly during the subprime mortgage crisis, in so much that even to this day, we have about 500 homes that are in various phases of foreclosure. And the Uniondale Land Trust has been doing a significant amount of work on dealing with blighted properties. They'd love an opportunity to expand their services to the community to take on some of that foreclosure assistance, provide the technical assistance to a community that's striving, but also we need to consider their stabilization as they go through this transformation, okay? One of the other things that listen, the Uniondale Fire Department, they're extraordinary, they do wonderful work, they respond very well to that Mitchell Field area, but they're not even responding to other portions of Uniondale Fire District jurisdiction, in so much that Westbury Fire Department responds to Roosevelt Field. So now we're going to have this development come into the hub, and we don't think that the Uniondale Fire Department would need to be resourced appropriately to ramp up for this development. We don't think that they would need the money here and now. I mean, they would have to recruit, they have to get equipment, they have to do all the things to properly safeguard that community. That's an immediate need. Moreover, Newmick, right? When Holly Patterson New Health decided that they were going to lease their land to Engel Berman, they gave a community benefit to the Uniondale community. So we'll give you a community room, a community center. It's only 4,000 square feet So I wouldn't call it quite a center, but a community space, okay? And so that agreement went forward without it being carved into the four corners of the lease. And without it being put into the four corners of that lease, what has resulted is that a building that was constructed 2 years ago is sitting vacant, without being used. So, we're in a community that needs a library, needs some help stabilizing because they were so, the predatory lending that occurred. We have a need where the fire department is going to need to ramp up. We have a community where a community center that was built is not even turned over. It's not resourced. It's not built out. Doesn't have the operating money that it needs to provide the services. But you also have a community where a community benefit was articulated, was promised, but the promise was unkept. So I think that if we were going to consider anything there, I don't care if it's Plan A or B. Well, I won't say I don't care if it's Plan A or B, because I do have some strong feelings about whether it's Plan A or B. But what I'm saying is, whether it's a Plan A or a Plan B, we must fund that community in its immediate, and I'm speaking for Uniondale, okay? But there are other impacted communities. East Meadow, Garden City, Garden City, Westbury, Hempstead, and I'm saying that in the immediate, those that are closest and most impacted, and I'll speak for the communities I serve, Hempstead and Uniondale, they need money and they need money now. They need more and they need it sooner. And so I don't think that 2 years out is sufficient, and I don't think the amount that you're even suggesting in the immediate is sufficient. I think they need more now, and I think we need to consider putting tens of millions of dollars into those immediate communities that would be subjected to the impacts of the development. And so that is where I stand on this community benefits agreement. If anybody wanted to respond, I'm open to hear.
Legislator, I'd like to respond about Uniondale because I've been working on that for a while now. As far as the library, with my efforts, the hospital has entered into an access agreement with the library to map out the property where they want to go.
I'm aware.
Secondly,
They need money to get there.
well, I thought they had the money. That's what the school board told us, but we'll deal with that issue based on you. But we were told they had the funding to build the library on that site. Secondly, as far as the community center, when it was finished under the prior administration, nothing happened. I guess the problem was there's a very old letter where one particular group thought they had an entitlement to it, but I don't think that was like in full force and effect. So what we did is I personally instructed Newmark last week to do an RFP for the community center. So there won't be an issue if there's one group's entitled to it or not, and they should be issuing it this week. Because I've been dealing with this for a while.
Chief Deputy, I'm just
Okay.
going to say that the problem to me is not whether this group thought they were entitled to it.
Okay, that was the
I
impediment.
think that's a separate issue that we can.
Well, that's why they didn't move
What I
ahead
think
with
is
it.
more important is that because it was not put into the lease, that it's even left up for any level of
I
discrepancy.
appreciate what you're
There
saying.
there could be no discrepancy if it was in a lease. This
Okay.
was some side letter agreement that
Yeah,
was drawn up,
predates
and
everything, yeah.
and that's where the confusion comes
Okay.
in. So eliminate any kind of confusion if something like this is going to happen.
Exactly.
A or B, it doesn't matter which plan we're talking about. We have to be very clear and concise in what we're going to be doing. I don't think we leave it up to the 19 of us that are sitting up here and the 4 people sitting at this table.
I appreciate that.
I
Okay.
think it has to be memorialized in something that's binding and ironclad.
Okay.
And so, it seemed as though LVS wanted to respond, and I'd be open.
On the fire, I think, right?
Thank you, Legislator Bino. I appreciate your passion for your community. And you're right, 2 years is a long time to wait. I think we are willing to further these conversations with you in terms of the Uniondale Fire Department, who we have had meetings with. in the Uniondale Library, and are prepared to come back to you with millions of dollars to meet those needs ahead of the two-year timeline. In fact, we would accelerate that to at issuance of license. At the issuance of a gaming license, we would be ready to fund the projects that are most important to the impacted communities. Whether we memorialize, I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, that's fine.
Whether we memorialize that in agreement with the town of Hempstead as we proceed, or the lease, that's not necessarily for us to do. Obviously, we'll be bound by it if we put it in our submission to the state, and that's a potential. But we are willing to, cede to the county and others in terms of the binding nature of that agreement and specifics of it. But you're right, 2 years is too long. And candidly, if this lease is transferred and as we work to, and if we're fortunate enough to get a license, the community benefits will really kick in almost immediately in terms of having job training in this community, getting people trained to go to work in this facility. We're already in the community supporting a lot of community initiatives. We are supporting, local charities and organizations. We're supporting activities of the universities who we've met with, and that work will continue and will accelerate. So I think we're more than happy to reach an agreement with you, the legislature, the county, in some way where we can address your concerns.
Okay, and so I also would love to hear about how we could work on a Plan B where that's tied in as well, because you're saying at license, if there's Plan B that goes forward, I want to see how there is an opportunity for an upfront type of payment to the community to shoulder the burden of any type of construction impacts. So thank you for that. And then one other concern that I have, which I also think should be in the lease, is that as a concern as it relates to the casino, we know that there's impacts that will happen in terms of behavioral health, in terms of addictions of gambling and alcohol and all those other things that come along with casinos. One of the things that I think should be in the list is a requirement for, if there's a casino, that there should be a community engagement office that would support all of those behavioral health issues. And it should consist of individuals, obviously, who are skilled practitioners in those fields with core cultural competencies. We need individuals to be able to merely say that we have these manned posts and we can, identify if somebody is a gambler or not. I don't think it's sufficient. I think that we need to, if something like this is coming, okay, it has to be in a lease where we're requiring of LVS and any other operator to come there and be very clear that they are going to support community to the degree that if there's any issues related to addiction or any other trafficking, anything, that you, LVS, is going to invest in that issue.
Again, Legislator Bono, thank you. I'll defer to the county in terms of, lease or specifics around that. But I would point to, as I mentioned in my remarks, one of the first, we've been in the community now for about a year, talking to people and getting feedback and listening and meeting. And one of the first meetings we did was with Jeff Reynolds at the Family and Children Association. And Jeff has helped guide our thinking and his organization. Each community is different. I live in Las Vegas where the needs are different than they are here in Nassau County. And we recognize that first and foremost. So as we continue on this endeavor, the guidance of people like Jeff and his organization and others in the community will be paramount to, to our ability to meeting those needs.
Yeah, thank you. And so in my quest to have some of my concerns and questions answered, I also spoke with Mr. Reynolds. I spoke with Mayor Callahan, and in looking at how we will manage this moving forward, yeah, I think we need to continue to have conversations, but I think there needs to be a significant amount of conversations between now and a final vote of the 22nd. If this body is going to be able to move something forward, we need to be able to have those substantive conversations so that we deal with some of the concerns. I have one other question, or a couple other questions, off topic. The Marriott is no longer a part of this discussion for development, is that correct?
Las Vegas Sands has a purchase option agreement with the Marriott. The lease transfer for the Marriott is not presently in front of you, but we envision that at some point in the future we will come before the legislature to transfer the lease for the Marriott.
Okay, and then, okay, so the frontage of this building, of this casino, is it happening on Charles Lindbergh Boulevard?
There are facilities that are located along Charles Lindbergh Boulevard. There are significant setback requirements that ensure that structures aren't adjacent or immediately next to a roadway. But there's a 71-acre site, and we've programmed the vast majority of that site.
So where would the frontage, for all intents and purposes, what road is it coming off?
Predominantly the northern piece of the site, across from the existing power plant. We envision creating a new roadway that would bisect the site from north to south. That's Charles Lindbergh, correct?
It is Charles Lindbergh?
Correct.
Okay, so then the answer was yes to my question, the original question. So in terms of police, I know that we were carving out a portion of the annual reoccurring income to come to Nassau County for the purpose of public safety. Is that going to include the manning of the facility by Nassau County's Ambulance Bureau?
Well, we understand some of the staff at the Sands will have EMTs, but it would include, it would include responding for aided cases. But hopefully some will be treated at whatever facilities they have there as medics, right, at the gaming facility.
We don't determine, obviously, how public safety responds.
That's why I'm looking at the chief deputy.
Yeah, no, I understand.
So, I'm sorry, your
It would
answer was that
include aided cases being responded to by the ambulance.
aided cases,
Yes.
but there would be no manning of
I don't think we would
facility
have an
like that?
ambulance. There hasn't been a discussion about that, but obviously it would be something we've been open to have an ambulance station there. But I understood in our discussions with LVS that they have personnel on staff with medical, training, right?
Accurate.
One thing I wanted to add, legislator, on the problem gaming. So what we said earlier about the overlay of the state requirements with our lease, if you were to get a copy, and we'll provide council the request for application, on page 51 and 52, they actually put in there, the state, what you must submit for your problem gaming prevention measures. And one is a description of a plan to coordinate with local providers to facilitate assistance for treatment of those with gambling-related problems and develop a plan, a prevention program targeting towards vulnerable populations, that to provide agreements and contracts without understanding evidencing such coordination. So part of the LVS application is going to have to include, if they want the license, a whole protocol
Yes.
on problem gaming. So that
Yes.
will be dealt with Sands.
And I understand that.
Yeah.
And I read that in the RFA
Okay.
as well.
Yes.
It just, we're lacking any specificity as to how that would play out. And I've spoken to many people on this journey, and many feel that the best possible outcomes in supporting individuals who might be in crisis is to have an on-site office to provide that type of service.
And they have to have that.
RFA does not
The fir-
specifically
well-
require.
It says a description of on-site resources. On-site resources, I guess. You're saying, what is it, though? Okay.
Right.
Well,
Because
I
that's the
can-
first bullet.
yeah.
Exactly,
Okay.
exactly.
Well, legislator, I can make a commitment that we will certainly have an on-site responsible gaming office with resources available for people.
That expand beyond just gaming, the terminology that you're using, but the bottom line, that the addiction to gambling. But we have other issues that problem behavioral issues that we would want to identify and manage properly as well. Homelessness, all kind of things. It expands beyond just the problem of gambling. Correct?
Correct. We would look at a variety of social services that we would be able to offer at that facility.
And something else that I really do strongly believe should be memorialized in an ironclad agreement in the event that this moves forward. Thank you.
Legislator Drucker.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Thank you, gentlemen. You know, as an attorney for more than 3 decades, I have always learned that the proof is always in the details. So I always frown on vague language or ambiguity. So I'm going to confine my questions to a couple of legal language that I've come across in reviewing the lease. And I want to take this opportunity to thank Josh because not only did you prepare meet with us as a caucus, you actually made yourself available to me personally because I had some questions, and I want to thank you for that.
You're welcome, Legislator. Thank you.
So one of the provisions states that if there is no agreement with the Nassau County IDA, then the SANS has the right to terminate. Can you expand on that, John?
Right. Their proposal and their right to develop is subject to receiving assistance from the Nassau County Industrial Development Agency. So in the event that they do not obtain that assistance, they have the right to terminate the agreement.
But is there some sort of, what's it going to look like? Are there certain parameters to what the IDA can approve and what they can grant and what they can't grant? Is it just a very vague term there? Any sort of IDA, grant or approval is sufficient?
Right. So it's subject to whatever they propose to develop on the site. As I indicated, they have the right to pursue development on the site, and as of this date, it's not clear, depending on whether or not they get the license or not, and what will be built out there. So at that time,
10-year abatement versus 20-year abatement, so that subjectivity lies with Las Vegas SANS?
that's correct.
Any way we could tighten that language up, you think? I mean, it just seems rather open-ended in terms of, the IDA may be offering something that they consider to be reasonable and generous, but, the SANS may have a different opinion on that.
Right, I understand the concern. It is subject to the reasonable terms and conditions between what they negotiate with the Nassau County Industrial Development Agency, but I do understand the concern there.
Okay, thank you. The other issue that I have, in my career, I've done a lot of lease assignments. I think this was echoed by some of my colleagues too. The lease provides for an automatic right of assignment without any consent. I believe there's a provision that says Section 9.03, assignment without consent, and it just says that the assignee can't be a prohibited person. They must sign a document, obviously assuming all of the terms and conditions and obligations of the lease. Have a guarantee, etc. So, I mean, that's pretty standard, but I'm not really happy about any sort of assignment that occurs without any consent whatsoever. Never mind the consent that occurs that is required to go before the county executive and not back before the legislature, which is another issue. But can you just talk about the language that allows an assignment without any consent?
Right, so the LVS cannot assign this prior to the certain things happening under, depending if they received a license from the state or if they don't receive a license from the state. So they can assign it prior to the time that they develop and open the casino to the public if they receive a license from the state. And if they don't receive a license from the state, they can't assign it prior to constructing the hotel, which they're required under that alternate site plan or if they don't receive the license, they're required to construct the hotel, the residences, and the performance venue, and they can't assign it prior to the time that they construct the hotel. So they can't have an immediate assignment, and number one, without the county's consent. Number two is under the existing lease with the county, the county has the right in its sole discretion within the first 5 years to allow the current tenant to assign it to someone. Right now, we're at the tail end of that 5 years, in which case it would be at the reasonable discretion of the county. And that reasonable discretion involves the financial capabilities of an assignee. And so all we did in this agreement was we more narrowly tailored and specified what those financial capabilities would be. And in this instance, it's with a minimum net worth of $500 million. So it's very similar to the existing lease in the way that was only for 5 years. That was within the sole discretion of the county. This is very similar, that it has to be a net worth of $500 million and not a prohibited person. So it's very much in line with the existing lease.
Thank you. It brings me to a corollary question, because you were just talking about the Marriott. So if, for example, the Marriott chose to transfer or assign its lease within the initial 5-year term that we're in now, does it come back to the legislature? Because I think under the current agreement it does.
So that's for the Marriott lease?
Yeah, I think under the current lease agreement, which covers the Coliseum and I think the Marriott property too, within the 5, no?
No, that's separate. The Marriott lease is a separate agreement. That was a 99-year lease, and I believe they're in either year 66 of that. So that would be a separate lease.
Okay.
For those, there's 3 parcels immediately adjacent to the Coliseum, and there's 3 separate leases for those parcels.
So it's of no import whether the Marriott chooses to assign their lease now or after you guys get the license, right?
Right, that's correct.
My last question is, there is a representation in the lease that the landlord represents that no legal actions are currently against it or the premises that would impact the tenant's ability to lease or use the property. Hypothetically, if there is a lawsuit currently, does that change then?
Hypothetically, yes, that would. And so we are obviously aware of the existence of ongoing litigation in connection with this. So we would have to make a separate representation to Las Vegas Sands in connection with that separately, either in a separate letter or something else. But the county, to your point, it would be difficult to make that representation under the existing circumstances.
So does it have to be something before we come back on the 22nd? That's going to be...
That's correct.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Josh. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you, Legislator Drucker.
We just have several more legislators. We'll get to the public comment portion. But starting with Legislator Tom McKevin.
Yes, good afternoon. And just to accentuate a point that the presiding officer made at the beginning of the hearing, and I did hear what you say, Mr. Levoff, regarding any plans on using Eisenhower Park. I just want to make it exceedingly clear, whatever plans you may or may not have, as well as the administration, let me make my point exceedingly clear. There will never be a bus, there'll never be a person, there'll never be a single thing going to Eisenhower Park unless it's related to that park. And I will do anything in my own means, personally, to make sure that never, ever happens. Have I made myself very clear on that front?
Yes, you
All
did
right,
on
thank
Friday.
The second thing is, just to follow up on what my colleague legislator Binola said, and certainly I've read very carefully the terms of the community benefit agreement. And, as one part of the community benefit agreement requires is 40% of the benefits go to Uniondale, which I certainly agree with. Uniondale is the host community. It certainly should get the good chunk of it at that point. But realize there is another community, both Garden City with East Meadow to the east. And I'm going to continue to have conversations with you for providing, again, this is theoretically if this thing happens, which is by no far gone conclusion, any stretch of imagination. But, again, East Meadow has a lot of needs as well, too. And as you're aware, just so people know, is my house is right near the corner of Merrick Avenue and Hempstead Turnpike. I guarantee you I live closer to that place than probably 99% of the people in this room. So it's a thing which I take very, very care about as far as concerned. I live a couple blocks away from there. And again, just for my own benefit of my community, make sure that everything's taken care of. That being said, I have a number of questions for Mayor Callahan, actually, if you'll come, because I have another question to ask you.
Yes, sir.
Yes, good afternoon. I've never had a chance to meet you before or speak. This is the first time we're having the opportunity to do this. But when I first got an indication that the Sands may be coming to Long Island, back on January 15th, my wife and I, at the spur of the moment, not letting anyone else know, we actually took a trip to Bethlehem, Pennsylvania for the day. And took around the area. Again, first time I've ever been there before in my life. Been to Pennsylvania, never got an opportunity to see your city. Charming city, nice city. I took a look at. I did spend some time around the Nailwind Creek Casino, around the area. The first thing I'll say is I do not gamble. I will not gamble. It's just not what I do. But the reason why I went there was I did want to spend a lot of time traveling around Bethlehem, Pennsylvania, in order to go and see whatever impacts that was going to have on the community. I received an email from a constituent not too long ago regarding the situation. I just want you to comment on this comment. She makes a number of comments regarding what happened regarding casino use, but says, look at Bethlehem, Pennsylvania, and all the promises made to their community by the Sands, and it's just rotting away. And I was wondering if you can comment on that, because I wasn't quite sure what a person would say regarding that. So can you comment whether there's truth or not truth to that statement? Or?
Well, I don't think it's rotting away, okay. But I'm not exactly sure. This is a Bethlehem resident?
No, it was not a Bethlehem resident.
Oh.
It was a resident from Long Island who said that.
I guess if one wasn't familiar with the area and didn't understand some of the challenges in redeveloping parts of the former Bethlehem Steel site, one could think that. And let me give you some background on that. So it's an 1,800-acre site. Mm-hmm. It was the largest brownfield site in all of the country, right? So it represented 20% of the taxable land mass of the city. I didn't expect the Sands Casino to fix all of that in the time that they were there. So we've developed about 1,000 acres for a business park. We've developed about another 600 acres for a logistics and warehousing facility, which is a lot of the logistics of Bethel Steel took place there. And then there was about a 120-acre parcel remaining, of which the Sands purchased. Okay, so they developed about 40 acres of that parcel in exactly the manner that they put forward with both the Gaming Commission and with us. Again, they built a $900 million casino in our community. Now, there was another portion of that remaining site that has many historic buildings that we're trying to save on it. Okay, so we didn't want those buildings torn down. There's a set of 5 blast furnaces in Bethlehem that we've lit up as a piece of sort of sculpture and kind of part of the skyline of the city, which makes for a beautiful backdrop to the 3,500-seat outdoor pavilion that we built with some of the host fee dollars that the casino gave us, and they also donated 12 acres of additional properties to those not-for-profits to build that facility. So I think it's fair to say we're a work in progress. I'm not going to say that 100% of it's done, but we're trying to do it in a very deliberate and purposeful manner with an eye towards historic preservation of the existing site. I now work for a development company that's developing many of the sites adjacent to the casino site. So, and we're quite proud of those projects and the $90 million investment that we've done there. So far from, and so I guess that is my overall point, is that we're trying to develop the site in a way that's unique to the character of the city. Now, I will tell you, even that portion that we're talking about, back in 2000 and I believe it was 14 or 15, received a ULI, Urban Land Institute Global Award for the job that we did in conjunction with Sands. So I'm proud of it. It's not 100% done, but it was a pretty big task.
Yeah, I do understand.
So you could look at these old buildings and not see much in them. We happen to see a lot in them.
I'm aware of it, because when you first come off the highway and you're coming forth towards the casino, and then you see towards the left-hand side and you see all the stacks, my first thought is, it looks very old, appears to me to be rusted, very deteriorated. And when I asked people about that, that was the response I got, that is part of your heritage and your history. And that's become so much a part of the integral part of Bethlehem that you just don't want it seen torn down, and that's why it looks that way. And I was surprised coming from here, and I say when I see your city, I'm going to say it's old. I'll tell you from this perspective. Almost everything around Nassau County, most of it was built post-1947, most of the homes. So obviously your homes there are probably about a century old, if not older. So again, it's a more aged community, but just in comparison to what I'm used to over here, it is different.
So Bethlehem is sort of a historic section, which is we have buildings dating back to 1741, and then we have kind of the grittier industrial side, which is the south side of Bethlehem, and that's where the plant was born. So much of the workforce, much of the housing on that part of town isn't colonial or historic. It's kind of workforce housing associated with the 30,000 people that used to work at the plant. In regard to those blast furnaces, I do want to make the point that I fought to save those because I thought they were an important part of our city's history. I'm proud of it, and I think they've turned out great. Now, on top of that, I will say that the city, the Sands, and now Wind Creek, as we talked about assigning obligations and leases from one company to the next, they own those blast furnaces. So that liability of having those blast furnaces rests with that company. And they spent $500,000 convening with Industrial Light and Sound and Magic, the lighting outfit that does, I believe, Disney World, and to light those blast furnaces, again, as a backdrop and an important part of the 125 years of steelmaking history in Bethlehem. So that obligation and that of ongoing maintenance of those and the lighting is an obligation that I sort of offloaded onto whatever company, whatever casino is operating in Bethlehem.
And can you just comment once again, obviously one concern that I have in my neck of the woods, only being literally a few hundred feet away from the Coliseum site, is that regarding crime outside. I have no doubt that on this property, they're going to state-of-the-art security. I know casinos have security that you can only imagine. There's probably security, you don't even know it's there. So I have no doubt. But I'm concerned as to what type of policy you have on the outside to make sure that your residents are protected.
That's a really good question. And we did a couple of things because I was concerned about the same thing. First of all, as you mentioned, the casino's kind of cambered within an inch of its life. If you want to do something negative, the casino's probably the last place that you would want to go. But it does draw concerns about, okay, what about outside the view of the camera? So when I talk about our police department and the Sands department working in close conjunction, that is a very important sort of component of it. Now, what we did in Bethlehem, and I'd recommend that you consider for the community in Uniondale to do something similar when this gets more towards sort of the local zoning and planning side of the equation, is we put zoning in place. We were concerned about check cashing establishments and massage parlors and BYOB establishments and adult entertainment, all the types of businesses that are sort of predatory businesses that tend to gravitate around a casino if you let them, right? Their business model is proximity to the casino. So we zoned a radius around that casino. Of course, you have to have certain uses in all communities, and we have a lot of local government in Pennsylvania, just like I think you have a lot of local government here in Long Island. So you have to have these uses. But we wanted to zone them so they would not be allowed in areas in close proximity to the casino. So I would recommend, and I know that's not your purview, but that if it gets to that sort of level of local government, that you make sure that within a mile of this casino, none of those things can be there. And that really goes a long way towards solving the crime issue. Now, again, with regard to, I can speak to the sort of the neighborhood approximate to the casino. It's a low mod income neighborhood. It's primarily a Hispanic community, and it is the property values and the crime in that community, the property values have gone up, and the crime in that particular area has certainly gone down. And I'll tell you, I know that there's some concerns with regard to institutions of higher learning nearby. Lehigh University is just a few blocks from the casino. They had some of those very same concerns. In fact, the faculty at Lehigh University voted to come out against the casino. However, the president and the board of directors did not. They sort of stayed neutral. And I can tell you that my former police chief is now the head of associate dean or vice president of public safety at Lehigh University. I called him in anticipation of being before you today. I asked him because he was my assistant chief and chief. He was the lieutenant in the neighborhood adjacent to the casino when the casino came here. And he has said that It has been, if nothing but a very positive to Lehigh University, and Lehigh is not, rather than turn their back to South Bethlehem, they started to move and make their investments closer to the casino. So it's actually had a very positive impact that way as well.
No, I actually did spend a lot of time around the Lehigh campus as well, too. It's a very mixed campus because you have some very old Gothic-looking buildings, and they have some brand-new buildings, like a brand-new, I think they say their engineering building was just being finished when I was there back in January. So, I mean, it looks like a lot was going on there. I was surprised to see 3 blocks away from the casino was Donegan Elementary School. And I was surprised. Can you comment on what impact the casinos had on Donegan? Because if I understand, it's a pre-K through 5 school, 450 students. Looks like a rather new building, actually, down there. But can you comment what impact that's had on that school?
It is a relatively new building. It can't be more than a quarter mile from the casino. It is. In fact, the Sands kind of adopted that school. It's a community school, so I don't know if you have those in this area where, you know, you can get your breakfast, your lunch, and your dinner. There's a sort of after-school programs that go late into the hours and you provide kind of a more holistic and comprehensive approach rather than just teaching the kids in the classroom. So it was a community school prior to the Sands involvement, but Sands has really adopted Donegan as kind of that and the Hispanic Center in South Bethlehem as 2 of their not-for-profits that they've really invested a lot of time and volunteer hours into the school. It's an outstanding school. They have their challenges. It's in a tough neighborhood, but Sands has been a great partner for Donegan. And I would say that the Bethlehem Area School District is a urban. It's a sort of regional. It's got suburban and urban kids in it. That's part of its strength. And they've been really good partners with the Sands as well.
It's a large school district. It's one of the largest in Pennsylvania.
It's the 6th largest district. Yeah. I chair the foundation board, so I'm a proud product of the school district. So it is the 6th largest school district in Pennsylvania.
Okay. All right. Thank you. That's all I have for now.
Just Mayor, before you step away, my parents actually lived in Bethlehem for close to 25 years.
Is that right?
Yes, and the area that you're talking about, Steel Stacks, with the plaza, Arts Quest, what the city there did there is phenomenal. Again, it's right next to the casino.
I will tell you that it wouldn't, and here's what I say to folks that were anti-casino, and they're hard to find in Bethlehem these days, I will tell you. They weren't during this process. I'll be very candid about that, but they donated 12 acres of property for the not-for-profits that makes up that Steel Stack. And we're talking about PBS, Sesame Street, we're talking about this Arts Quest organization, and the National Museum of Industrial History had a building donated so they can tell the story not just of steel but of industry in this country, which hopefully is on a rebound, but for many years was not. And so that impact, and you can that was the tax incremental financing dollars that came as a result of the real estate taxes that the casino paid that built that entire campus that won the ULI award.
It's a destination. I mean, all summer long there's concerts, people outside, people coming there all year long, actually. So.
And next time you come to Bethlehem, you have to let me know.
Music Fest, I'll be up there. Legislator Schaefer.
Thank you. Okay. I attended a transit meeting back in January. It was virtual, the Hub Transit meeting. And there was a lot of talk about, your ideas on transportation. I know this is probably something you're going to be dealing with the town more, but I just felt, it was important to ask. There was a lot of conversation about how you might transport people from various train stations, local train stations, to the casino. And I've heard differing things about that since then. So I was just wondering where you're at with that now.
Sure. The only program, and if we're recalling the same meeting, it was regarding the county's NICE BRT, Bus Rapid Transit Service. We are certainly proponents of the initial operating segment of the BRT system, which would run from the Long Island Railroad Station in Hampstead to Hofstra, to the Coliseum, to Nassau Community College, and then terminating in Roosevelt Field Mall. That would certainly provide a mass transit link to our site, and we envision building a bus stop along within our facility for that use.
Have you been in conversations, though, with the local communities, like the local communities that you're considering that you will be having this bus transit system from?
Well, that system has been in the works and designed for a number of years. I understand that it's going to be rolled out sometime within the next year. I believe the county's already begun purchasing the buses for that system. So that piece of it is well on its way. The secondary piece of that is a main line connection from the Long Island Railroad main line. My understanding is that the county, that is an unfunded program at this point, so we don't necessarily have a position on that.
Okay. Thank you.
Legislator Ford, Legislator Bino, and Legislator Pillip, and then public comment.
Okay. I'll try to be brief. On the slide when you talked about the workforce development strategy, one of the highlights was the comprehensive benefits. And you mentioned in here that you're going to include childcare. So I'd like to know, like, with the component of childcare, this will be on site? What are the hours, are you going to have childcare on site? And what would be the hours of operation? And would this be considered a benefit, or would the employees have to pay for it?
Thank you for the question. We operated on-site childcare facilities in Las Vegas for our team members, primarily for young, ages from very small to basically to school age. Locally, we've signed an MOU with the YMCA to provide our on-site childcare. We would look to do the same. It would be 7 days a week, 24 hours a day in nature, and would be subsidized by the company.
So actually then, to be quite clear, this would be a benefit that would be given to an employee, that you would provide the child care without any cost to the employee?
We would subsidize the cost of the child care at the facility.
All right, well, that's a pretty good benefit.
Yeah. It's one of as Governor Patterson, the first time he came to Las Vegas, attests, as you enter the back of house where our team members entered, the first thing you see is the child care facility. So if you are a new mom, you can go down and spend time. You're a working mom, you can see your child during your shift, which was also right next door to the team member dining room, which provided free meals for our staff as well.
Thank you very much. I mean, to me, I just want to make a statement only because having been a working mother with school-age children, childcare, and I know right now, I think Rose and I both could talk about this, that we don't get paid enough as we watch our grandchildren. But that being said, I mean, I know for a fact that childcare can run a family anywhere from a minimum of $1,500 a month to $2,500 a month. And I believe that after the COVID, a lot of women were not able to return back to work because of the cost of childcare. It's exorbitant. And thank you very much. And I do want to thank Governor Patterson, being a true family man, focusing on this and noticing about the child care and that it is a benefit that's given. So that I thank you very much about. Also, in regard to the fire safety, okay, I know that you'll be working with the Uniondale Fire Department. But considering the fact that and I know that we already have, the hub, we have the Coliseum there, we have the hotel, we have a lot of things that happen all over, but this will be like the first, basically, casino, if it goes through in Nassau County. And I would think that there might be some additional training that all of our fire departments need to have, because, we always read about, we know about that when things happen, it's not, you might have the Uniondale Fire Department, but then the East Meadow may come. You may even gather people, from Garden City, or it could be from Mineola or whatever. So, is there any intention of an investment in any type of specialized training to be offered throughout Nassau County, via the fire marshals off of Eve or the schools, to enable these firefighters to get the training that they may need in regard to answering a call, because, going onto a casino floor, or maybe the hotels or the campus that you have?
Yeah, I appreciate the question. We've had direct meetings with the Uniondale Fire District. We are working through the other fire districts with the county's chief fire marshal, who will help us kind of navigate the mutual aid system that you're referring to. But certainly our building will be built in a way that is as safe as it can possibly be for firefighters, be it multiple fire command stations all over the facility or sprinkler systems and shelter systems that are built into the design. It will certainly be best in class as it's new construction, but we can make a commitment, and this all will be analyzed as part of the secret process. We will certainly make a commitment to provide whatever equipment and education, training, et cetera, that's necessary that the firefighters can do their job effectively within the facility.
Thank you very much. That means a lot. I'm going to jump on, I'm going all over the place, I'm sorry. But I know that we talked about, one of the things that you're going to put into this campus would be a theater, and that you will be working with Nassau Community College. And, that's something that is very unique because I don't think in Nassau County we have any really theater like you might hear, like we talk about Patchogue, we talk about Northport. We don't seem to have any theater that would be similar to that. And if anybody wants to correct me, feel free. But, so this theater, will it, you'll have musicians, I guess, but is there any possibility that we could bring like some sort of a show, like maybe have a small-scale Broadway show or off-Broadway or whatever, something that can help enhance the educational experience of the students that do study theater in Nassau Community College? Maybe we could get another Billy Crystal out of there. So I'd like to hear your thoughts on that.
Yeah, certainly. So our intention is to work with our entertainment partner, Live Nation, to program the venue. There will certainly be times when it won't be utilized. We actually anticipate that during those times we would make it available for public use. So theater majors at Nassau Community College or other institutes of higher learning can come and utilize the space and experience acting on a big stage. But we anticipate that we will program it with both off-Broadway, Broadway-type shows, traveling shows, as well as concerts, etc.
I'm very happy that you'll be offering, through the unions, that they will be offering apprenticeships, for many of our young people, so they'll be able to move themselves into jobs. Not everybody is college, is not ready for college, or maybe they're not college material for whatever, So, so I'm very happy about that. And then I think with, since we're going, I guess you'll hopefully be appealing to a wide variety of people, so I'm wondering, like, sometimes language can be a barrier, especially when people go to some of these destinations. Will you have, like, the availability of interpreters on site in case, somebody comes from, they're traveling, here they are, they're, and they maybe may not be English speaking, just to be able to make it a good experience for them?
Yes, great question. And absolutely, through various touch points in the resort, whether that's the hotel front desk or the concierge, there'll be a variety of languages that are spoken. Certainly, as you can appreciate, Las Vegas is an international destination, and so it's something we're very familiar with. And I think importantly as well, internally, we would have some team members that English is not their first language. So among our training programs, we offer English as a second language. So we sort of look at it at two fronts, both sort of customer facing as well as working with our team members.
And will you have, space, I guess, whatever, people who do sign? Because, sometimes when we talk about non-English speaking people, we forget about maybe the people who are, need help with signing. That's their language. And I just want to make sure that we recognize them as well.
Yes, another great point, and I think for us, we're very privileged to have members of the disabled community here on Long Island advising us and helping us think through situations just like that.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Okay, let's sit a Bino, let's sit a Philip, and then let's Lodge. Okay.
Hi, I'm going to go back to community benefits, and then I have a question for perhaps Ron with LVS. So the community benefits agreement, again, one of the things that I'm concerned about is the composition of the advisory committee. And I know it's equal parts Sands and the county executive, and then the legislature and town X, Y, and Z. In the earlier version of the advisory committee as it pertained to any leasing of that property, it specifically stated that it needed to be community representation. It needed to be individuals who were from the local impacted communities. And for whatever reason, that language did not make it into this lease between LVS and Nassau. And my concern is that it's not there. Obviously, number one, and number two, in the event that we are doing Plan B, and it's then assigned in some other way that it doesn't carry forward. So, in your commitment, Chief Deputy, to continue having conversations regarding the community benefits, I wanted to bring that to your attention, that I think it should be representation on that committee. They should be members of the impacted communities that are helping make those decisions. And then I wanted to just change gears and talk. I want to first say thank you for Ron and the rest of your team for putting together the response to the letter that I sent regarding job creation. And while there were a couple of loose ends, the one I wanted to speak to specifically was the employee benefits package. In your response to me, you stated that all of the jobs with LVS would be SANS provided benefits with no cost to the employee. But when I compared it to what your agreement was in Bethlehem, it begs the question why this would be different, and if this is something that you are fully committed to doing.
Thank you. I think the answer to that, Legislator Bino, is that these will be union benefits. Historically, SANS has provided all the employee benefits, and many at no cost to the team member. But under the scenario outlined here, these will be union-provided benefits.
Okay, so this would be specifically for SANS jobs, obviously not necessarily for any third-party spaces that would be leased out.
That's correct.
Okay. And one other little loose end there was there was no mention whether vision and dental was included. So when you say 100% benefits paid, I wanted to know whether that included that.
I can't speak to the union benefits, but as a guy who is rapidly losing his sight, I'm very thankful for the existing SANS vision benefits, yes.
Okay. Okay. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Legislator Pelley.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. So it looks like this project is going to create job opportunities to our county, which is very important. And you also said you will be hiring 6,000 plus employees down the line. How are we going to make sure that you're going to give the priority for Nassau residents?
That's a great question. Predominantly, our workforce comes from the surrounding community. 80+% will be coming from Nassau. People who commute to the site, people who want to work there are going to want an easy commute. We're going to be working with institutions within the community to ensure that the people who have the opportunities to be employees of ours come from these communities. All the partnerships that Ron mentioned with people in Uniondale and Hempstead organizations, or Nassau Community College, Long Island University, all of those that talent pipeline that we will create will encourage people in Nassau to apply for these jobs.
Thank you.
Legislator Solage.
Thank you. Good afternoon, gentlemen. I had the opportunity to visit, I guess, a competitor recently, the MGM Casino Resort, if you want to say, located at the National Harbor in Maryland. It was a beautiful facility. How will your facility compare to that facility?
National Harbor is a fantastic facility, and it was recently constructed. I would think that our investment certainly would be multiples of that investment. While that facility has a large range of non-gaming amenities, we'll have even more. Our gaming space and our non-gaming spaces will be that times probably 2 or 3 in terms of quality, breadth, and scope.
That leads to an important question I have, because I was quite amazed that when I visited that facility, the actual gaming space is not larger than this room. And it kind of then now leads to an issue we have here at hand, where people don't have an idea of what exactly this project will entail. How large will your actual gaming space be, in terms of that?
I'd like to make 2 comments there, legislator. First, appreciate the feedback on MGM National Harbor. MGM's a great company. We've got a very warm, competitive relationship with them, as they're also headquartered in Las Vegas. In situations like this, critics would say, well, we don't want a Las Vegas or an Atlantic City in our backyard. Well, I think the legislators actually touched on something here. These are suburban resort properties operating up and down the Eastern Seaboard, outside Boston, Massachusetts, where I've got a son who's a sophomore in college now. I'm not worried about him and his proximity to that resort hotel. You mentioned National Harbor. Those are suburban facilities, world-class in their amenities. And much like those, and as my colleague Mr. Levoff pointed out, our budget's going to be a lot bigger, so it's going to be a lot nicer. In terms of the casino size, everywhere we've operated, depending upon the scale, the casino footprint itself has represented less than 10% of the actual size of the facility. Less than 10% of the actual size of the facility.
Thank you. You mentioned the PLA for construction. Will it be a PLA for operation?
Well, there's a neutrality agreement that exists between us and the Hotel Trades Council presently. The Hotel Trades Council has oversight over the vast majority, 80+% of job titles within the facility.
Understood. Page 11 of the presentation, it talks about the commencement date and in relation to the Veteran Memorial. Paying tribute to our veterans, the greatest generation that lived, World War II, veterans, and my father. It's very important. And having a facility now that pays tribute to them, we must have the same sort of tribute to them with this new facility. As to the actual construction and opening of this memorial for our veterans, our blessed veterans, will that occur before it's kind of unclear as to whether it will occur before the construction of the project or during the construction of the project. It states that essentially 2 months after the lease is approved by the legislature that it will begin. What is the exact date of the construction of this memorial?
So we're still working through the sequencing as we put together our construction plans. And I think my colleague Ron mentioned early on that our plans are very much in formation. The sequencing will be something that will be discussed with the town of Hempstead. Certainly we wouldn't want to construct a Veterans Memorial and then have to relocate it. So I can't commit to you today when the Veterans Memorial will be built, but we envision it being in that large public plaza site that I had mentioned previously, where it will be available for community events and other uses throughout the year.
Understood. The Coliseum has, I have a lot of great memories there. Whether it's a concert or test driving fast cars outside in the parking lot, a lot of great memories for the Coliseum. Can anticipate some backlash. God forbid if you have to implode the structure. I mean, so many great memories of Billy Joel and other great artists. Can you give us a definitive answer whether or not you'll be able to keep that structure?
Well, I'll tell you right now, we're presently conducting a variety of studies and analysis that we hope to be in a position to be able to repurpose the Coliseum. Now, the Coliseum was constructed a number of decades ago and has environmental issues, as the folks from the county mentioned. So there's a question as to our ability to do so. But I should mention in the renderings that I showed to you earlier, we had assumed that the structure of the Coliseum would be folded into that. Now, you might not be able to tell by what we showed you, the beautiful renderings there, but we would like to be able to repurpose and reuse that facility if we're able.
Understood. Last question. Myself, my sister, the Assemblywoman, Nadia, who was here in the room, many community leaders from the Floral Park, Elmont area were able to successfully defeat a casino proposal that was being pushed by Mr. Walsh with OTB. It was like under the Mangano administration where it was like a shed sort of slapstick, sort of casino gambling. We didn't want that in our neighborhood in Elmont because we have high property values and great schools. I have many people from Uniondale who don't want that sort of casino in their facility, and so my concern is just the narrative of gambling and wagering, and the impression it will put upon a community that's striving for a better quality of living. What assurances can you make that the best efforts will be made to upkeep and to promote and add to the property value of these communities? I, like my colleagues, did my diligence over the weekend. On Saturday, I spoke to the mayor of Bethlehem, and he assured me that, and he could say it himself here too, that in terms of having a partner and having someone to trust in terms of doing the right thing for the community, he believes it is Sands. But I would like to hear from you.
Thank you. I think you've raised, obviously, all the questions today have been important, and I think this is particularly important. I happen to live 1.4 miles from a entity that, like we're discussing here today. And I've lived in this house for 15 years. My two boys have grown up in this house. And it's just like the surrounding areas are just like Nassau County. We're in proximity to ball fields and to houses of worship and to schools, private schools and public schools. But we're also blessed to have a nearby facility that employs thousands of people in great jobs and has become a gathering spot for our community. I actually left, I was thinking about this moment over the weekend. I left Las Vegas yesterday, but Saturday afternoon I went to this facility that's 1.4 miles from my house, and I watched the Kentucky Derby on the big screens with some of my buddies, and we had a beer. Derby's over, I lose my money. I walk out into the parking lot, and I see people of all shapes, sizes, ethnicity, races, and ages walking into that building. They were going in to celebrate a first date. They were going in for a birthday party at one of the restaurants. That one actually has a movie theater. I'm not sure we're going to have a movie theater. They were there to go to the resort pool. It was a great weekend, much like here in New York. It was a great weekend in southern Nevada. There were people there, locals, going to use the resort facilities. There were visitors from other parts of southern Nevada or California or surrounding areas that were there as well. I think it speaks to the nature of what we're proposing. It's not what has been proposed here before. This, as Mr. Levoff pointed out, this is going to have a $4 to $5 billion price tag with it. Gaming in this country is everywhere. One of the benefits of our facilities is you need to walk in and present yourself in a state of mind that people can see you, they can react to you. You need to show your identification. It's clear you're not under the influence of drugs or alcohol. I worry much more when my son, 22-year-old son, comes home during the summer. I worry much more about what he's doing watching an NBA playoff game on his phone than if he's going into the casino that's 1.4 miles from my house. So we're being disingenuous with ourselves if we don't think that gaming has permeated our society. And our company has a very strong track record of protecting the most vulnerable and the youth, and we make that commitment to you here today. That will carry forward in this community.
Legislator Walker.
I will be very brief because many of my questions were answered, but I just want to go back earlier when we spoke, and I know Legislator DeRiggi Whitten had asked about the $50,000 each year, but that begins at year 4. So the first 3 years is 25, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. I just want to make sure that everybody in the audience understood that. Certainly public safety is a big issue. I know she had also mentioned about, little children being left in cars, which is a very scary, horrible thing. I've called the police department twice, once at Costco and once at Roosevelt Field Mall. So it's very sad to think it happens. And hopefully everyone has their eyes open. Certainly our police department that will be around the facility if everything works out the way you hope it does. And, that we all have our eyes open. Again, we always say if you see something, say something, and that's very important. And, substation that will be there is also, will be, I'm sure, touring that parking lot. You had mentioned about in Bethlehem, you have outdoor shows and how beautiful it is. Is that something we would possibly offer to at this facility?
Presently, our entertainment offerings are consisting of the theater, the 3,600 seat plus theater, We don't envision the outdoor space having a fixed entertainment venue, but certainly could be repurposed during the months where, exactly, where you could have outdoor events, concerts, street fairs, etc. We could convert that space into a variety of community uses.
And also, hotel amenities. Now, obviously, the hotel, I'm sure, would have a pool or whatever, but would there be any outdoor facility like that, that, you know, that it's a huge entertainment venue? Would that only be available to hotel guests, or would that be available that, you know, a destination people could use?
Yeah, the outdoor plaza is designed for the community and the general public to be able to use. It's a large space that's going to be park-like, that will be available for community members, people who come inside or choose to remain outside, to be able to use. The hotel itself will have pools and things, as you mentioned. We're also putting in a green roof system so that there will be a nice garden feature associated with that. But our commitment to open space is pretty much unmatched. And the town of Hampstead requires that 3% of the site be left a reserve for open space. Our present plan provides for over 10% open space.
And in that open space, we could have outdoor, possibly activities during the nice weather.
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you. And thank you for your presentation.
Yep.
Thank you all for your presentation. We very much appreciate it. And Legislator Giuffre.
Thank you for your presentation today and on Friday, and for entertaining all of my questions. What date would be the soonest that a casino could open on this site? Assuming you proceed through and obtain all of the requisite approvals.
Well, unfortunately, as we said today, we don't know when the state's RFA process will be concluding, and that they'll be doing an evaluation of proposals. So I can't speak to that. The assessment that SANS has made is that will be sometime probably in the first quarter of next year. And from our perspective, it probably takes between 24 and 40 months to stand up a facility on the site after a decision has been made on licensing.
So is it 3 years, 3 to 5 years?
At least 3 to 4 years from today.
From today?
Yes.
Okay. And then there's today, there's the hearing on the 22nd, then the town of Hempstead process. Is that fair to say?
That's correct.
And then there's a regional siting approval process.
There's a community advisory committee that will be stood up as part of the RFA process, where members of an advisory committee will be able to hear a presentation from LVS and make a determination if there is enough community support to support that application to proceed.
Okay. And then after that, is that when the initial application would go into?
The initial application will actually go in prior to that. The community advisory committee will then have the ability to review that application, have hearings, and receive public input, and then cast a vote.
Okay. And would that vote have a veto power if the vote was no, it would stop the process?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. And then let's assume that you get past that step. What's the next step?
LVS will be soliciting a change of zoning from the town of Hampstead, as well as other variances that are required to affect the project. The state has required that any bidder be fully entitled prior to the application being fully evaluated. So we must go through the normal course of entitlement process, inclusive of the SECRA process that I described.
Yeah, thank you. All right. And then when that's done?
At that point, the Gaming Commission, or the Facility Location Board, as it's called, will then evaluate our proposal and score them against our competition.
And is that the last step in the process?
That would be the last step. They would make a determination, and then a licensee would be, or 3 licensees, up to 3 licensees would be selected.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. Thank you all for your presentations and for your patience, including all the all the distinguished guests that you had speaking with you. We're going to go to public comment. I know that you don't necessarily have to sit there, but if you're still here and can answer questions, we'd appreciate it. I have probably 60 to 70 slips, so there is a 3-minute time limit on each speaker. When the time runs out, you don't have to stop on a dime, but we'd ask you just to sum up. I think probably some people have left, but of 60 people, 3 minutes each, we're looking at 3 hours public comment. We're going to be here as long as it takes. We'll hear everybody's comments, but again, I would just ask that you abide by the 3-minute time limit as much as possible. First speaker is Ryan Stanton from Long Island Fed. No, I don't want them sitting there. Hello, Ryan.
Good afternoon, everyone. First, I want to start out off topic and thank both the presiding officer and Minority Leader Kavan Abrahams. You both served the residents in Nassau County with distinction, and it's appreciated.
Thank you, Ryan. It's been a pleasure working with you and Long Island Fed and all the leaders.
Thank you. Listen, a lot of the numbers in terms of tax revenue, the jobs created, all the things that you would expect somebody on behalf of the union movement to talk about have been addressed. So I will repeat briefly just a couple of those because they're worth repeating, right? We're talking about 8,500 construction jobs protected by a project labor agreement. One of the legislators, I believe it was Legislator Drucker, mentioned concern about the discretion the IDA might have about benefits awarded. And we normally share those concerns, except in this instance, we know that the construction jobs are going to be protected by a project labor agreement. We know that they're going to be good jobs, and we know that by giving the Sands the opportunity to compete, because I want to stress, this is an opportunity to compete for a license. You're not deciding whether or not the Sands will be built by casting a vote in favor of the resolution before you. You're giving Long Islanders an opportunity to compete against the rest of the region to get $4 billion invested in our communities. And that $4 billion has people behind those dollars, people that will go to work, people that will put food on their table, people that will be able to provide for their families who maybe today can, but many of whom cannot because those opportunities don't currently exist. Okay. Legislator Schaefer mentioned, I think it was you, asked the question of why will they come? And candidly, I don't have a crystal ball, so I don't necessarily know, but I would like to bring to the attention of everyone, and particularly you, we have an Ironman Jones Beach 70.3 debuting this year. It is the single biggest debut in the history of Ironman in the world. And for those that don't know, Ironman is sort of the pinnacle of triathlon. It's just, one sport many people on Long Island don't care about. And I know that, and I get that. But my point is, people who are not Long Islanders, without this resort, are coming here. And with this resort, that organization would be able to compete for the World Championships. The current race director went to Ironman and said, we have the largest debut. How do we build on this? Well, he says, well, first deliver a quality race, which we know Long Islanders will do. And then he says, I don't have a resort. I don't have world-class facilities for all of the travelers who want to spend money in your communities to stay. So that's just one example, and there are many more. Newmic is a public hospital, and I'm glad that legislators share our concern about making sure Newmic is sustainable. I know our brothers and sisters in CSEA share your concern, share our concern. We want to keep it a public hospital. So while the revenue here from this proposal will come into the county coffers, I believe it's the responsibility of the legislators and the administration to address those priorities and concerns, not the Sands, while I appreciate them addressing many of the concerns. So I'm not going to go on and on. I know my time is out. I really appreciate you taking the time to hear the concerns of the residents behind me and the working people behind me. And I really ask you to just give them an opportunity to allow Long Island to compete with the rest of New York State.
Matthew Arasich, Building Trades Council.
Greetings, everyone. Greetings, Mr. Presiding Officer and friends at the legislature. I want to begin by saying thank you. Thank you to all of you who stayed. It's important because this is the component which makes sure that public comment works. I also want to thank County Executive Blakeman for his initiative and making sure that Sands holds true to everything they're trying to do here. I also want to let you know that I represent 65,000 of the hardest working, skilled tradeswomen and tradesmen on Long Island, the best in the country. I say that, the best in the country. This is the opportunity for us to go ahead and expand the opportunities for all those that are in marginalized communities, to give them the middle class jobs and the economy and the career that they expect, that they deserve. We want to make sure that in each of these marginalized communities, we do complete outreach to make sure that each of the individuals knows exactly what's in front of them. We know that a job in the building trades is something that is, for me, second to none. These are for people who decide not to go to college, who can't afford to go to college, or who can't make the grades to be successful in college. And what I can tell you is, this is a career that spanned for me and my family more than 106 years. That's 3 generations. And this will live on because of projects like this. Sands made the commitment early on to make sure that they said, we are going to do everything possible to include labor, to make sure that they do the things they're supposed to do for the community, and so that they could be successful. I say that because when they started with the conversation about a project labor agreement, which everybody's heard. Well, I could tell you this, when you're talking about this has to be ready for submission, that project labor agreement is ready right now, and is only waiting for me to ink it. The only thing that stands in the way is some simple Schedule B agreements, which each local does, but it is ready. It is ready to put 8,500 people to work for a period of somewhere around 18 months steady. Does anybody have any idea how much money that is? I could tell you, because what happens is, if you get a component of making sure that you have these people that are working, excuse me, that's 8,500 people, times a wage rate of $95 an hour for a total package, times 48 weeks, times 40 hours a week, times 78 weeks, which is only that 18 months, that's $2.5 billion in wages and benefits. And that's wages and benefits that come to Nassau County, so that it is local. We are making sure that we do the outreach so that we can get into a 30% increase, and to make sure that those that are hired are actually 30% minority based. In addition to that, we are also outreaching to make sure that we are doing the same to contractors as well, because we know that that's important, because local contractors pay the bills. We don't do this alone. We do this with our partners in construction like Mark Herbst with Leica. And now that you heard that bell, I could tell you this, the sound of that, if it was multiplied, would be the sound of the jackpot that Nassau County is going to get from having a casino and its service. So, thank you.
Mark Herbst, Long Island Contractors. Okay, we have Dr. Susan Poser from the Hofstra University.
Good afternoon, Chair Nicolello and members of the legislature. My name is Susan Poser, and I'm the president of Hofstra University. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I'm here to urge you, with all respect, not to approve the county's proposed transfer of the Nassau Hub lease to Las Vegas Sands. Hofstra University enrolls approximately 10,000 students and employs approximately 2,500 people, which is inclusive of 5 different unions. We have been a devoted, loyal, and long-term partner in this community, Nassau County and Long Island, for almost 90 years, educating future leaders and creating a workforce pipeline for local businesses. A casino would pose enormous risks to the public and to the over 30,000 students who go to school at Hofstra University and the other schools within a block of the hub, and the approximately 60,000 students within 6 miles. And these risks include gambling addiction, crime, traffic congestion, and pollution. I have filed written testimony that describes the integral role that Hofstra plays in our local community and the reasons we object to this lease transfer. But today, because time is so short, I want to take the opportunity to emphasize one point. Placing a luxury casino development on one of the largest tracts of public land in Long Island is not the kind of economic development that Nassau County or Long Island has envisioned, planned for, or needs. We already have business and community consensus on this. I sit on the boards of the Long Island Association, the Long Island Regional Economic Development Council, and Accelerate Long Island, all of which strive to enhance economic development on Long Island. The LIA states as its future work to guarantee a vibrant Long Island for future generations, to make our region more affordable to all residents and young families, encouraging clean energy development, advocating for small businesses, and turbocharging our economy through innovation. The Long Island Regional Council's vision is for increased collaboration among academia, the private and public sectors, and labor to protect and grow our advanced manufacturing base while encouraging innovation in the life sciences, information technology, clean energy, defense, and homeland security sectors. And Accelerate Long Island seeks to create a unique collaboration among Long Island's world-class research institutions and its business community to commercialize research and create an entrepreneurial ecosystem. Nowhere in any of these goals, or the more detailed visioning, grant-making, incentivizing, communicating that each of these outstanding economic development organizations does on a daily basis, is there a mention of casinos as smart economic development that our county needs. I'm almost finished. But great potential exists to develop the Nassau Hub site into an economic engine that Long Island does need for its future. Similar to inspired efforts undertaken at other localities, the Hub could attract and seed companies that look to future technology and manufacturing, and which could partner with Long Island businesses, medical centers, and educational institutions. And a blueprint for this already exists. I am here to endorse bringing jobs and revenue to our local industry and to rejuvenating the Nassau Hub. Let's together consider what proposals would best bolster the long-term, inclusive, and sustainable economic growth of this region and ensure our children's future. Hofstra would be all in on that vision. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Dr. Poser. We'll make your full comments part of the record. Mayor Mary Flanagan for the Village of Garden City.
Good afternoon. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to be heard. I'm Mary Carter Flanagan, and I am speaking as the Mayor of Garden City on behalf of our residents who are adamantly opposed to a mega casino at the Nassau Hub. Since the minute I heard this plan, I thought it was a bad idea. As I have educated myself about the impact of casinos on local communities, I have come to realize it is much worse than a bad idea. If you vote to approve this lease transfer, you are putting us on a path to a project that will forever change our county and bring financial and emotional heartache to our communities. It is important not to lose sight during your analysis of the fact that casino revenue comes from gambling losses. The Garden City Board of Trustees unanimously passed a resolution adamantly opposing a casino that would be only a mile from our village border on February 21st and again on April 20th after we had 3 new members added to our Board of Trustees in the March election. During a contested election in our village, every single candidate ran on a platform that opposed the casino because we knew from talking to residents that this is not something that our residents want. As a village board, we met with County Executive Bruce Blakeman to let him know the lack of community support in our village for this project, and we have shared our unequivocal opposition with you by phone and email, and today as I stand before you. I ask that you all remember why you moved to Long Island or decided to stay here if you grew up on the island like I did. Maybe it was the great schools, the quality of life residents enjoy here, the tree-lined streets, close-knit communities, the sports and recreation programs, the faith communities, the proximity to New York City, the beauty of our area, the beaches. However, like all areas, we have our struggles and challenges. As leaders, we work hard to address and minimize those while preserving all that is great about Nassau County. We work to reduce crime, address quality of life issues, keep residents safe, provide safe drinking water, and connect residents struggling with addiction to services. In many areas in Nassau County, traffic is the biggest complaint heard by elected officials, and in Garden City, like other areas, we are working to find ways to calm traffic, improve safety for pedestrians and motorists, and preserve the quality of life residents value. And why do I mention this? Transferring the lease for this development of a mega casino will have a severe negative impact on our communities and make the job of keeping the island a great place to live much more difficult. With estimates of over 20,000 visitors to this casino every day, it is clear to residents and surrounding communities that our roadways, already overburdened with traffic, could not handle this. You can look up accident numbers and safety ratings on Hempstead Turnpike, Clinton Road, the intersection of Clinton Road and Stewart Avenue. You have not been shown any plans on how this traffic disaster could be mitigated, and I suggest to you that is because there is no way it could be. The traffic will be terrible if this plan goes forward. Crime will increase. In counties with Class 3 casinos, 9% of total crime is gambling related. No one will tell you that casinos do not bring crime, and it is not just the property crime that we can expect with a nearby casino. Along with the casino, for reasons law enforcement experts can explain, will come drug trafficking, prostitution, and human trafficking. No one is even arguing this, as the lease transfer agreement includes building a police precinct on the site. Studies document increases in DWI fatalities in areas surrounding casinos. With liquor being served around the clock, the absence of windows to know the time of day, and gambling losses guaranteed, that should not be a surprise to anyone. Addiction issues in our communities will increase. Every community has residents struggling with addiction, and the addition of a casino will increase those numbers. Living within a 10-mile radius of a casino doubles the risk of becoming a problem gambler.
May I would just ask you to sum up, please? It's well over.
Sure, I'm just about done.
Okay,
I'd ask the same courtesy that Bethlehem's mayor was given. Young people who are college age are most susceptible to gambling addiction. How can anyone think it would be a good idea to place this casino between Hofstra University and Nassau Community College, where so many county residents' children are students? Well then, there's the money, which seems to be the only reason anyone is defending this proposal. The financial reality is not what you are being told by the LV Sands Casino. A $54 million payment sounds excellent, and the future payments being contemplated may as well, but who studied the long-term impact of this development on our county? Where's that report? Who's calculated the total decline in property value for surrounding homeowners and commercial property owners?
The time you're taking up now is not the mayor of Bethlehem. The time you're taking up is the rest of the people in this room.
Okay, it'll just be, it's just a few more sentences, if you don't mind. So the National Association of Realtors estimate 10% decrease in property values. And let's see, hold on. Who has calculated the cost of the road work that will be needed in the surrounding communities as a result of the increased traffic, sure to come with the possibility of over 20,000 expected visitors daily? And don't forget the money being promised by LV Sands is money from individuals' gambling losses. Who's calculated how much the expected gambling losses, estimated to be over $2 billion today, I believe.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. We appreciate your time.
For the residents of Nassau County, and how that would impact the county's finances.
Jerry Kornbluth is our next speaker from Nassau Community College. Thank you for your time, Chair.
All right, my final sentence. Community support is named as a requirement.
Yeah, I did.
Good afternoon, Presiding Officer, and county legislators. And thank you for giving me the opportunity today to speak in behalf of support for the Sands Resort. My name is Jerry Kornbluth, and I am the Vice President for Community and Governmental Relations at Nassau Community College. And I'm here today to voice support for the Sands development on behalf of the college, its community, and its administration. From the beginning, the Sands team has been not only transparent and cooperative, but proactive and enthusiastic about working with Nassau Community College. They approached us with an open-end, engaging ideas and history of success in working with other colleges and universities in the communities where they have built projects. While we were unsure at first, we listened, and our team came away feeling equally excited about the world of possibilities this development could open for our students. As conversations evolved, the opportunities became more clear. Today, we are collaborating with Sands on a robust partnership that would include workforce development, innovative new courses and fields of study, and new connectivity to Long Island University and possibly other area colleges to create pathways for our students. These pathways are not only to 2- and 4-year degrees, but to long-term, well-paying careers that would enable them to succeed and even stay on Long Island should they choose to do so. Nassau Community College is recognized for outstanding associate degrees, certificates, and workforce development programs in diverse fields of study, including hospitality, culinary arts, business, humanities, nutrition, theater, and technology. Our proximity to this proposed resort and entertainment center would place our students at the forefront of the hospitality, culinary arts, and business industries. Locally, educated students with convenient access to professional job opportunities will translate into a wide range of economic and societal benefits to the Long Island community. We are also going to be partnering with Las Vegas Sands to develop a workforce development training hub in the college that is expected to lead to programs in hotel and casino management, security and surveillance, meetings and banquets, entertainment, and food and beverage. Sands and Nassau Community College will explore a variety of learning models, including internships and experiential learning components for NCC students. Together, paired with the new continuance program at LIU, this collaboration will support sustainable job growth, economic development, and new career opportunities for students on Long Island and throughout New York metropolitan region. Our region has been ready for an innovative idea for a long time. We believe that this proposal will transform the region in a wonderful way and create ripples of opportunity throughout the county, the island, and for generations to come. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jerry. Louis Vasquez, Long Island Hispanic Chamber of Commerce.
It's about time. Anyway, I just want to say on behalf of the Long Island Hispanic Chamber of Commerce, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman Nicolello and the legislator. And we endorsed this program with the Sands. I think they got a great team together. They've been speaking to our community. One of the biggest things that we have said is basically we have been included. We've always been left out as Latinos, minorities, and thank you to the Sands. They have talked to us. They have put at ease some of our concerns, and they're working together so we know about some of the plagues that happens in our communities, but with all the respect, I think that this is going to be great for the Latino community, Hispanic chambers, and for the opportunities and to grow together with Nassau County and Long Island. So on behalf of my chambers, thank you, and we endorse this Sands program and project, and God bless you all. Have a great night.
Thank you, Louis. Sammy Chu, Edgewise Energy.
I am here to speak in support of the proposed Sands project. I own 2 businesses that operate in Nassau County. I also serve as chair of the Long Island chapter of the U.S. Green Building Council. My opinions here are my own, but have largely been formed serving as co-chair of the Energy and Environmental Working Group that was formed to promote and give input to the project for community benefits. I served in a prior role with my co-chair, Janine Maynard, and I have to say, as a sustainability professional who started in 2004 installing a solar panel in New York City as an IBW member and serving as a public official and now as a clean energy entrepreneur, this project represents an amazing opportunity for Long Island and a very unique opportunity in many aspects, from a sustainability and built environment aspects. I don't know if we're ever going to see a project that has the potential to be as advanced and highlight sustainability as much as this one. The purpose of our working group was, again, to synthesize both sector experts, such as Adrian Esposito, who had to leave, and community members to then give proposed recommendations. In many, many instances, as we've gone out through this process, we realized that a lot of the priorities that were raised by both the sector professionals as well as the community members, that SANS already had a lot of experience with our suggestions because they had incorporated them at their sites, at their facilities around the world. And that was very refreshing in the sustainability space, when a lot of the time you're having to educate organizations about how to create sustainable organizations. Some of the proposed measures that were our priority to the community were water management, waste management, energy, as well as usable and community-friendly open spaces. All of these suggestions have not only been met with welcome arms by the SANS organization, but as I mentioned before, in many cases have prior precedents of incorporation in other projects. I've been able to follow this project, the other aspects of the project being adjacent to it in the working group, and I will say the level of commitment to sustainability that I've witnessed is a good indication of how they've approached and managed other portions of this project. And I think as a lifelong Long Islander, I would say it would be a big missed opportunity if we were not to see this project built here in Long Island. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chu. Karen Reardon.
Hi, my name is Karen Reardon, and I'm a member of the Say No to the Casino Civic Association. In just the last few days, our supporters have sent you over 13,000 emails urging you to vote no on the lease transfer of the Coliseum to the Sands Casino. We're gaining momentum every day, as evidenced by the number of inquiries we're receiving daily and the signs throughout the community. However, most of our supporters can't afford to take a day off work to attend this hearing and have asked that these sessions be held when most people in the community can attend them. We are here again to ask you to please vote no on the lease transfer of the Sands Casino, begging you not to open Pandora's box on the residents of Nassau County. If you do, we will have increased traffic, gambling addiction, crime, driving under the influence on our already congested roads, decreased home values, human trafficking, etc. A casino has no place in one of the most densely populated counties in the United States. Imagine if you had the ability to stop the opioid epidemic. Would you have voted for that? Well, the March 22nd issue of Newsweek, the cover story revealed the dangers of gambling addiction, especially among young people. Did you know that the American Psychiatric Association has listed gambling disorder in the same category as heroin and opioid addictions? And among the addictions, gambling has the highest suicide rate. Why then would any of you find it acceptable to vote yes to locate this casino across the street from 30,000 students? This is unconscionable and immoral, and you, our elected officials, have the power to keep this crisis from crashing down upon our beautiful county. Just in the last month, the FBI released a report that shed new light into the mindset of the shooter of the largest mass shooting in U.S. history. The 2017 Las Vegas shooting, where 60 people were killed and hundreds were injured. According to this report, the shooter lost tens of thousands of dollars while gambling just weeks before the mass shooting, and he was upset on how the casinos had treated him. My point is, there are all sorts of problems that will fall upon us if you approve this transfer. With the information in hand, don't gamble with the lives of your constituents, your family, and friends. We will hold all of you who vote for this transfer responsible. You won't be able to say, "I wish I had known," because now you do. I urge you to please vote no. Thank you.
Adrienne Esposito, Citizens Campaign for the Environment. She left? Okay. Jeff Reynolds, Family Children Association. You leave also? Joanna McCuckey. I apologize if I'm not pronouncing that correctly. Joanna McCuckey, Plainview. Nadia Ortiz.
Thank you. I'm sorry I can't see everybody, but I'm here. Okay. My name is Nadia Holubnici Ortiz, and I'm a resident of Floral Park. Presiding Officer Nicolello and county legislators. 7 or 8 years ago, I was a vocal opponent of a proposed casino project at Belmont Park by Nassau OTB. As a grassroots leader, I organized hundreds of residents in protests and petitions, and even traveled to Albany to meet with state legislators, urging them to reject the plans due to their negative impacts on surrounding communities and residents. In fact, in January of 2016, I addressed the Nassau County Legislature, requesting that they oppose the project. When Las Vegas Sands announced their intentions, I was starting to dust off my no casino signs. But I took a deep breath and I did my research. I do believe that residents should not only speak out against things that are wrong for their community, but also speak up when they recognize and support ideas, plans, initiatives, and actions that deliver significant benefits to the surrounding areas. The Sands New York proposal is precisely that. The project's developers have made a commitment to work closely with local residents and community leaders to ensure that the project benefits everyone. The assets have been enumerated here today. Furthermore, this project is dedicated to environmental sustainability with cutting-edge sustainable technologies incorporated into its design to minimize its impact on the environment. Sands New York will set a new standard for environmentally conscious development. This property has been underutilized for many years, waiting for development that would generate revenue for the county, surrounding communities, and local school districts. No medical or research facilities, educational institutions, housing, or mixed-use plans have ever been proposed to completion. Others are waiting for something that will never, ever come. But Sands New York is the solution. This is not the casino proposal of 2016. The New York Sands project is a transformational initiative that will provide significant economic benefits, create job opportunities as well as career opportunities, and attract tourism to all of Long Island. It is a project that will enhance the community while preserving and even enhancing the island's resources. It is a project that is committed to diversity, equity, inclusion, and sustainability. I fully support the Sands New York project and urge others to do the same. It's a visionary initiative that will benefit the region for years to come, and it represents the kind of progress and transformation that we need to help our communities thrive. Thank you.
Thank you, Nadia. Francesca Carlo, Nassau County Chambers of Commerce.
Hi, Francesca Carlo, 71 Barnum Avenue, Plainview. I've stood before here many times, mostly urging to shop local, but today I stand here as a Nassau County resident. This morning, I Googled gambling. It consists of 3 elements: consideration, prize, and chance. Although gambling, the casino, is only going to be 10%, and someone said, I think maybe Legislator Szilagyi, it's as big as this room. What about everything else that is giving us an opportunity? Consideration, prize, and chance. We must be willing to take a chance. We need to consider the possibilities of having something grand. At this juncture, a resort of this status and scope can be a prize. It may not be the vision everyone wants, but we've lived through, and many of you have lived through, so many visions and revisions of the hub. I do not gamble. I do not smoke. I do not drink. But don't get me wrong. I am no angel. I love to dance up a storm, frequent entertainment venues, and I love to see people having fun. I've been involved and sat and listened and listened and listened to concepts after concepts for the hub, from Charles Wang's Lighthouse, through a band of renovations to the old tired Coliseum. I have offered input as a business leader. In 1997, the Nassau County Legislature Providing Officer, and now our current county executive, Bruce Blakeman, said, "We want to let the world know that this is a great place to do business. It's worth visiting Nassau County, and certainly a great place to live." In 2018, a biotech research facility, poo-pooed. With 500 units of housing and 800,000 square feet of office space. Do we need that? In 2021, the development head of Monty and RXR, that didn't go through. The Sands Resort is an opportunity now that Nassau County needs to seize for tomorrow. I foresee success, eager for a flagship, wishing upon a star, and yes, eager for Nassau County to take home a prize. Thank you.
Helen Matinis. Helen Matinis.
Good afternoon. I'm Helen Matinis, and I live in Salisbury section of East Meadow in the town of Hempstead, home to the famous Nassau County Jail. That just proves one thing, though. We don't even know it's there. When things are run right, you know? All right, that's just it. I am the president of our civic group, Community Association of Stewart Avenue, and we have seen the proposal, and we believe that this lease should be transferred to the Sands to enable them to continue in the process with New York State. This is our last chance to bring economic development to the Coliseum property of this magnitude. No developer has been successful in being able to invest in the infrastructure needed to provide a world-class destination place. Legislators, please allow the Sands to have the ability to continue to go forward with this project. Thank you.
Claudia Long. Claudia Long.
Good evening. I thank you for the opportunity to speak and give respect to the legislature of our county. I'm going to be very brief. All that's been said about gambling, about its evils, I'm not going to repeat it all. I'm going to just give something very much to think about, because it's my life. Money brings power. Money is not everything. There are other ways. Ecclesiastes 5:10 from the Bible says, "Love for money never has enough. It's never pleasing. It's never enough." 1 Timothy 6:10, "Love of money is the root of all kinds of behavior," being that pierces people's behavior. Killing, lies, sex trafficking, money, drunkenness, all these kinds of things that have been mentioned. Money is power. Already Mr. Sands has done a lot of work. Even some of you did not know of it until just recently. That says something. Now we meet as a people here, as Nassau County. This whole thing should have been presented to the citizens before everything else has taken place. The plans here, the objectives, the goals, it's beautiful. I don't doubt it. But it's already there. Secrecy is wrong in the whole of the project. A casino here in Nassau County, for the third time, is being presented. We had voted no, and here it is being presented again. So I just end to say, nothing done in secret is ever good. Psalm 31 says, "The Lord Almighty speaks and summons the earth from the rising of the sun to where it sets. Don't be fooled by the casino, the money. Do what is right, representing the people of Nassau County. I say no to the casino." Thank you very much.
John Durso, Long Island Federation of Labor.
Thank you. John Durso, Long Island Federation of Labor. I come here, wasn't planning on speaking because Ryan Stanton did such a great job. Matter of fact, he did such a great job, I felt I had to speak. The reason I'm up here is because we have a unique opportunity to move Nassau County forward. We have had opportunities before, and as many things, conversations that have been said over the years, many good ideas come to Nassau County and die. We cannot afford to allow this project to die on the vine. We have heard all kinds of rhetoric and innuendos and mistruths spoken here. We have heard organizations that represent Long Island. We heard Accelerate Long Island. We heard the REDC and the LIA. Three premier organizations mentioned in one of our speakers' reports. None of those organizations have come down one way or the other on this program, on this project. I know. I sit on them too. And I welcome all the fairly new people that have joined our organization. And those of us who have been lifelong Long Islanders, we take great pride in this island and what it brings in the future for our children, our grandchildren. We get what we deserve. We have an opportunity to put tens of thousands of people to work and hundreds of millions of dollars into the economy and make careers for young people so they can stay on Long Island. And isn't that what all of us want? This is not a vote on it. This is a vote to allow it to move forward. to ask more questions, to get more information. To block that from moving forward does a disservice to the people of Nassau County. I stand here today to tell you that the men and women of labor on Long Island are 300,000 strong, want this project to go forward, want the opportunity for their children and their grandchildren to learn a trade, to develop a good economy that can wait. But I tell you, folks, we have an opportunity here. We have an opportunity to move this island forward. For your constituents, for my members, for all of us on Nassau County and Long Island. This is a regional project that will affect all of Long Island and all of our people's lives, and I urge you to support it. Thank you.
Thank you. Karen, are you okay, or do you need to? You're okay to keep on going?
Let us know when you need.
Let us know, yeah, when you need to stop for a bit. All right. Anthony Tenzi? Anthony Tenzi? Not here. Okay. Neela Luco? Sorry.
Good afternoon. Thank you for taking the time. My name is Neela Mukherjee-Lackal. I'm the president and CEO of the EAC Network. And I came here today to voice our support for the immense workforce project that the Sands Resort will bring to our local community. As a significant provider of vocational services across our region, often to underserved and disenfranchised communities, we recognize the need for employers to provide career track jobs so that individuals can have access to opportunities that will further their own life goals. Without a job or housing, individuals who are striving to improve their lives will have no hope. We have been very pleased to see the Sands hosting community meetings and conducting outreach to civic and community-based organizations across our region. We have heard their projections for workforce needs for the build, as well as for long-term staffing. And we are happy to see that many of the clients from the various demographics that we serve will have access to real and sustainable job opportunities. We know that creating these avenues to employment for a very underemployed population will lead to healthier, more stable lives and communities. Thank you.
Thank you. Gina Coletti?
Good afternoon. I'm here today on behalf of the Suffolk County Alliance of Chambers. My co-chair is Bob Fonte. Is not here today, but I speak for both of us. The Suffolk County Alliance of Chambers is proud to express our support of the Sands proposed development of an integrated resort at the site of the Nassau County Coliseum. Sands' proposal is a once-in-a-generation economic development opportunity for the future of the Long Island region. Sands has already displayed their outstanding support and respect to our Long Island business owners by hosting procurement academies to inform and educate them on what to expect and how to prepare their businesses to collaborate with Sands. We were proud to partner with Sands and the Nassau Council of Chambers in their first small business procurement conversation with the Long Island community. Since then, the Sands has continued community outreach to the local chambers of commerce and small business owners and offering future growth and procurement opportunities across our entire region. As the leading chamber of commerce in Suffolk, we believe it to be our mission to help foster paths to procurement for small businesses and jobs for our region. The Sands Destination Resort will also increase both Nassau and Suffolk with a boost of annual tax revenues from gaming. The creation of a 5-star hotel, world-class restaurants, celebrity chefs, a high-end spa, entertainment venue, and community benefits will positively impact our tourism industry, with visitors including families and business organizations from across the entire globe. This combination will increase gaming tax revenues, benefiting both Nassau and Suffolk County with the Sands proposal. We stand with Sands and encourage the Nassau County Legislature to vote yes on the lease transfer to the Sands and provide Long Island with this well-deserved opportunity towards a sustainable economic future for generations to come. Thank you.
Maria Camasso. Maria Camasso. Okay. Denise Harnish.
Close enough. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to this group. I've never seen a presentation without any
Excuse me,
statistics.
can you just state your name for the record,
Oh, sure.
please?
Denise Hanish. I've never seen a presentation without any statistics on the impact of casinos on surrounding areas. Where are the statistics on the increase or decrease of gambling addiction, drug and alcohol addiction, crime statistics, sex trafficking, gun increase, and by the way, the biggest increase in Bethlehem, abandonment of children. And that's according to the Lehigh Valley newspaper. So where are those things? I mean, even in drug commercials, they say you'll live forever. The small print says, but you could die. In any event, there's a lot that will come with this, and it's not good. It's not good for our children. It's not good for us. It's not good for the community. And the casino, by the way, in Bethlehem was sold by the Sands in 2019. So if everything was going so terrific out there in Bethlehem, why did they sell it? They sold it to Wind Creek. Thank you very much for your time.
Ed Carr.
Hi, good afternoon, and thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Ed Carr. I'm from Discover, Long Island. In 1978, the Nassau County Legislature and the Suffolk County Legislature created the Long Island Convention and Visitors Bureau and Sports Commission as a not-for-profit agency, basically to promote tourism into Long Island, to bring outside dollars into the region. The typical tourist, I'm going to speak on tourism obviously, the typical tourist that comes to Long Island is about 2/3 a leisure tourist, similar to any of the people here in the audience behind me who are visiting Long Island, and 1/3 business travelers. The business travelers are actually more valuable than leisure travelers. They spend twice as much money when they're here because they have commercial accounts typically. They're also 2.5 times more likely to return to Long Island, having been exposed to the venue. In other words, to come back as a leisure tourist. And then, of course, there's the third type of tourist that we do not take advantage of in our region. And that is the tourist who comes here either for a convention or a summit or a trade show or some type of conference. And we simply don't have those facilities in our region, which quite frankly is hard to believe. As I don't have to tell any of you on the horseshoe here, Long Island's population of 3 million, if it were a state, it would be larger than 16 other states. It would be 5 times the size of Vermont, 3 times the size of Rhode Island, 50% larger than the state of New Mexico. And yet we don't have any type of integrated resort or A-class quality space to run large gatherings. In fact, beginning in 2016, Discover Long Island started tracking inquiries coming into us. Name, date, how many attendees are you looking for, how long are you going to stay? and we computed it. So we have, this isn't anecdotal information I'm giving you. This is empirical data that we have that I can produce for you. We've turned down $35 million of business. And these are people who, quite frankly, were just too lazy to go on the internet and find out we don't have these facilities. These are the people who thought it would be easier to pick up the phone, call up the Convention and Tourism Bureau, Discover Long Island, and actually get us to tell them this and document it. $35 million of turned down business. To say that the Sands would be transformational is not hyperbole, it's not an understatement. It's something that is sorely needed for a county with the class of Nassau. World-class beaches, cultural amenities, wineries out east, and an hour's train ride to what's arguably the capital city of the world. Thank you.
Edwin McNamara. Edward McNamara, Mr. Left. Steve Ralston. Matt Fisher. Is there a Matt Fisher here? Richard Catalano.
I want to commend the legislators that are still here. This is a long haul. Richard Catalano, unfortunately, couldn't be here today. He's the president of a property owner association in Garden City, and he's also a member of Say No to the Casino.
Okay, Monica, we'll go on to your slip and you can make your presentation, but you have to give your name to the clerk.
Well, this is Richard Catalano's statement. I'm speaking for him because he had to leave.
We don't do that.
You're not going to do that?
No.
Can I speak for 6 minutes when I come up?
No, you can speak for 3 minutes, but you can submit his statement and we'll make that part of the record. If you want. I mean, it's up to you.
Yeah, I listened to 3 hours of the Sands and softball questions, so I would like to.
Everybody here gets the same 3 minutes.
Okay, but it seems like this was dragged out a long time so that people would leave and.
Well, that's the whole purpose.
I'll come up when my name is called. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Ed Finneran.
It's good evening. How are you, folks? Thank you for a few minutes today. Ed Finneran, Garden City, newly elected member of the Board of Trustees. This has all of the makings of a David versus Goliath situation here. On the Goliath side, you've got the very outstanding, polished, well-funded, and strategic folks from Sands. You've got the unions, several unions. I love the unions, guys, okay? I love the unions. This is not about jobs.
Mr. Finneran.
Pardon me, sir. Pardon me. And then, of course, we have all the chambers of commerce. And then on the David side, we've got higher education, we've got mom and pop organizations, and we have citizens. We have folks who really care and who are going to live around the casino. So we're going to try to even out the score here a little bit, but we can't do it. You have to even out the score. So as you folks begin the final stages of your work on this project, both individually and as a caucus, I thought long and hard about the focus of my comments. Mayor Flanagan, President Poser, some other women have come up and I think spoken passionately about how they feel. So I thought I'd speak about the importance of your vote whenever it's taken on the 22nd or sometime thereafter. And I got to thinking that when you first ran for the legislature and were elected to serve, you took an oath. And among the promises you made were to uphold the laws of the state of New York and Nassau County and to the best of your ability, protect and serve all of the people of Nassau County. You also impliedly agreed to work hard, apply your common sense, and serve your constituents in all matters big and small. I applaud your desire to serve and the commitment you have made to do so while, in all likelihood, holding a full-time job, raising a family, and just trying to balance what's going on in our frantic world today. I would submit, folks, that the issue you face today and its eventual vote is one of those big matters. Maybe the biggest you'll face as a legislator. But importantly, I believe it's why you ran for office. You ran to help promulgate good governance, to do what's best for the community, and help us collectively move forward to become a better Nassau County. I know that all sounds a little corny, but I believe it in my bones as being true, and I think you do too. Folks have spoken eloquently about the detrimental aspects of a regional casino. And what the Sands fails to mention is that when things turn down, and they will turn down, where are they going to be? And what are we going to be left with? The casino is the wrong idea. We want to put it, you want to put it in the hub, Nassau hub. You want to make it a casino hub, which would be in the middle of a collegiate hub, an educational hub. Think of it that way, folks.
Could you please
It's a good idea. I'm right with you, sir. It's a good idea at the wrong time and the wrong place. We've got several other very viable geographic areas, and I'm guessing the building trades will get those jobs too.
All right. Thank you, sir. Allison O'Brien Silva. All right. Jacqueline Ghosh? Or Gosh? Okay. Monica Keeley.
Thank you all for staying. I have some prepared remarks, but just off the cuff, a lot of the presentation today, I had to check my common sense at the door to even listen to it. You know, it just makes my blood boil. But I'm going to start off with a stat. In 2022, it was reported that 268 children were left unattended over the course of 4 years at Pennsylvania casinos. The problem got so bad that in 2022, Pennsylvania had to start a public information campaign called Don't Gamble with Kids, along with television commercials. What are we inviting in here to our community? It's crazy. Anyway, I'm with a group called Say No to the Casino. I'm from Garden City. I'm a registered Republican, and I typically vote Republican. This issue has caught my attention. You know what they say about suburban women voters? Don't make them mad. I am mad. I'm glad that you're all here listening to me. I made my points in January in front of you about drug trafficking, human trafficking, gambling addiction, fatal alcohol, traffic accidents increasing, home foreclosures, all of those things. I'm going to move on from that. Casinos make 4% of their revenue from 3/4 of the visitors. 75% of casino visitors are casual visitors, and they make only 4% of their revenue from those people. The other 96% of their revenue comes from the regulars, people who come there habitually, people with a gambling habit, a gambling addiction. Desperate people do desperate things to feed their habit, like leaving their kids in the car. or preying upon others or committing suicide. Those people are us. Let's face it, James Bond is not coming here to drop $1 million British pounds at the roulette wheel. The people that are going to be driving the revenue stream here are Nassau County residents. We are the target of this casino. The casino's not a prize. We are the prize. Our lives are the prize. 6% of us will become gambling addicts. Are you ready to take responsibility for that? Where am I? I lost my place. Bruce Blakeman knows this. Recently, he was touting the casino, and I quote, he said, "We have the customers." Right, because we are the customers. The Sands is saying they treat their employees well because their employees are friends, neighbors, and relatives. Guess who the gambling addicts are going to be? Friends, neighbors, and relatives. I know my time's up. I have more stuff to say. Okay, the revenue's coming from us, and I would call this an extremely regressive and inefficient new tax. The $50 million a year from Sands, you know what our Nassau County's budget is a year? It's $3.5 billion. $3.5 billion, that's 1.4% of our county budget.
Ms. Kiley, could you please wrap up?
I am going to wrap up in a minute.
All right, then I'll call the next one. Gary Johnson.
Okay, I'm done.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Gary Johnson. I am the NAACP New York State Chair for Economic Development and a Nassau County resident. Founded in 1909, the NAACP is the nation's oldest civil rights organization. In New York, we have 55 branches representing hundreds of thousands of New Yorkers, both residents and voters, and in Long Island, we have 10 active branches. Regardless of a gaming license, the Sands Integrated Resort Project will enable the residents of Uniondale, Hempstead, and surrounding communities the opportunity to earn livable wages and benefits, and will also allow our young people to stay in Long Island and mitigate the brain drain that has long affected our area. It will provide opportunities to build credit, acquire financing, develop assets, and create savings and other investments which will benefit our county. I think there's been a very healthy dialogue and debate here today with a lot of points about community benefits, and those are excellent points, and we have to hold Sands to them. The discussions that we as an organization have had with Sands and the team that's working with them has given us the confidence that they're going to live up to their commitments. It is very important for people in our communities, including people of color, to be able to participate not only in construction, but in pre-development and in employment and in the creation of businesses that can be supportive of this community as well. We want to be able to have jobs that pay wages that allow us to go to the expensive universities in our community. We want to be able to get those advanced degrees that allow us to live and work in this community or any other. Now, as someone who has worked in New York City for many years, I can tell you that there are a lot of people feeling that they should have had a different decision when they let Amazon go by. Billions of dollars and hundreds and thousands of jobs went by the wayside because of some comments and some feelings that were had. We have to engage. We have to be diligent. We have to hold people to account. But we also have to be genuine. We also have to know that this is transformative. There's an opportunity here. The opportunity is $4 to $5 billion that then triggers other things. It doesn't start and end here. We have to look at this in a long-term view, and we have to engage everybody in our community to make sure that they're able to participate in workforce development, in identification of different positions, and in mitigating some of the concerns in the community. But this isn't rocket science. This is doable. Long Island and Nassau County needs a transformative development. Anyone here who says otherwise has got their heads in the sand. That wasn't intentional. We have to take this opportunity to embrace this development for all communities, minority communities, Hispanic, African American specifically, are two communities that have been disadvantaged and need this kind of investment moving forward. NAACP stands behind this project. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Johnson. Rada Giordano. Rada she had to leave. Bill Sweeney.
Good afternoon. My name is Bill Sweeney. I'm a business agent with Teamsters Local 282. And it's very important for me to say that as a labor leader, how important it is for me to represent the building trades and how important it is for you guys to vote for a project that would employ probably the best trained, the best skilled, and the most professional workforce in the country, no doubt. With that being said, there is another aspect to this. Long Island, I'm born and raised on Long Island, and it is probably the greatest place in the country to live. But it's getting harder and harder to live on Long Island. So I have 3 adult children, all married. 2 of the 3 had to move out of state for economic opportunities that were much better for them. I have grandkids, as you all, I think a lot of people can relate to that, out of state. A project like this is so important to the community, not just building it, but having it and employing everybody. Long Island needs opportunities. Long Island needs to grow. Long Island needs to develop. It is crucial. More and more young people are leaving New York, and less are even coming here. And it's actually a scary statistic. So all I can say is I hope you all vote in favor of it, and thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Sweeney. Linda Lyons.
Linda Lyons, Old Bethpage. In 1970, I came to Long Island from Massachusetts to attend Hofstra University as a student in the School of Education with a dual degree in sociology. 4 years later, I met my husband, entered the 2-year master's program, and graduated with a master's degree in rehabilitation counseling and special education, following an extensive 1-year internship. I knew Long Island and its beautiful beaches was my new home. We lived in New York City for 3 years until our son was born, when we focused on buying a home in Long Island because of its renowned schools, of which I had had the privilege to experience during my 2 years of student teaching experiences, Long Island's magnificent beaches, and a strong sense of community and involvement of residents and their knowledge and involvement in the school districts. It was clear we were making our home and raising our children in Long Island. Here we are, 45 years later, in the same home with the same strong sense of community, as you can see by the folks that are sitting and standing behind us. And see, magnificent beaches are the same beautiful public parks, and even more incredible amount of traffic on our island. The definition of community, folks, is a place where people live, work, and play. This casino will not create, and certainly negative impact, the quality of life for many small communities that make up Nassau County, well beyond the 99-year lease. We are an island. Please do not ignore this. Not only will this casino change the character of Nassau County, It will increase the traffic and pollution on our island. It will create imminent danger on our roadways and our waterways during evacuations due to weather events and other extreme emergencies. On a daily basis, traffic on the trips, often on the side roads and the highways, is already extreme. On a daily basis, and especially on a holiday, getting to work and visiting family who live off of the island can be a nightmare on roadways and waterways. Beyond the traffic that will result, we cannot negate the issue of pollution. We are already the center of major environmental issues and cleanups, such as the Grumman site. We cannot afford more cancer diagnoses of our residents. We can afford no more of our air and aquifers to be compromised. Finally, this casino will not negatively affect us in terms of travel, but it will negatively impact our local communities by relocating and redesigning where casino and resort guests shop, dine, and spend money. Beach community businesses will suffer as well because of the exorbitant increase in traffic and effects of destroying the quality of life, the exact reasons that folks want to visit the beach, escape from their day-to-day, and enjoy play on our beautiful beaches. Our energy should be directed towards maintaining our beaches to save them for future generations. I think the most frightening thing to me is that Mr. Blakeman, the legislators, and the Sands Las Vegas could set the scene for a news briefing complete with union leaders and the NAACP suggesting the residents are in support of this project. Our opposition is loud and clear. Residents of Nassau County were not even notified of the negotiated lease in advance or given any platform for any discussion. A casino is not wanted here.
Ms. Lyons.
Nassau County exec, I'm not done.
You are done.
Nassau County
and Andrew Parton. Ms. Lyons, I know you think you're more important than anybody else, but everyone gets 3 minutes. I let you. That's okay. So we have probably maybe 40, 50 people who want to speak. We have 40 or 50 people who want to speak. I know you think you're more important than them, but I'm going to make sure that they come up. Ms. Lyons, could you please step away from the podium? Ms. Lyons, your microphone is off. Your testimony is not being included in the record. Well, I mean, at least it's going to be on Mr. McKenna's Facebook page, and all 6 people can see it tonight. Ms. Lyons, well, nobody's listening to you. The microphone's off. The transcript's over. You did break? Or we could. What? All right, we're going to take a break. Well, if you couldn't hear, I apologize for that. We're just taking a 10-minute break and we'll resume. I'll ask the legislators to come back into the room. Legislators, come on back in the room. All right, we're going to resume public comment, folks. All right, folks in the back. I guess they really can't hear me. Ladies and gentlemen in the back, I don't have one of those. I don't have a gavel. Gavelless. Norma, yeah, Norma has it. All right, folks, we're going to get started again. First speaker now is Andrew Parton, Cradle of Aviation. Andrew Parton, you still here? Frank Camarata. Real good, yeah. No. Just have to press the red button. Press the button.
This it?
Yes, you're good.
Okay. Thank you. First, before I get started, I have a letter here from the president of the Roosevelt Chamber of Commerce. He had to leave. He just left.
Okay.
As you will or know, or that I'm the president of the National Council of the Umbrella.
Yeah.
Is it okay, he asked, that I read this for him? I know you...
You can read it for him, but it's going to count to your time.
Okay, well, then I'll submit it.
You can submit
How's
it,
that?
yeah.
How's it go?
Okay.
Oh, my time's ticking. Okay. Thank you all for your time in this matter. The Nassau Council is the umbrella organization created by the Chambers of Nassau as part of them almost 50 years. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, almost 50 years ago. We are the Chambers, currently 45. We are by far the largest small business organization on Long Island. It's common knowledge that we have been working with the Suffolk Alliance of Chambers, our sister organization out east, with the Sands since last fall, to keep small businesses up front wherever they wound up choosing as their location. Way before they officially announced it was the hub, even to us, and we will continue to do so together. Somehow, though, I personally just knew it was the hub. While no location for anything is perfect, wow, this one is pretty darn close and ready to go. But we all need to work together, and the Sands has been doing that way more than any of us could have ever hoped for. Our co-hosting the Procurement Academy with them, giving small businesses a real chance to get involved and helping them to do so along the way, understandably gets a lot of play, and it should. But it's just one of the many positive things going on. And that, I am sure plenty of folks here have or will have spoke about today, which of course has happened. Our focus has been and will continue to be looking out for the communities, small businesses and chambers, keeping the information flowing, and of course as a conduit for them to the Sands. Folks with questions, maybe even concerns, need a place to go. We are it. Call us, dedicated emails just for the project. An office now right in East Meadow, and my personal email and cell are pretty much public. We got it, I got it, or 45 Chambers got it. There is no need for us to speak for the Chambers directly today because many of them are here from across the county and will speak for themselves. As you will hear, the support is very, very positive. But they say everything is for a reason. While all our board members are obviously from Chambers, out of 45, Margot Cargill, our first vice president, is immediate past president of Uniondale. I am past president of East Meadow, right next door to the hub. Board members Belinda Watkins, president of Hempstead, and Jerry Alfasi, immediate past president of Westbury Carl Place. Even the great Rich Pavone, a past president of ours, is also East Meadow. So there you go. What this development can bring to the region is absolutely fantastic on so many levels. And we thank the county executive for signing the lease with them, which, by the way, looks really good. Bruce has been looking out for all of us in so many ways. He really has, and you all have been part of that and should be proud. But as it seems, the next step in this is now in your hands. That being said, the Nassau Council requests that the county legislature approves the lease transfer to the Sands. Next steps. I have every confidence that you all will do the right thing and get it done. Thanks for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Camerata. Joseph Parisi. You left East Meadow? Okay. James Skinner. Oh, I'm sorry. Mr. Parisi?
No, Joseph Parisi had to leave. He left his testimony with me.
Okay.
I am James Skinner, though, so I was up next anyways.
Okay. Oh, good, good.
Good afternoon, presiding officers and members of the legislature. My name is James Skinner, president of the East Meadow Chamber of Commerce. This project is essential in keeping our young people on Long Island. Right now, young people are leaving in droves because of the lack of well-paying career opportunities. But this provides a means for them to live, work, play, and stay on Long Island. As you have heard, Nassau Community College and Long Island University support this proposal because it creates new industries for young people to grow into it, along with high-paying careers. I also would like to say that I have been impressed with the Sands effort and partnership with the community. I have seen them show up in meetings and help with community events as well, as if they're part of the community already. I think they will be great partners for the communities if this project moves forward. I'm looking forward in continuing the conversation with Las Vegas Sands. Thank you. Have a great evening.
Well, thank you, sir. Sam Mowecki? Mowetta, okay. Sorry about that.
Hopefully I don't get booed. Good afternoon, members of the legislature, and members of the public. My name is Sam Mowetta with Unscripted Entertainment and Embroidery, Videography, as well as an entertainment company. I'm saying yes to the Sands Integrated Resorts, to use former governor's words, being built for several reasons. One is economic growth. As we know, casinos generate revenue and create job opportunities which can boost the local economy. This includes direct jobs at the casino, indirect jobs in tourism, hospitality, and other related industries. For example, UBS Arena, although isn't a casino, generated $51 million in revenue in their first year of creating, as well as 3,000 new jobs, not including the 10,000 employed for the construction of the job. Two, increased tourism. Casino attract tourists who come to enjoy gambling, entertaining, dining, and other amenities offered by the casino. This leads to increased spending on accommodations, restaurants, local attractions, benefiting local businesses. Three, entertainment. By offering a variety of gaming and non-gaming entertainment options, a casino can enrich the cultural landscape of the area, provide new recreational activities for residents and visitors. You know, the only sports team left at the Coliseum is the NBA G League, the Nets. Infrastructure. Developments of casino can often lead to improvements in local infrastructure such as roads, public transportations, and other facilities to support the influx of visitors. Government revenue. Casinos often pay taxes and fees in local state governments, providing additional revenue that can be used for public services and programming. 6, which is the most important one to me, community investment. Some casinos, engage in philanthropic activities and investment in local community projects contributing to the overall well-being of the area. The demographic for the Coliseum currently is Uniondale, Roosevelt, and Hempstead, which are primarily Latino and African-American base, who unfortunately at times are underfunded and misrepresented. So this opportunity, I will believe, will be beneficial for the locals, but also for the college students at Hofstra and Nassau Community College. I thank the legislative members and allow me to speak at this time in the general public. That's it.
All right, thank you very much. Lee Paulette.
Thank you. Just want to say real quickly that I've lived in Uniondale. I've been a member of the Uniondale community for 36, going on 37 years. I'm active in Uniondale. I have lived in Uniondale, and I guess that's one of the reasons why the governor and his aide keep volunteering me for committees. I want to take a little bit of a different tact. I began working on a project with County Executive Blakeman last year. I got over close to 200 hours on a proposal to develop the Coliseum into the crown jewel of the hub redevelopment as a multi-sport, multi-purpose, community participatory venue based on the New Balance Arena in Boston, which is booked for 360 plus days a year, which is what I think we can do with the Coliseum. Originally, with the county executive, we discussed a public-private partnership. The Sands is proposing to use over $4 billion of their own money and not one penny of taxpayers' money to revitalize the entire hub. The Sands has also said, and apparently from their commitment, that they are going to proceed with developing the hub whether or not they get a casino. This is an opportunity that we have. It's a second bite at the apple after Charles Wang's lighthouse development went down in flames. This hearing today is not about whether or not there's going to be a casino, regardless of all the people who've been up here passionately yelling and screaming at you county legislators. It's to decide whether or not you're going to give the Sands an opportunity to get a lease and to move forward. It's nothing to do with building a casino yet. One of the things that I go past as a coach in Uniondale, I've been there for 36 years. I go past that wasteland of Mitchell Field, Mitchell Hub, whatever you want to call it. It is a desolate wasteland of asphalt in the heart of Nassau County and Uniondale. The Coliseum is a functionally obsolete venue that, as somebody else just mentioned, is occupied totally about 35 days out of the year, and that is it. The Sands was already, one of the things that the governor mentioned to me when we were talking was that median starting salaries for the entire development is going to be $70,000 to $75,000 a year. Imagine what that could have done if Amazon had been built in Queens, what that could have done to the community, what that will do to the community of Uniondale and East Meadow and Hempstead. And never mind the pilot or the property taxes. Just 30 seconds more? The property taxes could be up to 25% of the Uniondale School District's budget. The current state of Mitchell Field, the hub, is really a disgrace. It's an affront to the people of Uniondale. It's an affront to the people of Nassau County. It is a vacant wasteland that disrespects our Uniondale community and our Nassau County taxpayers. And I do hope that you support this lease. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you. Is Mayor Garner still here? Jim Garner? He left, okay. Claudia Pena? Claudia Pena here? No. Phil Andrews?
I'd like to acknowledge the presiding officer and all the entire legislature for having this opportunity to talk. My name is Phil Andrews. I'm the president of the New York State's largest African-American Chamber of Commerce, and I was your 2019 Small Business Champion for all of downstate New York. We are excited about this project because it's an opportunity for MWBEs to get business. We are the only Chamber of Commerce a part of the federal grant from the White House called the U.S. Navigator Grant. $100 million was sent around the country to help disadvantaged businesses. During the PPP, during the pandemic, we did about over $250,000 in PPP loans. We also did all the forgiveness. So we believe that this is an opportunity for the county, and particularly there's a disparity study going on in both counties. It's an opportunity to get minority, MWBE, and women and veteran-owned businesses. I have been active in the region for multiple decades, and the same problem still exists. That is a region we have continued to suffer from the cost of lost opportunities. The high operating cost of government and providing municipal services continues to be a burden on the residents in the region, and we continue to lose the next generation to other states. We all know the math, and all of the studies continue to say that Long Island needs to bring development in to make the region more attractive and boost the tax base through responsible development. And I do believe there is a such thing as socially responsible development. The SANS project is an opportunity to provide livable wages, workforce development, and provide ground-level opportunities for women-owned, veteran-owned, and minority-owned businesses. As a region, Long Island has dropped the ball on past economic opportunities. As we all know, opportunities for investment do not come by every day. From a historical point of view, we know the fact that the cost of lost opportunities continue to be a burden on the residents of both counties, and that the lack of investment will only make matters worse in the region. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Andrews. Susan Kay.
My name is Susan Kay. I am part of Say No to the Casino. Casinos do not create jobs. The jobs that they create are the construction workers, and when completed, the managers. I work at the UBS Arena. I work 10 to 15 hours a week when there are events going on. You call that a job? Casinos bring human trafficking. Right next door, we have the Marriott Hotel. Casinos also bring hardcore alcohol, drug addiction, and not too many people know of this. Freeport is known as the drug cartel. They come in by the boats with the hardcore drugs, the cocaine, heroin, Oxycontin, and just leave them and vanish. It also brings gambling addiction. What are we teaching our children and grandchildren? It's okay to squander your money. Somebody said in Pennsylvania, people were leaving the kids in the cars, and I did actually read this. You talk about retail. Why don't you open up your eyes and take a look what's going on in retail? We have stores closing every single day. Bye Bye Baby, Bed Bath & Beyond, Tuesday Morning. I could go on and on. On YouTube, there's a thing called the Dead and Dying Malls. The Sunrise Mall is in that. There are 6 stores left in the Sunrise Mall. Macy's owns the land that store is on. Once that mall closes down, they have to find another place. The land is only zoned for commercial use. They cannot build any housing. On YouTube, there's a Dead and Dying Mall. I forgot what state it was in. It opened up 13 years ago. It's being shut down. There was another, the Galleria, that opened up in 1980. 43 years, shut down. There was another state, the mall was only open in 1990, 33 years, shut down. I urge you to vote no on this project, and anybody who votes yes, you're all up for re-election. You will be voted out of office.
Danielle Hammerich. Is Danielle Hammerich still here? No. Rose Byfuller. Rick Hinshaw.
Good evening. I'm Rick Henshaw, a resident of Lynbrook, just here as a concerned citizen, and thank you all for giving me the opportunity to speak. 2 years ago, when New York State legalized recreational marijuana use, then Governor Andrew Cuomo left no doubt what the priority was. Tax collection projected to reach $350 million annually was the headline on the governor's news release. Other concerns were secondary. It was first and foremost all about the state creating a new cash cow, or cash pot in that instance, to replenish its perpetually overdrawn financial coffers. I'm concerned that that is what is happening here. The county executive sees dollar signs and plunges into an agreement with a major gambling operation with little to no advance input from affected communities and populations or from the citizenry as a whole. And as far as we can tell, little due diligence in examining the effects of gambling casinos on communities, on vulnerable populations, on the common good. When government comes to depend on self-destructive behaviors as sources of revenue, it's a short and inevitable step toward public authorities moving from allowing such behaviors to promoting them. And we've already seen this with gambling. Years ago, when the state first decided to get directly involved in the gambling business with lotteries and off-track betting, the rationale was that people were going to play the numbers and bet the ponies anyway, so better for the state to collect their losses and put the revenue toward public services than for it to go into the pockets of organized crime. But in short order, the state, not satisfied with redirecting existing gambling revenue into government coffers, decided to try to increase its take by advertising lotteries and OTB, encouraging people who had not been betting previously to begin doing so, and those who were already gambling to bet more. Now the county proposes to put a private casino right in the midst of communities most vulnerable to gambling addiction, directly adjacent to 2 colleges, when we know that young people, college and post-college age, have among the highest rates of gambling problems, and in close proximity to economically disadvantaged populations that are particularly susceptible to the lures and the personal devastation of excessive gambling. A singular focus on revenue enhancement is not only short-sighted, it is misleading. Having lived in Nassau County my entire life, I know that increases in government revenue do not, as a rule, lessen the burden on taxpayers. They just increase government spending schemes. They virtually never result in tax relief for Nassau's beleaguered homeowners. Indeed, if other communities' experience with big casinos is indicative, Nassau homeowners are likely to see not a decrease in their property taxes, but a decline in their property values. Moreover, my last point, consider the various social pathologies associated with the kind of gambling addictions that a big casino is likely to bring. Deeper levels of poverty, higher crime rates, increased mental health crises and needs, rising alcohol and drug abuse, family breakdowns and domestic violence, all of which will require stepped-up government intervention. There go the revenue enhancements that the county executive expects by centering Nassau's hub around a profiteering big casino operation. I urge you, as our elected legislators, to do your own due diligence before voting on this proposal, studying not only its potential revenue, but also its costs in terms of public services and its potentially destructive impact on our communities, on our vulnerable populations, and on the common good. Thank you.
Perry Fogg. Perry Fogg. Mario Alba. Pearl Jacobs.
Good evening. I would like to start by saying
it is disappointing that County Executive Blakeman and former Governor Patterson were invited several times to come out and speak with Uniondale residents, and we were not even afforded the courtesy of a reply. It's refreshing to see that the Uniondale Chamber of Commerce has been revitalized after having been defunct for the past several years. But then again, money is a great motivator. I am president of the Nostrand Garden Civic Association in Uniondale, and our civic association is against this proposed casino project. The environmental impact upon our communities would be disastrous. Uniondale, along with Roosevelt, Newcastle, and Hempstead, have been identified by the New York State Department of Environmental Conservation as communities in Nassau County that are disproportionately disadvantaged relating to air pollution and climate change. What does all of these communities have in common? The answer is that all of these communities are majority-minority communities that have been and continue to be adversely affected by redlining, disinvestment, environmental injustice, and taxation without representation. A casino typically operates 24/7. The substantial increase in traffic would further compromise the air quality of these disproportionately disadvantaged communities. In Uniondale, we have a very concerning water quality issue. Residents frequently complain about the quality of their water relating to color and taste. Residents have confided in me of serious health concerns that they strongly believed are attributed to the quality of their water. And let's not fail to mention Hempstead Turnpike, a roadway that consistently ranks in the top 5 of New York State's most dangerous roadways. Hempstead Turnpike is a heavily used roadway, and at certain times of the day, this roadway is overwhelmed. I have seen many times ambulances driving the medium on Hempstead Turnpike in the attempt to get residents to Nassau University Medical Center. And data shows that there is a strong connection between casinos and drunk driving accidents. You, our elected officials, are entrusted with making decisions that directly affect the lives of Nassau County residents. Health, safety, and quality of life for all residents should be valued significantly more than any monetary gains. When we look at the higher burden of gas emissions, air burden, and pollution, there's a direct correlation between lower income communities and communities of color with higher pollution burdens, quoted by Alana Kedil-Tuckey, director of the Department of Environmental Conservation's Office of Environmental Justice. It's important that these communities are finally being recognized. They are being targeted for large-scale industrial projects, landfills, and heavy traffic, and have been bearing a burden of environmental pollution. A vote to move this casino project forward would send a message that Nassau County communities, especially those that have been identified as disproportionately disadvantaged, don't matter. Vote no to this lease transfer.
Okay, thank you. Chanda Washington. Chanda Washington? Not her. Joseph Schaefer.
Thank you, Presiding Officer Nicolello, and members of the Rules Committee. My name is Joseph Schaefer, Chief Operating Officer at Long Island University. On behalf of President Kimberly Klein and the university, I'm here to express support for advancing the lease between Sands Corporation and Nassau County. As a national teaching research institution, LIU is very proud to call Nassau County our home and have a long-standing dedication and mission to be a good neighbor and create opportunities for Long Islanders. For instance, we recently launched the New York Metropolitan Region's first College of Veterinary Medicine on our Brookville campus, and I'm proud to say that we already have approximately 300 students pursuing this in-demand career, as well as dozens of new world-class faculty we are adding to value our community. We believe the vision of the Sands Corporation and County Executive Bruce Blakeman can be transformational for Nassau County. And we at LIU are excited to once again do our part to support this effort and provide opportunities to Long Island students to pursue great careers. LIU recently announced an agreement in principle with the Sands Corporation and Nassau Community College to create new comprehensive hospitality program to build stronger economic foundation for our region. This partnership creates a bridge between LIU and NCC, empowering graduates to advance their 2-year associate's degree to a 4-year bachelor's degree at LIU. The creation of new studies specializing in hospitality management and culinary arts will offer unparalleled experiential learning and access to professional opportunities that will launch students to successful careers in their industries, both of which are expected to see significant local job growth if the Sands proposed resort and entertainment center is built. Through this partnership, Long Island University will seek approval for additional bachelor's and master's degrees that support in-demand careers in hospitality management and culinary arts. Thank you for your time, and as always, we at Long Island University stand ready to support you in your efforts to create opportunities for Nassau County.
Thank you, Mr. Schaefer. Teresa Sanders from the Urban League. Is he left? Okay. Lynn Krug. Patty Harris.
Patty Harris. I don't even know what to say because I'm so baffled of all this information that was given today. One thing I will say, my late husband, the former Commissioner Melvin Harris Jr., he'll be rolling over in his grave today because tomorrow's his birthday, so I hope he visit every last one of y'all somehow. How about that? I am a resident, a taxpayer of Uniondale, and it's okay to develop, but it's not okay to bring a casino. And they stated 20,000 visitors a day in that stretch of Uniondale. That is insane. That is something that would you want near your homes? You know, it feels like, you ever watch a movie about the slavery time and how they try to take away from the people that live in their homes, that try to do better for their families, and you don't give them a decision. You take the right from us, and that's what you're doing. You're taking the right from us. We pay taxes just like you pay taxes. And I'm sure if they was going to build this casino in your area, especially when they was going to build it in, what is it, Fortunoff building? So you decide now it's okay to come a little further over. It's not. We feel the same way they did when they wanted to do it in Fortunoff. But the only difference is you should be building something that is for families. Families, not for gamblers. We have to pay taxes to go into an account to help gamblers, to help addictions, to help people. A few months ago, y'all was upset about the medical center. We don't hear nothing about that. I know we was upset in Uniondale about East Garden City. We don't even hear nothing about that. All you talk about is this casino because you see dollar, dollar, dollar. But looking at Bethlehem, I don't know, have any of you looked at the documentary that they had on Bethlehem Casino for the Sands? What happened there? Yes, no, crickets? well, maybe you should take a look at it. And maybe you'll see why we do not want this in Uniondale. I'm a hard taxpayer, and thank goodness I only have to vote for 2 people, and that represent Uniondale. And I wish we get somebody who will step up and represent the right way.
Carla Carmela DeStefano. Candace Holly.
Aquí vamos. Thank you very much, Chair and Legislative Body. My name is Candace Aguirre Holly. I'm here representing Argo Stone and Empowering Young Professional. It is with the utmost respect and appreciation that we come to you on behalf of our organization. Over the past 4 years, Empowering Young Professionals of Long Island has impacted the lives of at least over 150,000 families in Long Island by helping them with food and support during COVID-19. The work has been highlighted by many national, regional, and local news organizations. We are here in support of the SANS project. Empowering Young Professionals have worked with and continues to work with representing the SANS and work being done within the community in multifaceted. The opportunity that this project brings is a tremendous one, and we support wholeheartedly. If you guys have any questions or anything, always let us know. And I'm also submitting 66 support letters to you guys. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. Alice Maroney. Charlene Thompson. To your left, okay. Arlene Holtz. Tina Sherford. William Cassidy. I'm sorry, I didn't see you coming up.
Good evening, the legislative. Thank you very much for having me here. I'm CEO all the way 100% Incorporated. I'm the president at 100 Terrace Avenue in Hempstead. And we are for SANS coming to our community because it's an access to our community. We have a lot of people that need jobs, especially on Terrace Avenue in Hempstead. And instead of them being in the streets, that make them something usable to do. And this is what we need. You talk about gambling. We don't need them rolling dice in our street. That's why we want SANS around. Am I right or wrong? So say yes to SANS and know what you're talking about.
William Cassidy.
Hi, William Cassidy, representative IATSC Locals 1 and 52. Mr. Nicolella, thank you. All the members of the staff, the board, thank you. I'm here to support the SANS, and one of the major reasons for me on a professional basis is the theater. And I would suggest to you that any time in any theater on Long Island or Broadway, a show comes in or a concert comes in, it's private sector money coming in. It snows private sector money when show business is in town. The ancillary businesses make out like crazy with the restaurants, the babysitters, the gas stations. They all make out when live theater is in. And I would say on a larger scale, the project itself is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. I worked at the Nassau Coliseum in 1972 on the first show, Three Dog Night. and before that at Jones Beach Theater for Guy Lombardo. So yeah, I'm old. But $4.5 billion project in that wasteland, and I would suggest to you that anybody who sees that driving by has to wince if they're coming into the Coliseum for the first time. That area should be built up. They're talking about, I've heard mention of medical facilities, laboratories, electronic factories. Well, I don't see them. I don't see anybody proposing them. We have a concrete brick and mortar proposal coming from a world-class corporation to a world-class county, and I'm preaching to the converted, but people know Nassau County all over the tri-state area. In fact, they know it in California, where my daughter and her family are. This is the best of the best right here, and so's the Sands. And finally, the jobs. That's what I'm about. I used to be a business agent of my local, then I became a president, and I used to give out jobs. The desperateness of people wanting work when things are slow, and the kid in the neighborhood, the disadvantaged kids, think of them. Or the kid, frankly, the kid's getting out of a rehab or someplace else. He's going to, or she is going to want a job, and this will be a chance to do it. It's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and I want to say, I forgot, thank you, Mr. Blakeman, County Executive Blakeman. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Kennedy, Cassidy. Charlene Thompson.
Good evening, everyone. Good afternoon, good evening, presiding officer, the minority leader in his absence. My name is Charlene Thompson. I'm currently a resident of Baldwin, but I'm also a graduate of Uniondale High School. And I want to just share a little bit of my story and my family's relationship with the Coliseum. We grew up where we created family traditions of going to Ringling Brothers every year, and if we were lucky, we'd go to that little railroad track that's rarely used to see the elephants come in. And when I had children of my own, I have 3 young adults now, we would continue that family tradition. I also want to share with you that on September 13th in 1996, I was at a Nas concert. And at that concert, it was interrupted to let us know that Tupac had been shot. And so, for good and bad reasons, the Coliseum has been a part of my family history. And that's the past. And now as we're looking forward, you know, we've had some fits and starts when it comes to revitalization for the Coliseum. And the main thing that I'm here for today is to make sure that our communities are treated equitably and that we're not left behind about whatever opportunities are developed out of the Coliseum project. We need to make sure that children like my young adults have opportunities. My oldest is in Philadelphia. She's not coming back. I have a son who's graduating soon, and I would hope that he'd be able to come home and find an opportunity to work. I have a younger one. She's 19. She's looking for opportunities right now. We don't have enough living wage jobs on Long Island. We don't have enough development going on in Nassau County. And so I want to make sure that children like mine, I should say young adults like mine, have economic opportunities to want to return home, to create family traditions for themselves, and continue what we've built here and worked so hard over the decades that I've lived here in Nassau County. I also want to talk about opportunities. So I have a couple of hats that I'd like to share with you today. I'm a founding board member of the Long Island African American Chamber of Commerce, and I've worked alongside Phil Andrews for more than a decade. I am also recently appointed as the co-chair by the Long Island Urban League for their State of Black Long Island to the Economic Equity Action Team. And in that capacity, we want to make sure that all the revitalization efforts, Orsted, Sands, whatever projects that are coming down the line, that we get our fair share. That whatever community benefits agreement that are put in place, that they have some real teeth behind them. Because I've been a witness. We've had these nice, fluffy community benefits agreements with no teeth and no accountability and no enforcement. I'm here to be a willing partner to make sure that we can engage and make sure the resources are brought to our communities for our small business owners as well as our families. And we look forward to continuing the conversation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Thompson. John Boyd, Sr. Pierre, this handwriting is difficult, Descalit, Pierre. Andrew Ardisi. The Reverend Reginald Benjamin. Rob Allen. Jennifer Highland. Robert Vitelli. Jerry Lane. Anne Marie DeSalvo. Jeremy Joseph. Sorry.
No, that's fine. Hi, I'm Jeremy Joseph. I'm a resident of Hicksville. We've seen many elected officials spent this past few months, many of you in this chamber, touring the county, sounding the alarm about an existential threat to Long Island. Many of you warned about overcrowding, outside influence, increasing crime, an influx of undesirable people, and the loss of our suburban character. Now, what were you talking about? What was this impending threat? It was housing. Housing, of all things, where people live and grow their families. This is what you wanted to save our suburbs from. Now, what do you think is part of the suburban character, I wonder? And judging by what we've heard from many of you, apparently it's a casino. Casinos have been proven to increase gambling addictions in surrounding areas, to increase crime, and depress communities. Casinos are a playground for the rich and the killing fields for the poor. With rising inflation and income inequality and an impending recession, residents of Long Island need you to help with the cost of living, not to put a predatory industry in the middle of some of the poorest communities in our county. Casinos are unequivocally a tax on the poor. So you might point to the good union jobs that come with this proposal. The numbers keep changing every time I hear it, but 8,500 union jobs are great. There's no denying that. But what happens afterwards? What about this operations workforce? What does a neutrality agreement really guarantee? Las Vegas Sands employs around 50,000 people worldwide, and less than 200 of them are unionized. That's less than 1%. And that happened in known union town, Bethlehem, Pennsylvania, after a 6-year battle with their bosses. I wonder what Local 522 how they would feel about their mayor coming here to shill for a corporation that paid millions in court trying to defeat their unionization efforts. Culinary workers in Las Vegas, they spent 10 years trying to unionize because they were held up by this same corporation. The only thing a neutrality agreement guarantees is that Las Vegas Sands will be fighting unionization in secret. Before they hire their workforce, their operations workforce, I guarantee you their first objective will be building up workforce community liaisons, or rebranded union busters. This is a corporation whose founder was famously anti-union and has spent untold millions supporting right-to-work politicians. I'm not naive enough to think that a good faith agreement will have any effect on a bad faith corporation. I'm afraid this will turn service jobs, this will turn into service jobs paying poverty wages in an area that can least afford it. And one last sentence. I appreciate the positions of our friends in labor, but they deserve more than this current agreement. We're already bailing out the Belmont Park to the tune of $500 million. What happens when this place inevitably fails? I'm not anti-development. I'm pro-development. But development should help our communities. They should house our communities and not exploit them. Thank you.
Okay. Richard Williams. Richard Williams. Kevin Boone. Mida Meriday. Janine Maynard.
Good afternoon. I'm going to read part of my statement and ad-lib some of it because so much has been discussed here already today. Okay? I'm Janine Maynard, and I first want to thank the legislature here, presiding officer, and our county executive for the hard work negotiating this very complicated agreement and discussion of lease. I want to greatly thank the legislature for formally recognizing the host community of Uniondale within the document. That is something that is new and very, very important to the host community. On page 70 of the PDF document, in section 609, the beloved landmark of the Nassau Veterans Memorial Coliseum is recognized, and that's a landmark in Uniondale. And it's protected with a commitment of $1 million, not less than $1 million, to make sure that the memorial will be recognized as a place in Uniondale. And then there's the community benefits plan that's on page 27 of the execution copy of the documents, and that guarantees the 40% of total benefits conferred under the community benefits program that shall be used for initiatives directly benefiting the residents of Uniondale. And the purposes are enumerated in subsections 1 through 6 in the section above it. That is huge, and in that I want to echo every comment that was made by our legislator, Sheila Bino, at about 3 o'clock this afternoon, as I thank you for your patience and your hard work. Truly listening to the community and understanding what our needs are, and also understanding what our near-term needs are. I also want to express a sincere appreciation to the SANS organization for hearing the local community on this issue. They've acted as an interested community partner, having language that affirms Uniondale as host community. It includes monetary commitments, and in the document of a 99-year lease transfer with Nassau County, it is significant. Uniondale seeks to have its advisory voice appropriately added to the process of decision-making. That being said, the Uniondale area also has needs that can be addressed right away with support of resource infusion as process goes forward. Okay, we understand that there are several steps toward the New York State Gaming Commission license decisions. I want to endorse the finding of SECRA. I am co-chairing the Environmental Committee, and even though there was a statement of no findings, that is in the context that this is the lease agreement that involves no change. The other areas of the bill are being discussed in future actions. With the matter of the lease, it is very clear that Uniondale's benefit is to have the lease transfer and to change the conditions that we're currently under with the current lease. It's insufficient, and we would welcome a better situation, and that would be the lease transfer. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Maynard. David Thomas. You left, okay. Allison Puglia. Tom Titman. Sir, what are you holding?
Oh, it's just
Okay. Looked like a box or something. That's fine.
I'm safe. I want to thank the elected officials and the representatives that were here from the Sand people. The Dune film reference is intentional. I want to thank you for this opportunity to at least, be in the public arena. I'd like to give you an image to start this. We have this word hub that's been thrown around. Think of the monolith scene in 2001 Space Odyssey. Just hold that. As a voter and a dad, I'm concerned about the toxic effects of gambling on our youth. And in this, I share the expressed perspectives of some of the institutions of higher education that have spoken here. Gambling is addicted. On my show and tell, there's a TikTok by a teen in the UK that he did in his garage about how gambling is addictive. We heard talks about Mitchell Field as a wasteland. Well, as the Who say in their song, teenage wasteland. That's what we're generating, a place for that to happen. On March 18th, 2023, Newsday reported an article, and the caption is, "Fueled by legal sports betting, gambling addiction rises on Long Island, experts say." March 18th this year. And now to those that work with their hands, like I do. I welcome the building of things that bring people together. Food and music, definitely. So I say yes to restaurants, including the Great American Diners that one of the early speakers mentioned. Yes to concert venues. My brother and I want to be able to enjoy the latest version of the ongoing Grateful Dead family that I'm a member of. My brother and I enjoyed them at the Nassau Veterans Memorial Coliseum back in 1972. But I say no to casinos. My dad was a U.S. Navy Seabee construction battalion, and he built airfields in the South Pacific. He also showed me how to use my hands. He could fix anything. And when you raise 7 children on one income, the old-fashioned way, you had to do it yourself. He also showed me how to rub my mom's feet. So I learned how to pass that skill off in my 45 years of marriage. So I worked with my hands eventually in auto repair. First as a member of Teamster Local 917 at the Avis Fleet Garage in Maspeth, and then as a technical support manager. And I'll just mention, my wife was a union member, 1199 SEIU. I have health, dental, and medical for life for the two of us. So I believe unions are really important. And I'll just end with this last, we need affordable housing so our young people can stay on Long Island. There's no affordable housing in the Sands. Thank you.
Okay. Kashmira Pandit.
Hello. Thank you all so much for your time today and for sticking around for so long. My name is Kashmira Pandit, and I'm currently a student at Hofstra University. I serve on the University Senate as an undergraduate senator. I chair the Student Diversity Advisory Board, and I currently serve as a senator for the Student Government Association. But today, I just want to take a moment to voice the to speak for the voices that have been spoken about by almost everyone here, but not directly heard from the students, particularly the students that are less than 1 mile away from the location of this site. As studies have shown, gambling, kidnapping, the rise and the proliferation of arms is central to a casino, and it's what will surround the area that surrounds the location of this site too. In the past year, we have had 39 instances of gunfire on school campuses, 17 deaths, and 30 injuries. There have been 51 school shootings in the past year alone. With the creation of a casino, the proliferation of arms is just going to increase, and that's going to introduce not only drugs, but guns and all of that it entails closer to a college campus. So we cannot risk more student lives. In addition, in terms of the equity and equitable labor that might be implemented, it may also just propose additional stereotypes about lower income or minority groups regarding gambling or casinos or not unhealthy practices. So rather than a museum or other forms of revenue, like a historical site that could bring in more investors or more tourism to the area, a casino is only going to introduce more danger and threaten the lives of students. As a student, and as just a student in general across Long Island, it's important that we seek the advancement of our future generations. And in order to do so, we want to have a future generation. By doing so through introducing guns and drugs and all of that through a casino, it's not viable and it's not safe for us, and we fear that. So as the voice for the students, the youth that has been spoken about so much today, please, we urge you to vote no and protect the lives, because we cannot risk the lives of more students. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Pandit. Matt Flanagan. Debbie Brand. Mary Ellen Cryer.
Good evening, Mary Ellen Cray from Uniondale. Stop your rush to decision. Don't be blinded by the siren song of the clink of money. I am here to speak for greater study of the Sands lease with several concerns. Most residents with whom I have spoken do not favor the casino proposal. Most Uniondale residents are aware of issues such as safety, traffic, possible crime, and risks to the college students so near this development. The lease also raises several questions. As the host community, Uniondale worries about the exacerbation of current traffic problems on the two-lane Uniondale Avenue. The historical significance of the Purcell, Hempstead Plains, Mitchell Field, Uniondale, and the Nassau Veterans Memorial Coliseum must be protected. I urge further study of the impacts beyond the dollar amounts which have obviously dazzled the proponents of the lease. I urge thoughtful review as opposed to this rash decision which we may well regret in the future. Most Uniondale community organizations are just processing the information and have not had the opportunity to take official positions. Uniondale is the only community where residences directly are unbuffeted by public or business areas from this hub and will bear most of the burdens of this development. Money cannot make up for that. I urge you to postpone the vote on the lease for more community review. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Clariona Griffith, trustee of the Village of Hempstead. To your left, okay. Kevin McKenna.
You laughing? Kevin McKenna, Syosset, New York. I'm here representing the Nassau County NY News. I'm proud to be the only one who has broadcasted on audio video most of the meeting. I got here late. The reason I do that is because Nassau County makes it extremely difficult to find the live stream link on the legislature's website. In fact, if you try to find it today, it's in past meetings. It's buried in past meetings. Let's get down to business. I'm sitting here holding the phone, live streaming, and I'm thinking, what is it like to be a legislator when you're told what decision that you have to make? Now, it's also very, very unfair to the public that these folks on the right side, these Democrats, and by the way, where is my legislator, Lafasan? Where is he? Is he working at Northwell right now? Is he running for Congress? Or is he looking for a job? Where is he? Where's my legislator? Anyway, so you have the Democrats on the right side, and they stand no chance at winning whatever position that they're in because they're outnumbered by these folks on the left side. The folks on the left side have already been told what they're expected to do. Now, it's possible that maybe Legislator McKevitt, because this is going to affect him. Did you see how he got animated earlier in the meeting because this was going to affect him? But apparently it didn't affect any of the others that are going to make the decision on this vote, right? If it affects them, then but if it affects any of you, they don't care because they don't represent you. They represent the party, the Republican Party, and the decision has already come down because we see County Executive Blakeman running around taking, by the way, I'm sorry, actually I'm yelling more than Mr. Durso. I'm yelling more than Mr. Durso, the union guy. I'm sorry, I'll try to calm down. County Executive Blakeman is out running around doing photo ops with the Sands people. How stupid is that? He's already made a decision, and he's already told Mr. Nicolello, who's told the rest of the puppets on his right, what they're going to vote. Now, it's possible that some of the Democrats on the right, from some of the questions that I heard, and by the way, Legislator Bino, you ask excellent questions, and I appreciate that. So do you, Mr. Szilagyi, and Delia, you as well. Mr. Drucker, you actually, you're a smart lawyer, but you got to get the lifted sidewalks fixed in Plainview. The residents are going to hurt themselves. As a matter of fact, in closing, 5 seconds. Real quick, okay? Gambling. I love going to Pennsylvania to the Parks Casino, and I dread having it here locally because it has caused a problem for me. And I want to tell the Sands people that I'm a ride-share driver. I'm a retired executive, but I drive ride-sharing. I always love driving, and I make money driving. And I pick up all the kids in Nassau County, and every one of them right now is addicted to the app, the Caesars app, and the gambling on the phone. And they're not going to come to your casino because they like to be able to bet during the games.
Okay.
So you're not going to get those people. Why isn't County Executive Bruce Blakeman here? That is the question of the day. Thank you very much.
Okay. Theodore Massillon? Massillon? Nam Medium? No. All right. Oh, there he is.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Theodore Maslon with Now Media. When there's a will, there's a way. Did you know that in New York, over $900 million was made on mobile gaming this past year? I'm for Sands, so I feel like if there's a will, there's a way. Whether you guys are here or not, people will spend that money, like my man just said, that just sat down. But no good deed goes undone. I'm in marketing, I'm in media, I'm in video production, and I have been on the ground talking to local business owners, talking to everybody who wants to see what's going to happen when Sands comes to Long Island, Uniondale. And everybody's for it because you see over $900 million going into gambling, but you don't see any money coming back to the community. What everybody's failing to miss is the Pee Wee games that's going to be supported. It's going to miss all the people who are going to have work. It's going to miss businesses like me who get to have a say in what Sands brings in with their vendors and portray that to everybody in a way that uplifts the community. So to keep things short, I think Sands is going to be great for the community. I think that it's going to uplift a lot of businesses. I think it's going to uplift a lot of people looking for work. And I think that it's just going to make the surrounding area an awesome place. Thanks.
Mr. Ugaldi? Yeah, I had called him before.
Good evening, everyone. It's been a long day. My name is Mariano Ugaldi. I'm the president of the Uniondale Chamber of Commerce. I really look forward to you guys making a decision on this project. When you look at the scope of the economy, when you look at the scope of the economy on Long Island, you see that we have a lot of problems with the state of small businesses and where they'll be in the next 3 to 5 years, the way the economy is right now, the way the interest rates are impacting all these businesses. This is the biggest project proposed in the state right now. This is a project that outstrips any of the resources that we could even happen to sell or provide for this construction. This would be a windfall for the county, for the island, for the state. This is a tremendous opportunity, an opportunity to come to Nassau County. And it's the only project that makes sense on any scale at that site. Otherwise, every project doesn't utilize any of the acreage to do anything to capitalize on all the advantages of being in the center of this county. So I'd really like you guys to think this through and please support this project. As far as the neighborhood goes, all the businesses, for the most part, are pretty much in support of it, or they're just asking questions about it. And as far as the neighborhood goes and concerns for crime, we're a working neighborhood. For the most part, we're a working neighborhood, very blue collar. People just care about where the next job opportunities are. You know, and so if you're telling them they're going to be a huge operation up the street that employs so many people, all they want is more information on how to get involved. So I don't know what other stuff is going on as far as that, but the neighborhood is really supportive of it, and we would like this project to see fruition. We'd like this project to move forward. Thank you very much.
Hey. Well, that concludes the public comment portion. I thank all of the speakers who have stayed throughout this hearing, this close to 6-hour hearing that we've had on this subject. So what happens next is there's a vote of the Rules Committee, and what that does is, if it's approved, the matter then gets put on the legislative calendar in 2 weeks. So the Rules Committee legislators are the only ones who are here, who are going to be able to vote at this time. I believe that Ryan Stanton had it correct at the very beginning. This provides a couple of options, one with a casino, one without. In essence, it gives Sands, Las Vegas Sands, the opportunity to compete for one of those downstate licenses that's going to go somewhere, whether it's here or several miles over the border at Citi Field or close thereby. The one thing that I take from the lease, the transfer of documents, is that this is the one time in history that I'm aware of that the house, the casino, is taking most of the risk. They are guaranteeing an initial payment of $54 million to the county. They are guaranteeing minimum gaming revenue regardless of whether their revenues go up or down. They are taking on every environmental risk on that property. Every environmental risk except ones that we cause, which is an extreme risk to take on. The revenues to the county, to the town, and the community will make a real difference in the lives of our residents. The jobs that will be created both during construction and after construction, again, will make a real difference in the lives of our residents, in the economy of Nassau County, and I believe that they should be given the opportunity, this lease transfer should go forward, and Las Vegas Sands should be given the opportunity to compete with the other downstate casinos. The fact of the matter is, as they said, the people who will be gambling in this casino, if it's eventually approved, are people that are gambling now. But then the only thing is they're doing it someplace else. They're leaving our county and taking their revenues to Las Vegas, to Atlantic City, to the Mohegan Sun, to parks in Pennsylvania, to Bethlehem. And so all that revenue is leaving, and all those monies from Nassau County residents and others are leaving, and Nassau County is getting no benefit out of it. So all of it does is recapture something that's happening already. So I would encourage us to move this on to the full legislature. Any other member of the Rules Committee want to say anything?
I'm just going to say that I appreciate the public coming out and staying here all day. It was a long day, but it really shows how much you care about your community. I've always supported the unions. We were just briefed this morning. There's a lot of building going on. Actually, right now, they were just mentioning that unemployment is extremely low for their unions, and this does offer some good benefits that does not go without being noticed. But I will also say that at this point, we're going to abstain because we're going to be listening to hear if there's any further information. But I still have the same concerns I had here, what was that, 6-7 years ago with the casino. Right now, there's so much addiction going on, whether it be opioids or gambling or all these other issues that our kids are being faced with, and it's something that we can't just disregard either. So, yes, we all support the unions. Yes, we all need money in Nassau County, but it's just a question as to whether or not it's the right fit for our county. But again, we're going to abstain at this point and see what comes, and we'll be back on the 22nd.
Okay. Any other legislators in the Rules Committee? Legislator Bino.
Thank you, Presiding Officer, and thank you, Legislator DeRidge Whitten. I am going to be an abstention today because I believe that neither Plan A nor B provides an adequate amount of community benefits for the most impacted communities. And so I appreciate the assertions that were made on the record by Chief Deputy County Executive and members of the current lease, which is LVS, in stating that conversations and discussions will continue between now and May 22nd. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Legislator Bino. Anyone else? All right, Rules Committee members only. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, those abstaining. Passes by a vote of 4 in favor and 2 abstentions. Again, this passes this item through rules. It will be on before the full legislature in 2 weeks. Again, thank you everyone for coming. We'll be having a short break before the legislature resumes. I'm inviting all legislators back to the chambers. We will have a meeting of the full legislature, actually, to start. Okay. All right. All right.
I love it.
You all set?
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
Michelle.
Okay, what did I do with my, what did I do? Just taking my glasses. I am reconvening the April 24th, 2023 meeting of the full legislature. I'm going to call calendar number 35, resolution number 108, the resolution authorizing the county attorney to compromise and settle the claims of plaintiff as set forth in an action entitled IPBA versus County of Nassau. Motion by legislator Phillip, seconded by legislator Giuffre. So that item is before us. This item, it's on the full calendar. This item, calendar item 35, resolution 108. Yes. Yeah. So I don't know if, is there anyone from, all right, this item went through committees a couple of weeks ago, and we had a full presentation. At that time, we asked that the minutes be incorporated by reference into the minutes for this meeting. And if they debate a discussion on this, hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye. 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 Those opposed? Okay. We have votes, 12 votes to the majority, and 12 votes to the majority, it's 5 of the minority, so it passes by a vote 12 to 5.
11. Wait, Michael G's.
Michael G. Right, that's correct. I'm sorry. Thanks for the correction. It's 11 votes in favor and 5 against, so it passes. Need a motion to adjourn the full legislature? Moved by legislator Walker, seconded by legislator Ford. All in favor of adjourning the legislature signify by saying aye. 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 Those opposed? Carries unanimously, so we are adjourned. We're just going to go right into the Rules Committee. So we called the roll before, so we should be good to go. The contracts portion of the Rules Committee at this time. Call all of the items at once, as we always do. Items A1, A9, A11, 2023, resolutions authorizing the Commissioner of Shared Services to award and execute purchase orders or blanket purchase orders between the county and ENP Environmental, United Metro Energy Corp., Tyler Technologies, B10, B11, B15, B16, and B18. Resolutions authorizing the county executive to award and execute contracts between the county and Pratt Brothers, Hink Electrical Contractors, Steve Dubner Landscaping, Metro Group of LI, Inc., E36, E37, E38, E39, E41, E42, E43, E44, E45, E46, E47, and E52. These are resolutions authorizing the county executive to execute personal services agreements or amendments to personal services agreements between the county and LIRO Program and Construction Management, Be Ready Fishbein, Hatter and Donovan, NNP Engineers and Land Surveyors, Gannett Fleming, Cameron Engineering, Cashin Associates, NTech Engineering, Spectre Groups 2, Camp Dresner, One World Judicial Services, Laboratory Corporation of America. Lastly, it's U2 of 2023, resolution authorizing the county executive to execute a use and occupancy agreement between the county and Security and Safety Training, Inc. Motion by Legislator Schaefer, seconded by Legislator Kennedy. So all those items, all those contracts are before us. Now, some of them have to be tabled for various reasons, so we'll take care of those first. E47 of 2023 with One World Judicial Services, A9 of 23 with United Metro Energy Corp., and E38 of 23 NNP Engineers, E42 with Cashin Associates, E46 with Camp Dresner and McKee. Need a motion to table? Motion by Legislator Coppell, seconded by Legislator Schaefer. All in favor of tabling signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed? Those items are tabled. So we'll start with the first contract, which is with Information Technology / Assessment. That's with Tyler Technologies.
Good evening. Joe Jacovina, Deputy Commissioner, Information Technology. A11 2023, Tyler Technologies, Inc. This is to authorize and award a purchase order for the annual software licenses, support, and maintenance of the assessment IAS DAP system. This is a sole source procurement. The software is necessary to maintain the current technology for modules related to tax billing, collections, delinquent tax, appeals management, and EDMS, which is the electronic document management system. The period of this agreement is from January 1st, 2023 to March 31st, 2024. The maximum amount authorized under this purchase order is $875,450. This request is for a one-time 15-month term. This will allow IT to present this authorization request and subsequent renewals, if any, on a more timely basis. This request to the Rules Committee is late due to the following reasons. One, the requisition cannot be entered until the agreement start date. In this case, the requisition was entered on January 3rd, 2023. That starts the process moving forward. To prepare for the rules presentation, the county requires new documentation and disclosure forms from Tyler. Purchasing started contacting Tyler for this information on January 27th, 2023. Tyler completed the document submission on February 28th. The approval process was completed on March 30th, 2023, and subsequently scheduled for today's Rules Committee. I'll be happy to answer any questions about the contract.
Okay. Not about this contract in particular, but my understanding is that the county is perhaps moving forward with an RFP for this service going forward.
Yes, we went out with a request for expression of interest, an REFI, and we did receive 3 responses. Unlike last year when I was here and we received 0, so that's a good sign. The plan is that IT met with assessment. It was decided that IT provided assessment with the 2006 RFP to be updated to our current processing and our current requirements. Assessment is determining the best way to move forward in terms of updating it and deciding when it will be sent out as a new RFP. IT will support their schedule as appropriate.
Okay. So the March 31st, 2024 end date, that gives you enough time if you proceed via the RFP route?
Yes, what it allows us to do, the way the rules work is we are automatically late for any contract that begins on January 1st of a year.
Okay.
Because we can't enter the requisition until the same year.
All right, any other legislator, Reggie Whitten?
I thought this was considered a sole source, though, because of the software.
It is a sole source.
So are we going to be able to use another company, or we're going to have to start from scratch, or how does that?
We're going to look at what other companies have to offer. We're not sure that those companies offer every module that we need. That's part of the process of going out now with an RFP, where we'll have these three companies. We assume we'll respond to that RFP, and then we'll see where we are.
Okay. So we'd have to kind of start from scratch, or we don't know if they could use what we already have in place?
We believe they wouldn't have responded to the expression of interest if they didn't have some modules. The expression of interest was about an 8-page document.
Okay.
It listed on a high level, not in a detail level, what the functionality was that we're looking for. And the fact that they responded means they must have something in place. But we'll learn more about that if they respond to the RFP once we issue it.
So perhaps it's not a sole source then? It's not going to be a sole source.
Well, Tyler considers it a sole source because they offer all these modules that we've been running since 2006. Long time. They've added, it's kind of unique to the county. So we're going to be very interested to see what these three companies have. But we're going to actively pursue this.
I'm not suggesting that they're the reason that we're having the errors, but maybe because we are, it is going to be worth looking at a new company, even if it means that we might have to recreate some of this. But
yes, and obviously we'll take that into account as we review these applications, see what controls they have.
Thank you.
Any other questions on this contract? Nope. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Move on to E37, contract with the county and Be Ready Fishbein Hatter.
Brian Libbert from the County Attorney's Office. This is for Be Ready Fishbein Hatter Donovan to represent the Board of Elections in a case called Prairial against Town of North Hempstead. The county is really a peripheral party in this matter. If you have any questions, I'm more than happy to answer the same.
I believe they are a nominal party, correct? There's no cause of action against the county?
That is correct. When I said peripheral, I may have not used the proper term of art, but that is exactly what I meant, legislator.
Okay. All right. Questions? Legislator Reggie Whitten.
Sorry about this, but is Robert here from procurement? Oh, there you are, Robert. Hi. Hi, Mr. Cleary. I don't mean to call you Robert.
Not on. Robert Cleary, Chief Procurement and Compliance Officer.
Oh, sorry.
I apologize.
I just have a note that the IG said that there was an issue with the procurement. Can you address that?
So typically for county attorney qualified list awards, the department conducts a mini bid process to establish the vendor on the panel offering best value. However, historically, the county attorney's office has always maintained the right to award directly when a particular vendor was clearly the appropriate vendor on the panel to award to a particular job, depending on the circumstances. The department also has the right to do a sole source separate from that process off the off of the qualified list as well.
Okay, can I just ask the county attorney's office something then? What? Just two quick questions. One, are you okay with that type of procurement? You're comfortable with that?
My understanding of the law is that procurements of legal services need not always be done pursuant to the lowest cost analysis, which often other municipal procurements are. So relative to what Mr. Cleary had stated, I would just agree that in some scenarios, the county attorney's office would not go through that sort of more rigorous process.
Okay, and we just had a question because it was deemed, I believe the term was a minor case, nominal case. Thank you. Do you feel that we need to have outside counsel for that?
My understanding is that there's often a conflict with the board, and it is sort of a typical practice for the county in most election cases. So yes, in this instance, I would say yes.
All right, thank you.
Any other questions for Brian? Nope. Okay, I think we're good for now.
Thank you.
Next two contracts are with Parks. A1, ENP Environmental, Inc.
Good evening, everyone. Darcy Bellier, Parks Commissioner. A1 2023 is ENP Environmental, Inc., presenting for your approval a blanket purchase order to be awarded to them. ENP will provide twice weekly lead removal services at the county shooting range at the Mitchell Athletic Complex. The Department of Shared Services conducted a competitive bid on behalf of Parks. 5 vendors submitted bids, and ENP Environmental and MWBE was chosen as the lowest responsible bidder. The term is for 1 year with the option to renew for an additional 4 one-year periods, plus a 2-month period for a total of 5 years and 2 months. The annual anticipated cost is $430,000 with a maximum total during the term not to exceed $2.2 million, and it is funded by the general fund.
Any questions on this contract? I think we're good. Let's go to the next one, which is U2.
U2 is with Safety and Security, Inc., a use and occupancy agreement between the county and Safety and Security Training, Inc. We conducted an RFQ last year for summer recreation program certifications and entertainment. This vendor was selected as a result of this RFQ to provide first aid and CPR training for summer camp staff in advance of the season. They may also be used as needed for lifeguard CPR training as needed as well. This agreement shall commence on May 9th, 2023, for a 1-year period terminating on May 8th, 2024, with the option to renew for 2 additional 1-year periods. The vendor will provide CPR, basic life-saving, AED, and first aid training classes to a maximum of 50 participants a year. The cost to the county is $100 per participant in year 1, escalating by $5 if we choose to renew each year, and also funded by the general fund.
Okay, thank you, Darcy. Any questions on this contract?
Thank you.
Good, thanks. Next contract is with Social Services, E52, Laboratory Corporation of America.
Hi, good evening.
Evening.
So this item is an amendment to the Department of Social Services agreement with Laboratory Corporation of America Holdings, LabCorp for short, and it seeks to extend the term of the agreement through December 31st of this year. And it also seeks to provide increased testing fee. Now this, we contract with LabCorp to provide court-ordered genetic testing to establish paternity. And this is very important when it comes to child support enforcement.
Okay. Any questions? Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yeah. B10, contract with Pratt Brothers. Actually, the next bunch of them will be DPW.
Good evening, Ken Arnold, Commissioner of Public Works. B10 is the Department's Civil Site On-Call Requirements Contract. We utilize this for time-sensitive emergency and smaller projects within our parks, roads, and bridges. There were 2 bids received with the lowest bid withdrawn. Pratt's bid was reviewed and found acceptable as the lowest responsible bidder. Their MWBE percentage is at 7.5%. The contract valued at $16 million or $4 million per year.
Any questions? Nope.
We'll just continue on?
Yeah.
Okay, so the next item is B11. This is a construction contract to replace the sports lighting at North Woodmere Park. 5 bids were received. The lowest bidder withdrew its bid. Hink was the second bid and was determined to be the lowest responsible bidder at $850,000. Hink has indicated all the work will be done by them, which is why there's no MWBE shown. The bid was 40% above the engineer's estimate.
Okay. Just curious, when will the work be done? Obviously, you're going into the baseball season, so.
No, we'll work that out, that we don't close the park down while we're doing the work.
Okay.
That'll be worked out.
Good.
You still doing it this season?
Probably be in the fall.
After the season?
Yeah, I'll sit down with the Parks Department. We'll figure out what their schedule is and what's the best way of approaching this work.
Okay. All right.
Yep.
Okay. Any other questions on this contract?
Okay. Yep. Next item is B15. This is a construction contract for the rehabilitation of the Sands Point Bridge. 6 bids were received, and Dubner was determined to be the lowest responsible bidder. Dubner has indicated that 35% of this project will go to WMBEs. The bid was 15% above the engineer's estimate.
Okay. Sure. Another Senator Reggie Whitten.
Hi, Ken. Ken, thank you for coming to Joe Scannell's service. Ken was an Eagle Scout, and I didn't even recognize him until I heard his voice. And then I was like, oh, my God, that's so cool.
I wasn't. I was Scoutmaster, not an Eagle Scout, unfortunately.
Sorry.
My 2 sons are Eagle Scouts.
I was very impressed. I thought it was great, and it was very nice that you did that. With the bridge, are they planning on knocking it all down and starting again, or just
No, the
repairing
bridge has a historic value, which is why this job took so long to get through. So we'll be keeping the intent of the bridge and working around it to make it ADA compliant as part of the work.
Are you going to have to make it wider for that, or?
I don't know exactly.
Okay.
I don't know the details on
All
what
right.
we're doing.
Thank you for doing it.
Any other questions on this contract? No.
Okay, the next item is B16. This is a construction contract for the police training village. The village will include 10 individual structures portraying various uses, and the site will include a roadway and drainage also. 5 bids were received, and Metro was determined as the lowest responsible bidder at $11.74 million. The bid was at the engineer's estimate. The MWBE participation at this point sits at 4.7%.
Okay, this is a great idea, and it'll be useful for our law enforcement and for the training for various scenarios, and I'm definitely going to vote for it. But the question I have is this: the fire academy has buildings that have been in use for years and years and years, and in serious need of upgrade. So, what is the county's plan to do something about the fire academy, which all of our fire departments use to train?
Currently, the department has a contract with Cash and Associates. We're doing a master plan looking at that facility because of especially on the classroom training and admin areas are very not underutilized, in poor condition, I'll say. So I expect to have a meeting with the consultant sometime this month to see where they are with the project. And from that, we'll be putting together a scope of work of what needs to be addressed first. I would think it's going to happen over a period of time because it's quite a bit of things that facility needs. One project that will go out to bid shortly will be removal of the water tank. The water tank is past its useful life, no longer in service, so that will actually happen sooner. But I expect to have information in the next coming months about what's the first facility that we have to work on, because as you probably know, the ambulance training is in trailers. The fire training classrooms are undersized. The admin offices are undersized. So we're looking at, in totality, everything we need to do with that facility.
Okay. When approximately do you think you'll come with to us with an overall plan for that?
I've been talking to my architects about getting a meeting with Cash and see where they are. I want to get that done this month, and from that, I can let you know exactly what our next steps are.
We will follow up. Any other questions on this item? All right.
Okay. Next item is B18. B18 is our on-call drainage requirements contract. This contract would assist the department in addressing time-sensitive, emergency, and smaller drainage-related projects at county facilities, parks, roads, drains, stormwater basins. Due to the critical nature of this contract, for the first time, we are awarding a primary and a secondary contract. During Ida, I was concerned that if we had many more issues that day to deal with, I wouldn't have had a contract available because our prime contractor was had to respond to 4 or 5 different locations. So as such, we determined that to award a secondary contract would be in the county's best interest. The secondary contract will only be used if the primary contract is not available for the work. Pratt, in this case, is the secondary contract. You should be seeing at the next session a contract with D.F. Stone, who's our primary contract. This contract is a $4 million per year, a 4-year contract, and Pratt has indicated for their work, the MWB participation would be around 12%.
So, dewatering, by that you mean just repair of facilities?
Yes, well, numerous different things. It's not, during Ida, we had numerous washouts of facilities, so we had to pump out stormwater basins to do head wall repairs. We had drain collapses. Some county facilities had issues where we had to do some repairs. So it's all different types of work. Stormwater basins that need to be rehabilitated, pumped out.
So it's repair of existing facilities, it's not construction of new.
No, we don't. Very rarely we build anything new with this contract because we would bid a separate contract for anything new.
And what kind of extensions do you are built into these? Because you say
This contract, I believe, has.
Because you have what is it? $6 million and 5 and 5 and change and 6 and change don't add up to 16. So
This contract is a 3-year contract, and then it has a 1-year extension. So that's 4 times 4 is 16. That's where that came from.
Okay.
That's how we did that.
Right. Thanks.
Okay. Any other questions on this contract? Nope. Let's go on to the next one.
Okay, next one I believe is E36.
Yes.
So E36 is an amendment to Leroy's existing contract associated with the construction management services for the Family Mat Court project. This amendment will provide adequate funding and duration to complete the project. This also includes the oversight of the Family Justice Center that's going to go out to bid shortly. This is not retroactive, and the contract amendment is for $3.7 million.
When is it that you estimate the family court will be open for business?
End of 2024.
I think I've said my piece about this over time, and I think it's disappointing because obviously it's extending beyond my term. So
this contract has litigation involved and all kinds of other side events going on now.
Yeah. Any questions for Ken on this contract?
Okay. That's Nelson Pope. We're skipping Nelson and Pope. Gannett Fleming. E39 is an amendment to the Department's on-call environmental design services contract with Gannett Fleming. This amendment adds an additional $1 million. No time extension. The current contract expires 12/25.
Okay. Any questions on this one?
Okay. E41 is an engineering services contract associated with conducting a feasibility study for the installation of sewers in the unincorporated area called Point Lookout. 5 firms submitted proposals. The firm that initially selected as the highest technically ranked firm withdrew their bid. Cameron proposal is at $461,000. We determined to be the lowest responsible bidder when the technical review committee reconvened, and their participation for MWB is at 47% for this project.
Okay. Questions on this one? Nope.
E42, skipping.
Yep. So it's E43 and E44 are left.
So E43.
NTEC, engineering.
NTEC is a on-call building construction management services contract. We received 20 proposals, and the technical review committee determined to award to the highest 9 bracketed firms, the top 9. There was a nice bracket that we chose from. NTEC was one of those selected firms, and the MWB will be determined as the projects are assigned.
Okay. Any questions on E43? Last one is E44.
E44 is another selection for the on-call building construction management contract with Lero. Again, the same applies as we previously discussed.
Do you have a table or anything that shows you like the various on-call construction contractors, contracts, and where they are in terms of term and things of that nature? Does the Department of Public Works maintain a chart or a table?
For the assignments of?
No, just in terms of how many on-call contractors we have for a specific
Yes, I keep
purpose.
a table on for the different active contracts.
I think we'd like to see that, just to get a grip on where.
Okay, yeah, we can.
The overall.
Yep, I can get the, I'll update that and I'll get it to you.
Okay. Did you call E45? Did we talk about that?
No, not yet.
Okay.
That's next.
Yeah. Okay.
So my last contract today is E45.
Yep.
This is a contract amendment for the design and design services during construction associated with the Family Mat Court. This is with Spectre Group. This amendment is for $1.5 million, and the duration would get us to the end of the contract work.
Any questions on E45? All right. Thank you very much, Ken. So these contracts that are before us, there's two I'm going to call separately at this time. That's A11 of 23. A11 of 23, it's Tyler Technologies, and E37 of 23, Be Ready. Any further debate or discussion on those contracts? If not, all in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed? And abstentions. So it's 2 nays? Okay. So it's those two contracts passed by a vote of 4 to 2. And I'll call the rest of the contracts together. So I hope we get this correct. A1 of 23, U2 of 23, E52, B10, B11, B15, B16, B18, E36, E39, E41, E43, E44, and E45. So those are the rest of the contracts. Any further debate or discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye. Those opposed, they carry unanimously, and we'll put the Rules Committee in recess. Next committee is Public Safety.
Okay, good evening. At this time, I will call the Public Safety Committee to order, and I will ask the clerk to call the roll.
Thank you, Madam. Legislator Deborah Muley. Legislator Sheila Bino. Ranking Member Delia DeRiggi-Whitten. Legislator John Ferretti. Legislator Mazi Philippe. And Legislator Thomas McKevitt. Chairwoman Denise Ford.
Here.
We have a quorum, ma'am.
Thank you very much, sir. There are 3 items on the agenda today, which are clerk item numbers 159-23, 162-23, and 163-23. Clerk item number 159-23 is an ordinance supplemental to the annual appropriation ordinance in connection with the Nassau County Office of Crime Victim Advocate. May I have a motion? Moved by Legislator McKevitt, seconded by Legislator Pilla. The item is before us. And who is here from the administration to discuss this?
Good evening, honorable members. I'm Janine Zeal, Executive Director of the Nassau County Office of Crime Victim Advocate. On August 1st of 2022, the Nassau County Office of Crime Victim Advocate procured the Victim of Crime Act grant, VOCA, which provides support to state and local programs that assist victims of crime. OCVA received an award amounting to $1,515,551.04 for 3-year period covering October 1st, 2022 through September 30th, 2025. This supplemental request before you appropriates funds in the amount of $505,183.68 from the New York State Office of Victim Services. This supplemental appropriation request was previously before this body in September of 2022 and was approved. It is being represented solely due to an administrative change in the department code. The total revenue and expenses are equal. There is no impact on the operating budget.
All right, any debated discussion? Legislator Millet.
Hi, Janine. I have a question. So you said the original amount was $1,500,000 something or other, and so is this 1 year's worth of money? Is that what this is?
That's for the 3-year period. The 1-year amount is $505,000.
What we're voting on today is for a 1-year period, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you. I just wanted to understand.
Anyone else? Okay. All those in favor of passing this item, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Okay. Opposed? The item passes unanimously. Clerk item number one. Thank you very much, by the way. I'm sorry. Clerk item number 162-23 is an ordinance supplemental to the annual appropriation ordinance in connection with the district attorney. May I have a motion moved by Legislator Millet, seconded by Legislator Bino? The item is before us. Good afternoon. Good evening, I mean.
Dennis McDermott, Assistant District Attorney. This is a supplemental appropriation request. There are actually 5 within the ordinance. The first is a $2,500 appropriation for the animal cruelty prosecutions. It's from the Association of Prosecuting Attorneys, and it's being used specifically to help defray the cost incurred by Bobby and the Strays for a severe maltreatment, and the case is now pending. It's for $2,500. The next 2 are both from federal forfeiture funds. One is for $7,523. It's the next page. There are a total of 6 appropriations within the ordinance. We've been waiting all night, so a few more minutes won't matter. Ready? Okay. The next 2 appropriations are from the federal forfeiture program. One for $7,523 and the other for $177,008. They come from the Department of Justice Federal Forfeiture Program, and they're used to support enforcement efforts to investigate and prosecute cases. The last 3 are from the New York State Civil Forfeiture Programs. One for $35,101, one for $276,019, and one for $361,210. Again, these grants are a result of funds received from successful forfeiture cases, and they're used for investigating and prosecuting other criminal cases. None of these grants require matching funds.
It seems like you really were busy and brought in a lot of money. I mean, this is...
Well, in all honesty, it totals a little over $800,000, and while that sounds like a lot, years ago we would be bringing in millions. So really? it has gone. It's up a little this year, but it is trending lower.
Wow. Okay. Anyone else? Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. All those. I just want to make sure it's favor of passing this item, please signify by saying aye. Opposed? The item passes unanimously. Clerk, item number 163-23 is a supplemental to the annual appropriation ordinance in connection with the Traffic Safety Board. May I have a motion? Moved by Legislator Phillips, seconded by Legislator DeReggie Whitten. The item is before us. And
Good evening. Kent Arnold, Public Works. 163 is a supplemental appropriation that allocates the Traffic Safety Board's share of the handicap parking surcharge to its budget. The $30 surcharge that traffic safety receives is half of the total of $40,000 that we anticipate to receive in 2023.
Any debated discussion? No? All right. Thank you very much, sir. All those in favor of passing this item, please signify by saying aye. Opposed? The item passes unanimously. There is no other business in front of this committee. May I have a motion to adjourn? Moved by Legislator Walker, seconded by Legislator McEvitt. I'm so used to you. I know. Moved by Legislator Ferretti, seconded by Legislator McEvitt. All those in favor? Aye. This committee is now adjourned. Planning is next.
Okay, at this time, I would like to call the Planning, Development, and Environment Committee to order. I will ask the clerk to please call the roll.
Thank you, Madam. Roll call. Legislator Arnold Drucker. Legislator Sheila Bino. Ranking Member Carrier Salage. Legislator Denise Ford. Legislator John Giuffre. Vice Chairman Thomas McKevitt. Chairwoman Laura Schaefer.
Here.
We have a quorum, ma'am.
Thank you. Okay, there's one item on the agenda today. It's clerk item number 160-23. This is a resolution to authorize the release of a surety bond covering improvements of the map of Marina Point at East Rockaway, situated in the village of East Rockaway and hamlet of Oceanside, town of Hempstead, county of Nassau, New York. Can I have a motion? So moved by Legislator Ford, seconded by Legislator Bino. This item is before us.
Kent Arnold, Public Works. As stated, 160 is a resolution to release the surety bond associated with the Marina Point subdivision. Nassau County Planning Commission concurs with this release of the surety bond. However, the cash escrow will not be released. This escrow will be held until the sidewalk repairs are made to the concurrence of the department.
Okay, thank you. Is there any debate or discussion? Legislator Drucker.
Thank you, Chairwoman. Ken, what is the amount of the cash escrow? 47,000, is that the one? Oh, okay.
You said 47? Yes,
47,453.
47,453, correct.
And that is until you do an inspection of the sidewalk, that has to be done?
Yeah, yes.
Okay. Thank you. That's all.
Okay, any legislative? McKevitt.
Yeah, Commissioner, I'm just wondering, what is the exposure? I mean, my understanding from the Planning Commission, there was some issue regarding damage to the sidewalk. I'm just wondering what the possible exposure could be if those repairs need to be made.
I don't have that answer for you. I have to double check with my staff.
Okay.
I'll have that answer for you at full ledge.
Okay, thank you very much.
Commissioner, with the sidewalks, if, I don't know how extensive, like the damage, or if it's just parts of the sidewalk that need to be repaired, like for the 47,000 that we're holding, would that cover to replace? I mean, I know the property, I'm familiar with it, so it's a large area of sidewalk, because it goes to the front, to the side, along the front and to the side. Would if they needed to replace the whole sidewalk, do you think 47,000 would cover that?
I will confirm that and have that answer for you at full length.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you. Any public comment on this item? There being none, all those in favor of passing this item, please signify by saying aye. Any opposed? Okay, this item passes unanimously. There's no other business in front of this committee. Can I have a motion to adjourn? So moved by Legislator McKevitt, seconded by Legislator Ford. All in favor? Aye. Okay. Committee is adjourned. I'm sorry. Public Works is next.
Okay, at this time, I'll call the Public Works Committee to order. I'll ask the clerk to call the roll.
Thank you, sir. Roll call. Legislator Carrier Salage. Legislator Arnold Drucker. Ranking Member Sheila Bino. Legislator James Kennedy.
Here.
Legislator Laura Schaefer.
Here.
Vice Chairman John Giuffre.
Here.
And Chairman C. William Gaylord III.
Present.
We have a quorum, sir.
Thank you. So we have 4 items on the agenda today, which are clerk items number 148-23, 157-23, 161-23, and 164-23. Clerk item number 148-23 is a resolution authorizing the County of Nassau to participate in a federal aid transportation project providing for the resurfacing of various county roads under capital project H61587-60G, PIN number 0761-.17, and authorizing the county executive of the County of Nassau to execute the agreement on behalf of the county with the New York State Department of Transportation for the advancement of said aid for transportation projects in Nassau County. May I have a motion? Moved by Legislator Giuffre, seconded by Legislator Schaefer. The item is before us. Ken Arnold, Commissioner of Public Works, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Good evening. As stated, 148-23 is a master agreement that we have with New York State DOT associated with funding resurfacing contract Phase 60. The total contract is for $5 million, and the agreement will provide $4.75 million in state and federal funds. So the local share is the balance.
Just a quick question. Are these roads in a particular area, or they're all throughout the county?
I believe there are in a couple locations, and not all throughout the county, and I believe this project is based on concrete panels that we're repairing. I can have that information provided.
I was just curious if you knew which communities. Is there any debate or discussion? Any public comment? Commissioner Arnold, could you provide the list of the roads?
I meant to bring it with me today. I forgot to bring it with me.
Okay, very good.
Thank you. By full ledge, please. Thank you. 22nd. Thank you.
Any other debate or discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? The item passes unanimously. Clerk item number 157-23 is an ordinance to amend ordinance 76-2000 relating to the establishment of various fees of the Department of Public Works. May I have a motion, please? Moved by Legislator Salage, second by Legislator Kennedy. The item's before us. Commissioner Arnold, are you speaking on this one?
Good evening, legislators. Josh Meyer from West Group Law as outside counsel to the county on this matter.
Yes, sir, Mr. Meyer.
The item before you is an ordinance for an amendment regarding the fees charged by the Department of Public Works for the review of applications under 239F of the General Municipal Law. 239F reviews involve proposed structures or buildings that have frontage on or access to a proposed county road or right-of-way for means of access or curb cuts. This issue arose as a result of the project proposed by Las Vegas Sands and the desire to provide a more appropriate fee structure for projects, for very large projects such as that one. As a result, the proposed amendment would reduce the fee paid by an applicant from 0.75% to 0.25% for projects over $500 million.
All right. Do we have any debate or discussion? Any public comment? All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? All? All of you? All right. 3 abstentions and 4 moving along. So the item passes. Go to the full edge. All right, the next item before us is clerk item number 16123, which is a resolution authorizing the county executive to contribute funds to a remedial project as per the terms of an intermunicipal agreement with the city of Glen Cove in relation to a project to remediate Crescent Beach. May I have a motion? Moved by legislator Kennedy, seconded by legislator Bino. The item is before us.
So 161 is an amendment to an existing IMA with the city of Glen Cove related to Crescent Beach. This moves the project towards phase 2 at a cost of $213,000. This amendment provides county funding for this purpose. This was included in the most recent approved capital plan and bond ordinance.
Any debate, discussion? Any public comment? All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? The item passes unanimously. Clerk item number 164-23 is an ordinance supplemental to the annual appropriation ordinance in connection with Department of Public Works. I have a motion. Moved by legislator Giuffre, seconded by legislator Schaefer. The item is before us. Commissioner Arnold.
164 is a supplemental appropriation, allocates $2 million from New York State EFC into the county's septic replacement program budget. We become, for this body, previously changing the contracts that are associated with this with the Soil and Water Conservation District.
Got it. Any debate or discussion? Any public comment? All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? The item passes unanimously. There being no other business in front of the committee, may I have a motion to adjourn? Moved by legislator Giuffre, seconded by legislator Kennedy. All in favor? Committee is now adjourned. Health is next.
I'll call the Health and Social Services Committee to order and ask the clerk to please take the roll.
Thank you, Madam. Health and Social Service roll call. Legislator Joshua Lafazan. Legislator Arnold Drucker. Ranking Member Delia DeRidge-Witten. Legislator C. William Gaylord III. Legislator Laura Schaefer. Here. Vice Chairman Mazi Pralit. And Chairwoman Rosemarie Walker.
Here.
We have a quorum, ma'am.
Thank you. Okay, there are 2 items before us. First is clerk item 147-23, which is a resolution authorizing the county executive to execute an intergovernmental agreement between the County of Nassau, acting on behalf of the Nassau County Department of Health, and various agencies in Nassau County and Suffolk County, acting on behalf of the Suffolk County Department of Health Services. May I have a motion, please, by Legislator Schaefer, seconded by Legislator Dirigi Witten. And how are you? Thank you for staying this late.
Good evening, all. It's Ann D. Simone, Health Department. Nice to see you all. As you said, 14723 is an intergovernment agreement between Nassau County Department of Health and the Suffolk County Department of Health Services for the Ryan White HIV/AIDS Treatment Modernization Act. It is a 5-year agreement, lasts from March 1st, 2023 to February 29th, 2028, in the amount of $5.6 million.
Okay.
Ryan White provides the unmet health needs for persons living with HIV in Nassau and Suffolk.
Any legislators have any questions or comments? Any public comment? Okay, hearing none. All in favor of clerk item 147-23 signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, that's unanimous.
Aye.
Yeah. Clerk item 165-23 is an ordinance supplemental to the annual appropriation ordinance connection with the Health Department.
Again, Andy Simone, Health Department. 165 is supplemental appropriation in the amount of $294,343 for the Adolescent Tobacco Use Prevention Act, better known as ATUPA. This is a New York State Department of Health grant-funded program, and the purpose is to conduct certification checks on tobacco and vapor retailers and vendors in Nassau County. In addition, compliance checks are conducted to ensure compliance with New York State public health law prohibiting the tobacco and vapor sales to persons less than 21.
Any legislators have any questions or comments? Any public comment? Okay. Did I get a motion on that one, or was it covered? Did I get a motion on that one? No. Okay. That was motioned by Legislator Mazi Philippe, seconded by Legislator Arnold Drucker. And again, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Then that will also, that is also unanimous, and we'll move on. And Ann, just before you leave, I want to thank you, and if you'd reach out to all the health department and all the volunteers yesterday who helped at the Long Island Marathon, which was a wonderful, very successful, beautiful day in Nassau County. And I'm sure after a while they were kept quite busy because as it got hotter and the runners came across, I'm sure they had a lot of work to do. So
I will pass that along.
Please pass that along.
And
Thank you so much.
First one I missed in 12 years or whatever, but you saw me at my grandson's lacrosse little thing yesterday.
Yes, I did.
Thank you.
That was
I will
a
pass it
special
along.
thing. You're very welcome. Thank you. Please do. Okay, no other business before the committee. I may have a motion to adjourn by, so moved, seconded by Legislator Drucker. And all in favor signify by saying aye. Any opposed? Then we will move on to Veterans Affairs.
Okay, at this time I will call the Veterans Committee to order. I'll ask the clerk to call the roll, please.
Thank you. Veterans, Legislator Joshua Lafazan, Legislator Delia Dirigi Witten, Ranking Member Debbie Millet, Legislator Mazi Philippe, Legislator Rosemary Walker, Vice Chairman C. William Gaylord III, Chairman James Kennedy.
Here.
We have a quorum, sir.
Okay. There is one item on the agenda today, which is clerk item number 175-23, resolution to waive fees charged by Nassau County to any post or hall owned by a not-for-profit congressionally chartered veterans organization located in Nassau County. May I have a motion? Moved by Legislator Walker, seconded by Legislator Gaylor. Okay, the item is before us. In November 2019, New York State enacted County Law 226-C, which authorized the Nassau County Legislature to waive fees to any post or hall owned by a not-for-profit, congressionally chartered veterans organization located within its jurisdiction. The proposed resolution implements this fee waiver pursuant to state law. The fees waived are those charged by the county, including but not those charged by the Department of Public Works and the Nassau County Police Department. Fees charged by towns, villages, and cities are not waived pursuant to this resolution. Further, the proposed item requires the county to refund all fees received on or after November 11, 2019, upon application by a veterans organization within 60 days of the application. American Legions and VFWs which qualify for fee waivers provide integral services to our veterans and their families, and they've suffered tremendous financial losses as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic. So the goal of this proposed resolution is to provide some relief in the event that qualifying entities wish to improve their properties. Any debate or discussion?
Can I just ask you one question? Do you have an idea how much it is? And I, of course, fully support this. I'm just curious how much we charge them.
I don't know the exact amount. It's not a tremendous amount. There's only a handful across the county. I don't think it amounts to very much.
Okay, so anything that they paid after November 11, 2019 shall be refunded upon application. So are we going to notify them that they're eligible for a refund? Is that a yes, Mr. Stuni?
Yeah. We'll go get it. Yeah, we'll try to get the word out to them.
Yeah, we got to pass the ordinance first.
Right, but do we have a list of who we charged or no? Okay, I'll stop.
Not at this time.
All right,
We have to
thank
get
you.
there. Okay. Any public comment? Okay. All right. All those in favor of passing this item, please signify by saying aye. Okay. The item. Any opposed? Okay. The item passes unanimously. Is Josh?
No.
He's not. Okay. All right. So it's 6 to nothing and 1 absent, I guess. All right. There is no other business in front of this committee. All right. May I have a motion to adjourn? All right. Moved by Legislator Walker, seconded by Legislator Phillip. All right. Great. All right. All in favor? Say aye. All right. Great. This committee is now adjourned. Finance is next.
All right, Finance, Mike, could you do the honors, please?
Thank you, sir. Finance Committee, Joshua Lafazan, Carrie Salage, Ranking Member Arnold Drucker, Rosemary Walker, Tom McKevitt, Vice Chairman John Ferretti, Chairman Howard Copel.
Here.
We have a quorum, sir.
Thank you. Okay, we've got a number of consent items that have gone through other committees and need no further discussion. for debate, and I'm going to call them together. Numbers 148 of 23, 157, 159, 161. Okay, not 157, we're not,
We're just letting you know, no bulking.
no, we're not voting. Okay, so let me start again. Sorry. All right, 148, 150, not 150. Okay, 148, 159, 161, 162, 163, 164, 165, and 175. And motion by Mr. McKevitt, seconded by Mr. Drucker. All those in favor of those items, please so indicate by saying aye. Any opposed? Those items are unanimous. Okay, now, number 150, which is a issuance of a warrant directing treasurer to pay the supervisors of the towns and villages and cities deposits from mortgage taxes. Motion is made by Ms. Walker, seconded by Mr. Solage. Anyone have any discussion on that one? No. Hearing none. All those in favor, please say aye. Any opposed? That item is unanimous as well. Number 157, which is an ordinance to amend Ordinance 76-2000 relating to establishment of various fees of the Department of Public Works. Motion is made by Mr. Ferretti, and who else didn't I get here? Well, let's see, Mr. Drucker again, who seconds the motion. That item is before us. Any debate or discussion? All right, all those in favor of 157, please so indicate by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? So we have 4 to 0 to 3 abstentions. No, Josh. 4 to 0 to 2. I'm sorry. Correct. Okay. Number 166 is a transfer of appropriations for the budget year. And who's here on that? Motion is made by Ms. Walker, once again seconded by Mr. McKevitt.
Andy Simone, Health Department. 166 includes 2 board transfers to maximize grant funding. The first one is in the amount of $147,667. It's for the Children and Youth with Special Health Care Needs Grant. Funds are being moved from salary and fringe to the contract line to contract with NICEAD's Regional Partner Center at LIU to provide services to families with concerns about their child. The second is in the amount of $84,000 for the HIV Expanded Services Grant from the New York State Department of Health.
All right, thank you. Any questions? Okay, hearing none. All those in favor of 166, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? That item is unanimous. Mr. Drucker moves to adjourn, and Mr. Ferretti seconds that motion. Any, all those wishing to adjourn, please say aye. Any opposed to adjournment? No, no one opposed. All right, we're unanimous. We are adjourned. We're back to rules.
Rules Committee is out of recess. Consent calendar, items that went through committees a few moments ago. These are 147, 148, 150, 159, 160, 161, 162, 163, 164, 165, 166, 175, and that's it. Motion by Deputy Presiding Officer Copel, seconded by Legislator Delia DeReggie-Witten. Any debate or discussion on these items? Hearing none. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed? They carry unanimously. Item 152, 2023, a resolution setting forth the officers and employees deemed to hold policy-making positions for filing year 2023, who shall be required to file annual statements of financial disclosure. Motion by Legislator Kennedy, seconded by Legislator Schaefer. Oh, this is a rules only item, right? Okay. Any debate or discussion on this item? Any public comment? All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed? Carries unanimously.
Good job up there.
I didn't see him. 157 of 2023 is an ordinance to amend Ordinance 76 of 2000 relating to the establishment of various fees of the Department of Public Works. Moved by Deputy Presiding Officer Copel, seconded by Legislator Kennedy. This is 157. Any debate or discussion on this item? Okay. Any public comment? All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed? Ayes. Aye. Opposed? Abstentions? 2. Okay. Passes by a vote of 4 in positive and 2 abstentions. Item 158. It's a resolution to accept a gift offered by the Nassau County Police Department Foundation to the County Police Department. Moved by Legislator Bino, seconded by Legislator Schaefer. What else? As you're coming up, you might as well tell us what it's about. Now you're up there.
Sure. Deputy Inspector Tom Murphy, Police Department. 15823 is a resolution to accept a donation from the Nassau County Police Department Foundation for the services of Spectre Group to assist with the architectural design and development, construction documents, bidding and negotiations, and construction administration for the training village at the David S. Mack Center for Training and Intelligence. These services are valued at $775,000.
Okay. Any questions on this item? Yes.
Hi, are you working along with DPW or any other county agency with this, or no?
Well, Ken Arnold spoke
Yes.
about the construction a little bit earlier, but
Okay, so
yeah.
I'm just making sure, because that he has his eye on it also, so, all right, just as far as liability and everything.
Right.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Any further discussion, questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
Any public comment? All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed? Carries unanimously. Legislator Kennedy makes a motion to adjourn, seconded by Legislator Bynum. All in favor of adjourning signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed? Carries unanimously. Now.